Welcome back to the Open Chess Anime Podcast. I'm your host, the Anime Collector, and joining me tonight, we have Stan Dolan.
Hello, everybody.
And Chris, also known as Crumb Brown or Crumb.
Hello.
And then our usual people, Tramp Chan.
Hello.
Shit, you guys changed my name too.
Okay. They really need to remove this feature.
I agree. This is... apparently, I'm also Skank Senpai. That's great. So, jumping right in, we got a bit to talk about. How's everybody doing?
We're good. I'm good. I don't know anybody else.
So, I guess we're starting on a somber note. I forgot about that and let in a terrible way. But what's her name? God damn it. How did I ever forget it already? Desi Snyder from the Reasonable Rangers has passed away. I am not a member of the Reasonable Rangers. I am so sorry to do her dirty like this. But seems like a lot of people, I've seen a lot of people talking about her passing. So I'm going to take it. She was an important member. And my thoughts and condolences with her family. Anyway, before I ruined that, as I already have, because I am so good at doing that with people's dads, so I'm going to just move on. And in Vic NFT news, this got tweeted thanks to a super chat from last podcast. I was notified of it immediately. And this picture popped up in my feed where Vic is actually with Macross Phoenix, or whatever his name was, saying, "Another amazing lunch with my good friend Vic Mignogna. The storyline is coming together great, and we are excited to bring Volume 1 to the fans. Hashtag NFT community, Dragon Ball Z, animation, cryptocurrency, Victory, Netflix launch event." So that's interesting. Apparently,
Netflix?
And no, I doubt it. I think these are just hashtags to get people on to, knowing about it.
Yeah.
But I'm interested in the fact that Vic actually has physically been in the presence of the people of this, what I would have assumed was a big scam. So there's that. Also, do you have something to say, Horsan?
I swapped over the network and it works now.
Oh, a likely story. And BakAnime has announced their 5th guest of honor, Vic. So that's interesting. BakAnime is in Bakersfield. So this is actually a California con inviting Vic, which is a miracle in itself, because I didn't think he'd ever set foot in this.
Wasn't that the one where he was in tears after like that very first?
Actually,
Yeah,
believe it or not.
really...
Good on you. And of course, the usual suspects are coming out. So this person said, "Congrats," referring to this. "Congrats, but be warned, there will be some angry folks who will make up lies about Vic to get him removed from this." BakAnime replied, "He will never be removed from our con. We do not worry about such things." And they also said, "We have been inviting Vic for 10 years, and I don't think nothing," probably meant to say anything, "will change. Vic has been nothing but a friend and family to us. He's always welcomed in our con." And I don't know, I just literally right before the podcast started, I noticed like a leaked email from the founder or whatever of BakAnime going around where they're claiming that he is misrepresenting the case. And I don't know, it seems a little weird. I don't really care about it. People are either going to go or they're not going to go because of Vic or not because of Vic. So end of that story. Moving on, I wanted to bring up the Vic Mignogna Timeline again on the website. First and foremost, I would like to say I have gotten the comments. The last two, I have not finished loading them up in here, but I will get to it. So once again, if you have anything that you feel should be included in the timeline of events, please create an account on OCApodcast.com. Go to OCApodcast.com/Vic-archives, and you can comment, right? And I will go through them and include them, whether they are pro or against Vic. Anything is fair game. And I want to create a place where we can reference different affidavits and everything so that we have a full picture of things. Now, what you're all here for the halftime show. So, general
Lord.
disclaimer. Let me just double check they haven't released a new episode because that would be humiliating. Oh, thank God we're not behind. If you guys want to see the full, unedited version, the boring version of their podcast, you can do so at wewillbeintouch.com/podcast. But now the version you actually like and are here to see.
Chuck, the sweetheart from Arkansas. I met both of you at Louisville SuperCon in 2018. It was my first time meeting you. Jamie was beside Brittany Karbowski in the
So you have to forgive me. I have terrible images of this con because there is a no photos policy at these different booths.
first row of
Monica
autograph booths. However, Monica was in a very separate
There you go.
area, and the booth beside hers, Vic.
So you can see right there, real quick. God damn it.
Con, or just unusual. My question is, how did either one of you... Next
fucked that
up,
up. I'm going to start
Chuck,
over.
the sweetheart from Arkansas. I met both of you at Louisville SuperCon in 2018. It was my first time meeting you. Jamie was beside Brittany
So
Karbowski
you can
in the
see Brittany
first
on the
row of
left.
autograph booths. However,
Jamie in the middle.
Monica was in a
There's the no photo. You can see Monica there. By the way, I took this from a cosplay photo slideshow on YouTube that was 4K, and that's the only way we even got a picture of Monica in it. And you can see on the right side Vic, and you can see not Vic himself, but the name Vic, and you can see Crow, Broly, and Edward Elric.
very separate area, and the booth beside hers, Vic. Surely this was an error on the part of the con, or just unusual. My question is, how did either one of you feel when you discovered you were being boothed in such close proximity to him? I understand this was before the lawsuit, but how difficult was it to remain professional when you knew what kind of person he was?
Okay, so first of all, I have to say, Chuck is awesome. I've met Chuck several times. Seriously, he's an amazing man who's been through so much, and he still keeps smiling, and we are so thankful for you. I just had to get that out.
Yeah.
Oh, good Lord.
And it's this specific Chuck
Yeah,
that
this
we're talking
one
about when we
Chuck.
say this one Chuck in particular is who we're talking about.
This is the good Chuck.
Just want to make sure that's the good Chuck, yeah.
So yes, Chuck, I remember this con, and I remember precisely why that happened. So here's a little backstory about how conventions work. So when we first started going to Comic-Cons, right, we were asked to give free autographs, and then the conventions would compensate us by paying us an appearance fee. So they were kind of paying us for the autographs that we would give you guys.
So
Mm.
yeah, I was going to ask because in Chuck Huber's affidavit, he talks about Vic's style of signing is to sell headshots or whatever and to the people in line and sign those when they come to meet him. And she's making it sound like she will go on to make it sound like that is a policy of what she calls the facies, like actual actors and like live performers versus voice actors, and that Vic took on that model. And that this is extremely uncommon. And she even goes on to say this is the first time she ever did that. Any comment on that, Stan?
What's the timeline on that, Monica? I mean, when did you actually switch over to doing that? Because
She
in
claims-
the olden days, from the very beginning, no one, not even the con owners who did anime conventions, and we're not talking about those that run sci-fi cons and stuff like that, where that model existed for eons, but no one decided upon appearance fees and it was basically we fly you out, we give you a hotel room, we pay for your food while you're there, and then in exchange for doing panels and meeting con attendees, and it wasn't until much later, 5-6 years, roughly about that. Yeah.
So
Well, maybe longer than the appearance fee came in, as well as the guarantees
yeah, the guaranteed minimums.
and stuff like that. Taking it from the other shows. But I wait to hear what she has to say about what what types of agreements we had between ourselves, between her and me, or my shows, because it didn't follow that models.
Well,
I also find
this-
it interesting that
real quick, this con she's talking about, where she says this is her first time doing the people paying her for the autographs. This is Louisville SuperCon, which took for 2018, which took place November 30th to December 2nd of 2018. So this is literally like right before the controversy started.
She was doing asking for appearance fees long before that. So there's a lie.
Well, I think that what she's saying here is that versus an appearance fee, she's instead not taking one, but instead charging for charging the fans for the autograph versus the con paying her to sign as many autographs as people show up.
It's interesting that she's trying to conflate this as her pushing this boundary that never got pushed before. This is like stuff that's literally been baked into contract negotiations for decades. So I mean, it might have been the first time that she realized that she could ask for this, because she's never signed, she's never actually read any of her contracts before, and she just has Funimation and them do all that stuff for her. But like the whole like back and forth, it benefits smaller conventions to have things like appearance fees, because if you're paying a guarantee, right? Like if someone has a guarantee of $10,000 and it's not a William Shatner, that's not going to bring in $10,000. You're going to be on the hook for that. But if your appearance fee is like $3,000, then yeah, you can say, well, for $3,000, I want you to sign this many autographs for free on this day. I want you to appear here, here, and here. Things like that. You have more control, and you have more definitive things that you can do as a small convention. Whereas if you're a big convention, you don't really care. Like, I mean, you care to a point, but you have a guest budget where other conventions likely don't. So this whole like weird conflation that she's doing right now is just like really, really stupid for no reason.
Right. So first of all, I should address. I should have led in with this. So Stan, you've run several conventions. For anybody who's new to this, you've run several conventions, including AzumiCon, KawaiiCon. Is that what it was?
KawaiiCon, yeah.
KawaiiCon. And Cress, you are in charge of Kitchener Comic-Con, yeah?
I was co-operator of Kitchener Comic-Con. I'm on to other projects now, but I've been a part of a bunch of different cons, lots of small indie stuff. So
cool. I just want to give people a quick background, because I am terrible at being a host apparently. So real quick, Mecha J says, sounds like Chuck Huber isn't their favorite person, even though he was in the neutral part. So as far as I know, oh, you're moving that on purpose. Gotcha. not that it unhides Stan. So real quick, damn, you're cucked either way, Stan. Sorry about that. So Chuck Huber, they don't like him because he made an affidavit in support of Vic. Simply put, right? And then Zedpool said, how many people really think these questions are real? Meaning the question and answer segment that is the halftime version of their podcast. How many people actually think that they're real and not just made up by Monica and Jamie just to beef up their podcast? Raul said they're probably made up so that they don't get weary of certain people watching or something. So I should lead in with this. This segment we're going to cover tonight, Monica and Jamie, most specifically, I think Monica, is just in their head. They are just dropping bombshell after bombshell after bombshell, and all of them are duds. Like I would describe it as they're a whole bunch of boom, mic drop moment, and it's like, but what relevance does what you just had? What is that? That doesn't make any sense, right? So we're going to go over that in just a minute, and it's going to be the whole thing tonight. Little Rock says, is she getting appearance fees plus getting money from fans? I think what she's saying, and we're going to hear in just a second, is that she is changing over to that model. And again, I'm just bringing this up because this is extremely late in the game. And Chuck Huber mentioned in his affidavit that people treated Vic like he was his style of doing things was taking advantage of the fans, and they all decried that method of doing things. But then later, everybody's adopted it as the standard. And Monica seems to me to be the type of person to to hold out and like virtue signal and pretend that like this is taking advantage, so I'm not going to do it, and all those things. And you're going to hear some of that tonight, trust me. And Drunkle John Cosplay says, "Good morning from the UK. Did I see anything? Not yet, buddy. Let's get back into it."
And
After a while,
some of those conventions still do that. Anime conventions in particular.
Some do, yeah. But after a while, the conventions realized, like, hey, these anime folks are getting popular and we could have more guests if we didn't have to pay them a fee, so let's just treat them like the other guests. That particular year at SuperCon, I was a guinea pig. The plaintiff, I just prefer to call him that, I don't want to say his name. The plaintiff had been following the regular con model for a while, but this was my first time doing it, right? So they like to group actors based on what part of the industry they're in. So, you know, you'll see voice actors grouped together or wrestlers grouped together, or I call them the facies, the actors who are on screen.
We're the voices.
We're the voices. They're the facies. It's like the Sharks and the Jets. But so this was the first time that I was doing that model, and I was charging for autographs. So I couldn't be with my friends, Brittany and Jamie and everybody, because they were in the free autograph area. So they decided to put me next to the folks who do similar work. So I ended up next to some of the Ruby folks and right next to the plaintiff. To be fair, the convention had no idea what happened in the past, and I'm a professional, so I just did my thing and I ignored it. However, there was a gentleman who was first in my line that Saturday morning, and I will never forget this. The plaintiff wasn't there on Friday. So when I walked into my booth that Saturday morning, the plaintiff loudly greeted me and insisted on hugging me. And then he did that thing that he did to you with the pulling of the hair and the fist at the back of the head and pulling your head back and then putting his lips right on your ear, like touching your ear and speaking into your ear. When I spoke to the investigator, I was asked to give examples of sexual harassment by the plaintiff, right? So the jelly bean story is what jumped into my mind. Speaking into your ear.
So I'd just like to point out the fact that she said Vic wasn't there on Friday. That's true. He was at a different convention in the same area. He came on Saturday. That's December 1st, 2018. So December 1st is when this alleged event happened, where he pulled her hair back and whispered into her ear, even though, by the way, she didn't bring this up when she said that it happened so often that she couldn't recall any specific instance, even though she just said she'd never forget this one. But this happened December 1st, 2018. Okay. Burley came out a month later on January 16th, and Tammy Dembo contacted Monica Rial on January 23rd. So that's when the investigation started. That's when she asked Monica Rial for examples of sexual harassment. And of course, the thing that came to Monica's mind was a 10-year-old jelly bean joke, and not this event that happened literally less than 2 months prior.
Of course.
So I'm
you reached over, grabbed my hair, and Jamie, am I getting that right? Jamie, that was the order of things, right? That's how he does it.
Here, he did that thing that he did to you with the
right.
Literally,
she's
she's reaching for all the stories again, trying to pull them together. And listen to what she continues to say here.
And apparently, I wasn't wearing my poker face that day. What you see at the convention is the same person that you see, like we are in real life. Like there's no facades here, you know? So I turned around and I sat down, and the very first guy in line walked up and he asked, are you okay? Like you didn't look too happy about that whole exchange. Ooh, little did he know.
Yeah.
But I will
were
never.
You the first in line?
That definitely didn't happen. Like I said, if this is supposedly 2 months, less than 2 months before the investigation, but the jelly bean story is the sexual harassment, you have something this fresh, something that, quote, I will never forget, right? Bullshit.
Bullshit.
Look, she will never forget the guy at the line. She never said she remembered what Vic did, okay?
Well, she's already made the mistake of naming the first savior, and then he came out and made an affidavit, so she's never going to name the second guy.
Right.
Or forget him mentioning that.
I mean, I remember that too, because you were so far away. I believe you were the aisle over, but it was too far. And from my experience at that con, your line was longer than Vic's.
But what is even dumber is the presumption that we actually compare and contrast lines amongst ourselves. Like, who the fuck cares? It's high school level immature bullshit.
And from my experience at the con, your line was longer than Vic's.
All right, I got Vic's autograph, Raleigh. Came out pretty nice. Super happy. That line took forever.
And from my experience at that con, your line was longer than Vic's. Just for the record.
I just want to point out the fact that they are so incredibly triggered by the line size comparisons. Like,
yes, it's very obvious.
This is the second time in just this episode of their podcast that they have gone on and brought up and talked about line sizes. Just in the halftime segment, this is the second time they've done it.
Well, to be fair, the physical line might be bigger if they all have like massive people as fans.
I was just going to say, if the line is full of whales, of course it's going to be bigger.
Oh.
But you know, the other thing is she talks about this exchange between her and Vic, and yet no one, either Vic's line or her line, had a camera out or was recording or taking pictures of the so-called event.
Right, and again, everything that I've shown so far from that I found it from that convention. That guy saying that he got Vic's autograph, that was from that convention. But as I said, there's a no photography sign there, so there's very little there. I did find stuff. People ignored that because what the fuck are you gonna do?
Yeah,
you know,
they will.
But there's not much, and there's no. I looked. I couldn't find any evidence of Vic showing up in the event she described, and I'm sure that any idiot would look after getting BTFO'd by Stan already. Any idiot would look to double check that you couldn't be fact checked on it, right? So yeah, I mean, I wonder if there's probably not security. Well, maybe security footage from the event. I don't think that would be something she could request and get though, especially not now. That's from 2018. Anyway, but let's address the chat real quick. So, Smart Geek 97 says, is this weekend and Chuck is going? Okay. Kamehacon is this weekend and Chuck is going, but no Sabbat, Schemmel, Rial, or Markey on the guest list. Is Daman Mills going? That'd be interesting.
Is Markey in Dragon Ball?
Markey plays in Dragon Ball Super the angel from the one universe that has the twin tails.
Won't know it.
Well, you know Rhys?
Yeah.
So
Rhys.
in the other universe, Rhys is the angel for Universe 6. One of the other universes has an angel that is female that has pigtails.
Okay.
Now, Markey plays that character, if I recall correctly. Little Rock says she's been charging people for headshots prior. She was doing stuff online, charging $75, referring to Monica Rial. So yeah, I mean, she's not technically lying. Let me rephrase that. Her doing that online doesn't impeach her testimony or whatever you want to call it, that she was doing that at cons. I'm sure there's probably somebody has proof that she was doing it at cons. I just couldn't find anything to say that about that. Anyway, and real quick, Chris Jacobson says, hi everyone. From what I just heard from Monica Rial about what she said about Vic Mignogna, I would just say that she lied about Vic Mignogna. Yes, I would. I will echo that sentiment. Little Rock says she's full of shit. Yeah. Anyway, guys, if you want to star some comments from me, I'm going to focus on this now.
It didn't look like it all the time, and this is one of the other tricks of the trade you'll notice. He would have more people lined up at different points throughout the day, but you have to consider this. Like Monica was saying before, she is a workhorse. She will stay there as long as there are people waiting, unless they cut off the line. I do this too, but I don't have as many people in my line as you do.
It's funny. Everything she just said, I've heard that years ago about Vic. Yeah. Not her. Vic is the one who will stay there, 6-7 hours past, the time that previously was allotted and continue signing until everybody's taken care of. That's what I've heard. I don't know. Any comments?
That's true. I can only speak to my conventions and stuff like that. With AWA, we did not have dedicated booths for the actors. We had a signing area, which rotated guests. So I would have at least three areas for signing and schedule these guests for a allotted time. And Vic would always want to stay longer, which kind of throws a wrench in the planning. But you try to accommodate your guests as much as possible. So
so some behind the scenes magic just got handled by Random 11. Thank you. Continuing.
Thankfully, because I tell her every single convention.
because Stan stopped talking before I finished typing.
I don't know how you do it. It's exhausting. I don't know how you do it. And also, I leave to pee. If I have to pee, I will say I'll be right back because bladder infections are real, and you should take a break to pee, Monica. That's just like friend to friend. You gotta be better about that.
Vic does it at his stand.
It's like underneath the table, there's a couple of jugs.
So anyway,
that would be a good point to make a whizzing sound and send the fire go out next to Monica.
Well, we already had the whizzing sound from when Mark Hamill flipped off Jamie earlier.
Experience. Vic's style of signing is to wait until the line gets long. Say, okay, I'm going to be here at 10, and then he goes out at 10:30. So the line has gotten long because people are already getting there. I like to get there first so that all the stragglers that are waiting to get in line just come get their autograph with me, and then there's not a big line and I can spend more time with people. But anyway.
She's effectively just said, nobody knows who I am nor cares. So I like to get there first before anybody shows up so that when everybody's in line and everybody that's famous, they see, oh, who's this person who's got nobody in line, and come get a quick autograph so they don't walk away empty handed. I mean, I'm pretty sure that's what I heard.
That's
I don't know about
exactly
you guys,
it.
but
Yeah.
So before that line is empty, he takes a break. Yep. So he'll make 4 or 5 people wait while he takes a break because that line will fill back up.
With the help of my friends, we sold both his anime song CDs and his Christian CD. We also managed the line and cut it off when it got too long. That's from Podcast 45. That's Lindsay Loveridge's original hit piece on Vic. I'm just pointing out the fact that the person they interviewed from the Reasonable Rangers who volunteered to help at Vic's autograph signings straight up said that we were in charge of cutting off the line when it got too long, which is the opposite of what they were just claiming that Vic does, which is when it starts to get to too small, he takes a break so that it can build back up, which all the stuff I've seen shows his line never gets small enough for him to even take a break. But that's just what I've seen.
No, but he does.
So
he would take a break if it got too dire.
Well, of course,
or if he's being grabbed by the convention to do
to do a panel or something that he's scheduled for, of course.
Like at Anime Matsuri, the last what was it last? No, it was the year before.
2019.
No, 2000. Or no, it was 2022. Yeah. So I mean, in 21. I'm sorry, because I was there. Okay. And they grabbed him to do something with some VIPs, and it was just out of the blue. It wasn't scheduled or anything like that. They just grabbed him, and Vic ran off there, and then ran back and stayed for the rest of the time. But it happens.
Yeah, I imagine it would. Especially for the scheduled stuff.
Yeah.
He always looks like he has a really long line because he takes multiple breaks throughout the day to make that happen.
Just saying, this sounds a lot like projection. I don't know necessarily that Monica Rial or Jamie Markey actually have enough people in their lines that they would even benefit from doing this, but it sounds like they're projecting on behalf of some people in the industry that do this. It seems like a brilliant strategy, honestly, psychologically, for anybody who's doing an autograph signing to do this. I would imagine like Power Rangers or somebody would probably make it a point to show up slightly late or something like that, so you can build up that line But I don't know. I have not seen that Vic personally does this, but I've never gone to meet Vic or stood in his lines.
If you have 100 people that want your autograph, right, and you say, okay, I'm going to wait until 99 people line up, and then deal with them all. Do you think that 100th person is going to stand in line for 2 hours to get an autograph?
No, in fact, if it were me, the way I would look at it is if the line isn't moving, like if I'm thinking, do I want the autograph from the person who voiced this person? And I stand there for like a second and I watch the line and it doesn't move for like 2-3 minutes, then I'm not even going to get in it.
Yeah.
I was just going to, like, if you're at a con and they have like scheduled events, you're not going to wait around when nobody's there.
Mm-hmm.
I have never gotten a signature, stood in line to get a signature for a celebrity at a convention that I've ever gone to in my life. The idea of standing in line and waiting around, just wasting your time to get a signature seems idiotic to me. So if Vic could churn through those signatures and have no line, potentially he could do more business. It would be stupid for him to purposely build up a line, I think. And the only reason you'd ever want to do it is say, hey, look at my line, which, I mean, I would rather say, hey, look at the fat wad of cash I have sitting next to my desk.
Yeah.
Yeah, which that would be interesting to have the God damn it, Ronan. Good morning, AC. Sorry I missed again. What did it say? Stupid YouTube notifications. Why you didn't announce on Twitter? Oh, motherfucker, I didn't announce.
You're getting called out, bro.
You know what? Guess what else I didn't do?
Remember to like the stream, share it, tell your friends, tell grandma in the nursing home to watch the stupid thing.
I also
and join our
exquisite
live Discord server. Where
I've already forgotten how to do it. How do I do it again on
Go to
user
Pornhub.com.
profile in
settings.
Discord? How do I
user
set
settings, streamer mode. So towards the bottom.
I see it. Okay. All right. Cool.
Did you send the pigeons?
Yes, the pigeons. They're just finishing dinner, and then they will be out there. I've got 4 of them. 4 of them come into Ronan. All right.
The line usually appears longer when he's at a convention all day. I don't remember the last time that happened for him, but he has to be there all day. And Monica has a decent line and never stops signing, ever. She doesn't take breaks because, like me, she doesn't want people to have to wait. It's rude. So that's.
Once again, I just pointed it out there. The others were impossible since the lines were too long. I'm sorry. That one's not from Louisville SuperCon 2018, but they've moved on. Now they're just talking about cons in general. So I felt it was important to remind you that people go to Monica Real because the other lines are too long. Since it seems to bother her so much every time it gets brought up, I just thought it would be important to bring it up again.
That's why the convention usually has to cut our lines off if mine will die off, but Monica they usually have to cut off. And we don't, it's because we don't want people to wait. And we certainly don't want people to have to wait while I make sure my ego is fed by the size of my line. Again,
real quick.
Still bothers him.
The reason I brought up Power Rangers, by the way, what's his name? Jason David Frank?
Oh, Power Rangers are everywhere.
Yeah, Jason David Frank is the Green Ranger.
Yeah, the reason I brought up Power Rangers is because when I was looking through footage from Louisville SuperCon, it seemed like he showed up to his autograph signing late.
He usually does,
that's the only reason I brought that up, by the way. Also, I just want to point out something. Speaking of the sheer size of their lines and the individuals we're discussing tonight, I shit you not. Now, it's a little bit difficult because of the fire sound effect, but I will represent to you that if you go to their website and listen to this episode, you can actually hear one of them scraping what sounds like maybe yogurt out of a container while the other one is talking. I will try to point it out when it happens. It actually has probably already started happening, but I made note of a specific moment where we might be able to hear it.
it's about the people in line, and it's not about the line size itself. Your line was longer than Vic's.
Right.
So that was my experience too, was like, your line's just as long as his, you just don't leave.
And that's the thing too, is that, you guys, little secret, there's quite a few people who do that. Not necessarily voice actors, but like especially the faces. There's quite a few. Like if you watch, when it starts to like get too close and there's like 4 or 5 people, it's like, oh no, suddenly I need a sandwich. And then they leave mysteriously and come back and there's like 20 people.
Yeah, and the reasoning is the line builds up because it's easier to...
This is it right here. Listen really carefully.
To approach someone if somebody else is doing it 1st. So there's like a psychological.
Did you hear it? The like
heard
scooping.
it.
I heard
now,
it. Yeah.
Now, when I was looking for it this time, I heard what sounded like Jamie might have been talking to somebody else in the room. So it's possible. I know she's got 2 step kids, I think. So it's possible that a little one came into the room while she was recording, and she said, I already forgot what she said, like pay attention or something like that. So it's possible that that there was a little one who came in and was eating the yogurt. But anyway, I like my headcanon that they can't stop eating during the podcast.
Logical factor to that too. Like if somebody doesn't have anybody there, it's
Do you hear it? Do you hear the scooping?
harder to walk up to them and just start talking for a lot of people than if somebody was.
Didn't
doing it
Monica
before
say
you.
something
it's
during
almost-
the deposition that like she has some thing where she had like she kept drinking? So maybe it's related to that. Like she's got some problem where
got
she's
a
like,
drinking
I have
problem?
to eat. You know, some people are like that.
No, she never brought up anything, but what she did do was she drank like 20 gallons of her little purple thing, right? And she's like, sorry, y'all, my allergies are crazy today, which for the record, Texas does have an allergy season that I hear is pretty awful. So I'm not going to throw that on.
So it is actually possible that what you're hearing is the noise of, instead of scooping, it could
It's
be the
the
noise of
unscrewing?
unscrewing
Could be.
a water bottle.
Could be. Let's get
She's
into
probably
that
got
for the
that purple tank beside her and, you know, chugging it.
With
Yeah,
those
safety.
chipmunk cheeks.
It's that
they're
Q
They're
mentality.
talking to that person. Yeah, yeah. So that's kind of where that comes from. I just have a hard time with it because I hate waiting. I hate waiting so
I
much.
too.
And I hate to make other people wait too.
I couldn't do it. Like I was telling,
Unless I have to
was,
pee because of bladder infection, guys.
I was just
Things
at a
we
con
need
this
to know
weekend, and I
about.
was telling people like,
She's really fixated on that. Random Love, do you remember when you sent me that TikTok about the woman who had the serious bladder infection that turned out there was a cup or something?
Yeah, it was a bowler or whatever you call it, like a shot glass, basically.
A highballer?
I forget what it's called, but it was a shot glass, essentially.
Somebody inserted it into their vagina and it ended up in their urethra and caused a bladder infection. Something to that effect.
They inserted it into their urethra.
Gross.
Yeah.
Lord.
Yep. So I sent you a joke. I said, "Is this why Jamie Markey had that bladder infection?" But it was because you remember at the beginning of the halftime show, they talk about, oh, we haven't had another episode in our once a month thing like we said we would, because some of us had surgeries and whatnot. So I was asking.
Oh, okay.
That was the reference there.
Thanks for implementing the image of Jimmy Martin shoving a shot glass up his coochie.
You're so welcome.
Terrible.
I don't know how you guys wait in line. I couldn't do it. Because, on Saturday, I had people from the convention coming up to me and going, do I need to mother you? Have you eaten? Have you peed?
Yeah.
And I'm like, no, I'll be fine. If I fall on the floor, just pick me back up.
That's what the shot glass
if you're
is
at a
for.
convention, if you're working a convention, she does need you to.
Yep. Yes. Conventions do that because they're worried about liabilities of their guests.
Yeah, I love how it seems like they're crafting a story for the audience of their podcast that is going to be difficult to debunk from the perspective, like, it's like, obviously, like, they do that. Yes, that is something that happens, but it's not because Monica is a workhorse or whatever she claimed. Although I do think it's funny that they referred to her as a horse. I do find that quite funny. I really wish I had taken up if I had
That suggestion of putting a horse on her head.
Yeah. I passed on it because there was just too much work to do today on getting this out in time. Although the render happened extremely fast. It was eerily fast compared to what I was expecting. But I wish I had taken the time to do that now.
Now, she claims, well, actually, I think it was Jamie or both of them were claiming why you guys would. People, if they have the time, they're looking at the schedules and they want to get an autograph from somebody, they will stand in line before that guest scheduled signing.
Mhm.
Yes.
They will stand in line to be the first in line or close to it.
Yeah.
So yeah, if
For the
if they
for the
want-
same reason people camp outside of Blockbuster, Jesus, Best Buy before Black Friday.
The new movie's almost gonna be there for renting. Woo! Gonna sleep over.
Yeah, so it's for the same reason people camp out for Black Friday, is so that they can be the first in line and get in and get out while the getting's good or whatever. And in this case, to get the signature right at 6:30 or wherever the time is, so that they can move on to the next thing on their itinerary without missing it.
Yep, absolutely.
If we're there together, I will.
She will. She'll be
Okay,
like, bitch, eat.
Yeah, we got to eat. We're going to eat right now.
Yes.
And I'm going to make you get a shot.
Yes.
Yeah. Because I like to have a good time.
Yes.
Yeah, so like, yeah, that's just a little FYI.
Little insider tidbit.
Yeah, about how maybe some of those lines work.
Yeah.
So anyway.
One fact that came up during the lawsuit and has been confirmed by Vic is that he was supposed to get a director's position right before the controversy erupted. This has led to accusations that you calling him out was an attempt to derail the opportunity. Clarification. He was a contract director. He directed a show called Junie Tyson as a contract director working nights. There were many people at the studio, including many women who didn't feel safe and spoke up and asked Funny not to hire him, and they did so anyway.
I loved working with you, Vic.
Oh, yes, me too.
To be completely honest, I was asked my opinion by someone in charge, and I did something that would blow the Vic stands' minds.
Are you guys ready for this epic bombshell mic drop?
I'm
You ready
sitting down.
Are you listening, all you angry YouTubers?
Yeah,
I
they're going to delete
Yes.
this part.
What?
They're going to delete this part. They'll be like, let's
Right.
skip through this one.
Or they're gonna like find a way to like twist it or make it salacious
course.
somehow.
Of course
Maybe
they
they'll
will.
completely
But-
ignore you.
Well, just wait till you hear.
Here's the
I
thing.
heard it.
I firmly believe that everyone deserves a second or third or fourth, in this case, chance. And at this point, I didn't
Yeah, right.
realize my friends and colleagues had also experienced harassment at his hands. So I said they should give him a chance.
Boom! Mic drop. Wait a minute. Why on earth would we want
wow.
to edit this out? Literally, this is more proof that you two were friends before you decided to cancel him. Right?
Yeah.
Like, I cannot believe she expected this to be a bombshell that we would want to ignore and edit out when it actually furthers the narrative we've been pushing from the beginning.
Not only that, but like even again saying, "Oh well, I didn't know other people had been victimized." Okay, this is why you go to the cops right away when shit happens. Let people know when it happens. That way,
Report it to
won't
HR.
happen again.
You know, like
You
any
know?
number of ways. This I don't buy
Oh
this
my
one
God.
bit.
But
Not
I
one
thought it was
bit.
like everybody in the industry knew. I thought
Yeah, it
everybody
was an
knew.
open secret. Remember the broken
Right?
staircase? Oh,
And let me tell you, I cannot tell you how bad I felt after I found
Hold on
out
one second.
what had
Also,
transpired.
If he was, screwing with other people there, why didn't any of those people come forward and say shit? You know,
also
where are their stories?
in the deposition, he's asked about Sabbath, and he talks about how Sabbath has tremendous weight at Funimation. Right, this goes to that whole vicarious liability thing. Monica Rial is saying that they came to her to ask her opinion about them hiring Vic on as a director.
Oh, I'm certain.
What does that have? Like, how does that work into that vicarious liability of the weight you have at a company that they come to their employees to ask them about hiring decisions?
I want to go back to the idea of the Vic locks is that they were just like accepting this whole culture of, yep, Vic, he just assaults everyone, but that's just Vic. Let's work around that, okay?
Vic will be Vic, right?
That is a tremendous takeaway. didn't even consider that. Yeah. So she's like, I didn't know. Nobody knew. But also at the same time, there was the Vic locks that had been installed for like a decade and all of the things. It was an open secret. You guys are so right.
Yeah,
Right, so
I mean, we just know that Monica's the one he assaults the most. We just want her approval on that. Are
takes
you
the most
okay
dick,
getting a bit
so.
more assaulted here?
Yeah, it's in your contract. You're gonna get assaulted. We'll just throw you a couple bucks or more. Just deal with it. Just throw it under the rug.
Gee, Monica, I didn't know you had that much power in the industry.
Right. So she says they should give him a chance, right?
I tell you how bad I felt after I found out what had transpired while he was working there. Talk about therapy, man.
Okay. So Monica is literally implying that Vic did something at minimum equating to sexual harassment to the women who worked on Junie Tyson. Am I hearing that wrong?
That's what she's claiming.
She literally just said, listen to this again.
Mm-hmm.
They should give him a chance.
They should give him a chance.
And let me tell you, I cannot tell you how bad I felt after I found out what had transpired while he was working there. Talk about therapy, man. While I didn't consider him a friend at the...
So I'm just going to say, like, when this comes back on appeals, that's another defamatory statement that can be added to the pile or no? I mean...
I would say so.
It's
like, what happened?
Well, that's the thing is she didn't say. But the implications are that it was at minimum sexual harassment, is it not?
I mean, I don't know about it being brought back on appeals because I don't think anything new can be introduced. I mean, that would be.
Well, they haven't even gotten to the discovery phase, though. I think.
No, they haven't. But it could certainly be used to shoot down her arguments about everybody knew and blah 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 blah. So like it could certainly, you could certainly use that as an argument saying, well, you didn't even know. Allegedly, the things allegedly happened. So how could you have known this other stuff? And why did you decide to jump in and blah blah blah? So it's a contradictory statement that certainly could be used against her. So, but I don't think it would create new damages.
I think it could. I don't think it would affect the appeal. Obviously, the appeal's already done. It's just we're waiting for the stupid results. But
so let's say that the appeal undoes Chubb's dismissal and it goes back into being in motion. Yeah. Are you of the opinion that this is a defamatory statement that could be used against her?
One, I don't know if it raises to the bar of being a defamatory statement, but if it were, then I think in theory they could still send out a new amended petition to change the initial petition that would say, here's another time that she defamed me or whatever. Mm-hmm. Certainly, if someone defames you and then you get away with it on a technicality of slap, and then they go and defame you again at a new instance, you can sue them for that. Like, just because they got away with it the first time doesn't mean they're technically going to get away with it the second time, unless they come out and said that Vic is libel proof or whatever, and then so that there'd be some technical reason why you would never be able to defame him with said statements. But if this is a new action where like she hasn't made a claim about what happened when he was the director of that, then in theory it could be a whole new case. And if there's already a case going on that goes back to the lower courts on a retrial, let's call it a retrial. I think that you could just say, well, I mean, there's another claim here. We're going to add it to the pile. Just like you said, they still haven't done discovery. So when discovery opens up, I'm sure they could add a bunch of shit that they find in discovery too. But I mean, that's my assumption. I'm obviously not a lawyer, but.
So real quick, Daman Mills is not on the list for Kamehameha. SmartGeek97 says, when Vic did signings at Awesome Collectibles, he'd stay there way past his time to meet every guest every time, sometimes until closing. So regarding what we're sort of talking about here, though, something that I've been sort of keeping in the back of my mind that I find very interesting is the fact that I believe they used up the entire 6 hours of Vic's deposition. Right, you can only depose somebody for up to 6 hours. Is that? Am I remembering that wrong?
there was a time limit. I don't know if they hit it. If they did,
if they didn't, they're only like 15 minutes at absolute most away from
it. During during the Depp trial, Ricado was saying that if someone's deposed and their time limit's taken, I think it was Ricado, but anyway, someone on a stream was saying if they're deposed and their time limit's taken and something new comes up, then they can ask the judge to say, hey, we need to depose him on this specific thing, and then the judge will generally sometimes grant, as assuming it's not burdensome on the person, a new deposition that would be of limited scope and limited time. You don't get a whole another 6 hours, but maybe an hour or something to talk about that specific new thing.
So is it 6 hours per person or 6 hours per party? Like,
I don't remember,
because they used almost 6 hours or the full 6 hours deposing Vic, right? But in that, part of it is John Volney and Sam Johnson and Jay Sean Lemoyne, right? So that would split it up a little bit. And then, well, anyway, the reason I'm bringing it up is because they've got a lot more time on Ty's side left over than the defendants have, if that's the case. And I just find it interesting because if you recall, they ran out of questions, and the last like hour or so of Vic's deposition, supposedly Jamie and Monica are texting Jay Sean Lemoyne to ask about the prostitutes, ask about this, ask about that, or like ask about his involvement with Chuck Huber's company. It's like a company I've never heard of this company, right? And like all the things that like a lawyer should not ask a question for which they don't already know the answer. And the last hour of that deposition is a shit show, you know, where they're not getting the answers they were expecting and whatnot. So anyway, I just thought it was interesting. Maybe it'll come up. We'll see.
This point, I did try to maintain a friendly professional relationship with him because I knew we'd have to work together. And we talked about that earlier. Like, you just have to show up and be professional and play the game. I thought surely he would have been on his best behavior while he was up there directing at Funimation, but that was just the first of many knives that he would plunge into my back.
So if there is more time in the deposition, I would love for them to ask her what that is supposed to mean.
I don't think he ever really wanted a directing gig at Funny. I'm going to be
just like they could always ask her on the stand, you know, if they go back to a real trial. So
real. He thought being around the studio would get him more voice work, and I know this because he told me so. He literally said that to me, that he was frustrated that he was directing up at the studio and nobody had cast him for voice work.
Well, I find this hard to believe, considering if you wanted more roles and you're directing, you can literally just cast yourself in the show that you're directing.
Well, we've heard it though. It's true. It's true that the assertion that being at the studio gets you more voice work. We've heard it from Eric Roland directly, where they constantly are in a pinch for somebody, and they'll look out in the hallway and say, we need you to say like 3 lines, come in here. Or, you know, like or that person says, oh, I cast you in mine, you're going to cast me in yours, type of thing.
Right.
100%. 100%.
I mean, I'm taking it, I always try to steel man the argument if I can, you know? So the way I read this is Vic is looking for not a bit part, but like an actual, you know, a role, like to repeat his success with, let's say, Edward Elric, so to speak, right? Getting into a show and playing a character like that. And I think that is what Eric Roland described. Sounds more like, we need somebody to be, you know, the background character for this thing. And we've already used Chris Sabat for 24 of them in this episode alone. So let's get somebody else who's out there, kind of thing. So I think it's possible.
The thing that I would argue on that is it seems to be a very I'll scratch your back, you scratch mine thing. So yeah, while it could just be, hey, Vic, can you jump in here and cover like 2 or 3 lines? Then he could later on turn and say, well, you know, I did that favor for you in that time crunch. Can you know, do me a favor by giving me like this part, or, you know, recommend me for this or that? Like, I think that seems what it's like in that particular industry, in that particular Dallas area. So,
and for me, just to clarify, I'm kind of the opinion, I think most of the people at Funimation with the exception of Sabat and Sean Schemmel and Greg Ayers, they were on decent terms with Vic. Like, there were things about him that they didn't like, but they were still friendly and still liked him until the social media storm put them in the position to virtue signal, and they just completely warped themselves and their opinion of him into something new. Hence the Neil Kaplan, oh, he raped the back of my neck sort of stories where people needed to jump on the bandwagon. So I think what you're saying makes a lot of sense. Like, just simply being around other people, people you maybe haven't gotten a chance to know, because as they said in the depositions, like, you can voice act with, tons of people and not meet them for 5-10 years, because the only time you ever really meet them is at a convention, because you hardly ever record with somebody else unless it's a Wallace session.
Exactly.
So it makes a lot of sense.
Wow. So I knew he was directing at nights. Like, I found out they had hired him. Again, I'm not ever as in on what's going on ever.
They'll ask you for hiring decisions, of course.
Well, yeah, but they do for Monica.
She was sure in on the Vic behind the scenes information, though, right?
Yeah.
Oh, maybe that's why they were like, we can't respond to her. We don't know who she is. But
Jamie's about to say something that I have listened to at least 100 times, and I cannot understand what she's trying to say.
I had heard that he had moved back to the Dallas area because he was expecting to direct. But again, we hear the same rumors, right? Like, we don't know for sure on a lot of this stuff, too, because it was just rumors. I knew a lot of people were not happy that he was directing, because there were a lot of other people that were vying for directing positions. I was not. I had been writing for a dozen years. I had already done some directing with them, and I was not going to do that anymore. Monica was not interested in doing that anymore. Nope. We sometimes sub-directed when people needed us, because it was easy for them to plug us in because we knew what we were doing. But that was it. Like, neither one of us had a goal of directing.
So real quick, she's addressing the claim that, oh, you were jealous or you stole his jobs or blah, blah, blah. When again, they're taking the claim that is applied to all of the people who canceled him and applying it only to us because we're the ones he sued, right? Whereas they literally just said a lot of other people were vying for the position and all that stuff. And it's like, okay, we're not talking about you every time, right? And again, I think that I have a very conservative stance on the beliefs as to what this quote unquote conspiracy was, because I think it was a conspiracy of convenience when the opportunity to cancel him came, versus them planning 100%. Out how to destroy him for 30 years as they like to try to straw man. But here comes her.
But a lot of people did not want him directing. Right. But it seems, he does have a history of believing people want him when they absolutely do not.
What the fuck?
I didn't understand that last part.
I think
he does have a history of believing people when they absolutely do not.
I think what she said was he has a history of people believing people love him when they do not.
I guess. I mean, I didn't follow it at all. I mean, like I said, I listened to it over and over again and couldn't piece it together. There must be a word. You've got to be right. There must be a word missing. So he does have a history of believing people are friendly to him, or whatever. Like, insert anything here when they do not. That's the only way I'm going to be able to get past this, is to just believe it's that.
So it could have just been what he would consider yet another misunderstanding. So, yeah. I wasn't in that show, but I did hear from people who were that did not enjoy the experience.
Oh, I did too, because I was in that show, and I had several people contact me and try to ask me, as somebody who had known him a long time, how to deal with the problems they were having in the booth. And I'm like,
What's up?
Look who it is.
Yeah, I'm just pointing out how everybody is having such a good time working with Vic.
Oh, there's a video that I think some of the stands have tried to use to be like, well, look, she tried to hug him here, and it's a Junie Tyson video. But if anybody watches that video, you can see how incredibly uncomfortable I am in that moment.
Yeah. By Ian?
What?
I'd even killed by Ian?
I know!
I just want everybody to know that if this were real life,
I could totally take
Oh,
him.
you totally. Yes, you had him. What did you think of the character?
I love the character, and that's what makes me sad because it's episode 3.
I know.
Like, watching it back, I just cringe because I remember that evening and they were like, we're going to film a video. And I'm like, oh God, I don't want to do this. I really don't want to do this.
But I will say, I've had so much fun working with you. It's been a blast
you.
because we've never worked together in this capacity.
I know.
Which is super, super cool.
But yeah, that's the thing that people don't seem to understand. Like, we've done everything. We've been directors, we've been writers, we've been actors. Like, we're not gonna care if somebody else gets a directing gig. Like, who cares?
We've been directors and actors and all this stuff, but when someone pulls a camera out and wants us to do a promo video, we get awkward and can't quite tell people that we're feeling uncomfortable anymore. Oh no!
Yeah, and you
can see how uncomfortable I am in the video.
Yeah, and she's what is it? You know, she doesn't put on a facade or anything. You
Yeah,
know,
no facade. We're not good actors.
Yeah, this whole she just made up that whole oh yeah, I like working in this capacity with you. We've never done this. Like, you know, that's all just it's not facade, but it's also not putting on a strong face for I'm scared.
To be slightly fair to her, she could have, like, the whole facade thing could be entirely in the aspect of dealing with fans versus this is a work product video.
Oh yeah, that's true.
To be fair,
That's
but yeah,
such an awful still frame. So also, screen left. You see that little TV there?
Yeah.
Just to the left of that is a guy named Ricky. And I just want to point out how she threw Ricky under the bus because apparently Vic is basically raping people in this booth and Ricky just turned a blind eye because it's not like there was somebody else there the whole time. Right?
but she could totally take Ricky in a fight. That's what she just said.
She said she could take Ian Sinclair in a fight.
Oh, I thought she pointed to the guy that's sitting right next to that TV.
She said I could totally take him, right? And pointing
Referring
as
to
in
the,
like
to
he
the
was,
other character,
he
the character she's playing off of.
Yeah, well,
Oh, okay.
she said in real life I could take Ian Sinclair, even though my character was killed by him in Junie Tyson. And she said, right, pointing towards Ricky, as in, don't you agree with me, Ricky, that I could take Ian?
Oh,
Anyway.
Okay.
Yeah, let's continue here.
If that was the case, wouldn't we have been mad at everybody who has been a director since?
I mean, y'all have.
Why wouldn't we try to derail other people who also are becoming? It makes no sense.
Well, thank you,
Thank you,
I
thank
loved
you.
it, and you're awesome.
I love you. You're awesome. I love you. Hug me away while we look at your amazing character.
Also, what's really funny, I think it's from the other one, when he's looking at one of these images of the character of the person, this is kind of like how he did the promo, is start by looking at the character, then look at them in the booth after their character was just killed and they've recorded the lines where their character got killed, and then have them come out, right? When he's looking at one of them, there's a post-it note on the screen and it has somebody's name and phone number on it. So hashtag Vic doxed someone.
I wouldn't be surprised if there's like a post-it note with a fucking password on it.
Right.
Sitting there.
It doesn't.
Makes no sense.
Yeah.
Now the moment we've all been
So
waiting
this
for.
next one. Stan Dolan, in his affidavit, claims he simply doesn't recall, which indicates that the events
not
that were
recall.
claimed he witnessed could
wrong.
still have happened even if he didn't remember. However, he has since firmly claimed that the events did not occur at all and has accused you of jealousy towards Vic as a motive. Any
So that was the question. Now let's hear how they answer it.
response to this? Oh boy.
Yeah, let's talk about Stan. Seriously though, who is that guy? Like,
Wow.
I met him once, and it was not a great experience.
You want to give us your truth, Stan?
Stan,
Yeah, she was
who are
invited
you?
to AzumiCon in 2010 by recommendation by Monica. And she only went to one of my shows and was never invited to any of the other shows. Why?
Did
Oh, I
my
don't
internet
know.
freeze?
It
What happened?
could have been just like the same thing with Chris Kaysen or Leah Clark. They were terrible guests.
Oh,
Oh, do tell. Wow.
You know, Jamie can flap her her gums quite well, but that doesn't mean you're going to be a great guest to con attendees.
Yeah,
you could put on a great face, but guess what? If the experience is not that great, do you think the con organizer is going to invite you back? No, they're not, and that's what happened with Jamie. Gave her a chance, and
you heard it here
blew
first. Well, let's continue then.
But I still don't know who he is. I knew him from a convention, and but I wouldn't even recognize him if I saw a picture of him. I'd be like, who's that dude? I don't know him. I think he has dark hair based upon my memory of not liking him. But that's the extent of it.
That's all you got.
That's all I got. That's all I got. And as far as I know, he's yet another dude that I don't know who seems to be obsessed with us.
Amen.
He's not a part of the industry.
I think that's.
But he was so important to name as a witness. Dear God, stand help us.
God.
He's so another guy I don't know who's obsessed with us. It's like,
I mean, Monica amen that.
Monica did bring him into the lawsuit, right? I think that's a little bit of an unfair.
I just chose a random guy. I didn't even know him. Who is Dan?
We'll get to that.
He hasn't been a meaningful part of the convention scene as far as I know in what, 10 years?
Almost. Well, I mean,
yeah, something. I don't know it.
Yeah.
So it's like,
yeah, Ron and I went to a convention of his, the last one I think he did in 2015. And it was one that he was like, yeah, there's going to be 1,500 people there. And on Saturday, Jamie, I'm not shitting you, I think there was 30 people.
Oh my God.
Yeah, the vendors
on Saturday?
Yeah, the vendors left. Like, it ended up being me and David Matringa and Emily Neves and Ron and Jessica Calvello just going to eat crab every day because, yeah.
I mean, that's not bad. That sounds
It was
like
great for us, but.
Okay.
That's how you
Would you like to
Matringa?
elaborate on their statement there?
She wasn't quite wrong. He wasn't quite wrong. I mean, except for the part where the vendors left. No, they stayed the entire weekend. So yes,
what happened?
We had a really bad turnout. It's just that, I could point fingers at another convention, but I wouldn't. They wouldn't be true because I don't know if they had a hand of interfering with my show, but it just, the word of mouth and the advertising just didn't pay off, and people didn't know about it until basically the last minute, last day of the con when they started showing up. But it was a bust for us. We ended up owing the hotel money. So she wasn't quite, she was truthful to some degree, but that gets into her next comment about me owing her money, which that is a complete fabrication.
Yeah, I'll play it for 1 second.
It was a miserable con, and he still owes me for airfare, but we won't talk about that.
And again, we've covered this before, that this was actually the contract that she had, which this goes back to her saying there's no such thing as verbal contracts, was actually a verbal contract between her and your partner for the con.
Yes, which you notice how she never brings him up. Gee, I wonder why, Monica. Oh, maybe because you're good friends with him, and your possible employment might be in jeopardy if you did drag him in.
So do you think that she chose you specifically because you're no longer in the convention game, and that she thought that it would have the least impact to name somebody that wasn't going to create waves for her convention appearances?
Of course. And she sided with someone who didn't like me, and he gave an affidavit.
Yeah.
To her cause.
So the convention that she's talking about is KawaiiCon, right? 2015?
No, it's Anime Ohana.
Okay, well, regardless, it's a Hawaiian convention. It's not a ZumiCon in Oklahoma.
It's not a ZumiCon. It's the last show I did.
Mhm.
So I don't know what to add further to that, but no, Monica, as much as you would like to think, I personally do not owe you $700. You can't produce the email, or actually you won't produce the email because it would incriminate you, particularly the person that you're trying to avoid dragging into this mess. So yeah.
So let me one more question.
Sure.
Before you got dragged into this whole thing with her interrogatory answers, was she at that time already had pestered you about the $700? Or did that start after you didn't back up her story?
Oh, that happened after I didn't back up.
So the reason I ask is that I was wondering if perhaps she felt like she already had something hanging over you that would make you more likely to back up her claim.
Well,
it sounds like
she tends to forget that when you run a business, if a dispute on money arises, it's not the person who is responsible. It is the corporation that is responsible. So she could and sue my corporation that Anime Ohana is associated with and get the money from there. But since she can't produce a contract, much less the written, the email correspondence that said we were not going to pay her because we did not agree to that, and you did not agree to that. Which, Ron loves to. Ron was the one that first brought this up, and then Monica's just echoing it. You tried to provide that email, but you didn't provide the whole thing. You just gave a snippet of what was said, and that's it. No headers, no actual email was supplied, and then you didn't even supply the response email. And then when pressed upon to provide that email, you guys went very silent.
Right. Because they're bluffing. And they're doing this as a way to. This is the same thing that's going on with Anime Matsuri regarding, for example, don't they have like vendors that weren't paid or something is a claim that's thrown at them. And it's like the attempt to discredit it's like it's throwing poisoning the well, right? Muddying the water in order to, well, if he owes her money, then of course he's not going to back up her claim, right? And it's like, but they're bluffing on the fact that they obviously can't actually produce the email that would prove her side of the story, because the email doesn't prove her side of the story. So they just have to continue to pretend like they've got the evidence, the receipts, the evidence will come out, as they keep saying, but in actuality, it's been a bluff the whole time for going on 3 years now, right? With everything. So real quick, I want to address a couple of these chats. I love this. Smart Geek 97 says, when Neil Kaplan's neck needs more therapy than Monica. Chris Jacobson said, didn't Vic Mignogna say that Sean Schemmel told Vic to his face in 2019 during the Dragon Ball Super Broly movie premiere that Sean told him to his face that he hates him? I think what he said about the premiere is that Sean told him that he strongly worded that he did not approve of Vic pushing his faith on his fans or sharing his faith with his fans or something to that effect. Mecha J said, Monica must have a huge ego if she thinks that if he's been harassing other coworkers, her word alone would have allowed him to keep working, referring to them asking her for her opinion on giving him the director.
That sounds like an accessory.
Hello, Mecha J.
Let's hear what they have to say here.
Yeah. It's just like, He just has a lot to say for someone whose only connection to the industry is a man who has been ostracized by the industry. And I just don't, it doesn't.
Ostracized by you. Let's not forget that, actually.
Also,
they are the industry.
A lot to say for someone directly mentioned in her fucking
right
testimony.
You see, the thing is that you're just not saying the things that they want you to say.
Obviously.
You know, of course.
Doesn't make sense to me why anyone would listen to this guy and think he knows what he's talking about.
It doesn't make sense to me why anyone would listen to a fact witness.
Yeah, that we listed.
That we.
Don't you get it? We're supposed to listen to them and then have no trial after that. Just their side of the story.
This isn't how they expected things to go.
you cut a snippet out of Perception Check's last video where it says they really love the fact that they've dragged Stan and Erica into this mess.
Yeah, just like going back to the last part where we covered this, where she talks about like we have I think 17 affidavits. We had like 15 more, but they said it was enough because the ones we had were so rock solid. It's like, you mean the one you had where Faisal Ahmed, who had already previously been arrested for filing a false police report, spoke on behalf of another person who then came out and said everything he said was a lie? I mean, like, come on now. And not only that, but we, again, we've got Mary Rhys backing up Kara Edwards' story when her own Facebook timeline disproves the statement she made. We've got Kara Edwards with her stuff that was easily disproven with the video of her
evidence,
initiating the dance. It's like, these are some rock solid affidavits you got.
Like, you said he saw the two of you in the same room.
Mm-hmm. No.
He said he saw the two of you in the same room.
Mm-hmm. No. Nope. Okay, I got it right here. So, on ocapodcast.com/vic-archives in the timeline, July 29th, this is when you submitted your affidavit. What does it actually say? I have read Monica Real's response to interrogatory number 4 contained in Monica Real's amended objections and responses to plaintiff's first interrogatories and request for production. The response is attached to my affidavit as Exhibit A. We'll look at it in a minute. First point. I was the owner of AzumiCon in Oklahoma City in November 2007. Monica Real and Victor Mignogna were both guests at this convention. I have no memory of the events described in bullet point 4 of the response. If I had noticed Monica Real being distressed leaving Victor Mignogna's room, I am certain that I would remember it. Okay, real quick. Let's look at Exhibit A, interrogatory number 4, bullet point number 4. Plaintiff continued in this fashion for several minutes. This is regarding the AzumiCon incident. Despite defendant's fear and shock, until Mr. Dolan knocked on plaintiff's hotel door. Plaintiff left defendant on the bed and hurriedly answered the door. Mr. Dolan inquired whether defendant was okay, clearly noticing distress. Defendant, however, was too shocked and afraid to admit to what had occurred. So once again, they said, you put them in the room together. Actually, what you say is, I have no memory of the events described in bullet point 4 of the response. And if I had noticed Monica Real being distressed leaving Victor Mignogna's room, I am certain that I would remember it. It's as if Monica is saying, you claim, yes, she left his room, but she wasn't distressed. When actually you say, if this event occurred at all, I'd have some memory of it, at least in your affidavit. Have you made a statement I'm unaware of that this event occurred, but she wasn't distressed?
No.
Good, because much like a lawyer, I wanted to know the answer to that question before I asked it.
It's always, what is that, line 5 or 4? Which one that says I have no memory of?
Line 5 says I have no memory of the events described.
Why is it that every time they skip over line 5?
Right, because line 6 is the one that they want to twist and use to make it say what they want you to have said. But even still, you very clearly didn't say what they want it to say.
No.
Did you write this yourself, or did you have a lawyer write it up for you?
It was written by a lawyer.
Okay.
but it's basically everything I had said to them. I said I don't remember the incident whatsoever. You know, I even tried to remember, and
well, let's continue here. Also, there's this one. In subsequent years, I invited Monica Rial and Victor Mignogna back to my conventions several times. I would never have done this if I had been informed of any problems between Monica Rial and Victor Mignogna. So, oh damn it, I read all that while it was hidden behind us. Yeah, so there's that as well. Again, it's the only thing they want out of this is the distressed leaving Victor Mignogna's room, and not the part where you said, I'm certain I would have remembered it if it had happened, right?
If it had happened.
If it had happened.
The end. Those are the facts. He has no relevancy other than that. His opinion and his feelings on the matter don't matter because the facts are he put you in the exact same place you said you were.
Oh, you care. You care so much.
Yes, Stan is the one using feelings right now.
Yeah. Memories are feelings, you guys.
Well, listen to another bombshell about to get dropped.
Oh boy.
Right. And I mean, you said relevancy. I'm like, that's what it is. He's grasping for relevancy. Because here's the thing. I find it really telling that in Stan's affidavit, which is given under oath, like, let's not forget, like, this is sworn testimony when you do an affidavit, right? He states that he came to the room and he just couldn't remember whether or not I was upset.
Again, it doesn't say that, as we just pointed out.
Okay, let me backtrack a little so that you guys are clear. He was never my witness. Yeah, I never meant to say his name, but when you go to a deposition and you're under oath and it's nervous, I was just going to say con owner to try and keep him out of it, but I accidentally said his name.
Accidentally said his name.
Okay, before you even get on to that BS, okay? She just was like, don't you guys know that Stan Dolan's affidavit was under oath, guys? But when I went under oath on the stand...
like maybe you shouldn't say that, Monica.
Hold on. Then like 2 seconds later, she's like, but when I went under oath, don't, like, guys, let me have a break. When I went under oath, it's scary on the stand. So that's why I misspoke and I accidentally said his name when I didn't mean to. Like,
right?
Yeah. But let's clarify something, that she didn't name me in her deposition.
She did, but she didn't name you there first.
No, it was the interrogatory, which was June 24th.
June 24th. And I've got...
And her deposition was not until June 28th, I believe.
Yeah.
June 28th,
yeah,
date of Monica Rial's deposition.
Yeah, her excuse goes out the complete window when you realize, it's in the affidavit thing or whatever, and it's written. It's like... So it wasn't like
it's in the interrogatory. So what you're saying, what you're trying to articulate is that she just claimed, well, when you're in a deposition, and to use her words, and it's nervous. Don't know why. I guess she's an it is her pronoun now. When it's nervous, it just slipped out. I didn't mean to name him. I meant to just say con owner, but I accidentally said his name. Except as you're saying, under oath, Stan Dolan having the opportunity to write something and make sure it said exactly what you wanted it to say before submitting it. Well, that's in response to the interrogatory. Exactly what she had time to write down and have it say exactly what she wanted to say. And what does it say? Stan Dolan. She names you in interrogatory number 4. As we
she was
said,
nervous when she was typing that out. Don't guys. Under oath. She was sitting there under oath at her computer typing it out, and she got nervous.
No, that's wwhy you pay a lawyer to do that.
Yeah, but this must have been before they got Ron Toye's insurance to pay for their legal stuff. This must have been when they were still like they were on the just trust us, we'll get you the check.
Yeah.
So he was never my...
So in case you missed it, that was the next bombshell. The next mic drop moment that blew up in her face.
Witness, just somebody that came up in my deposition. So under oath...
But you didn't name him, Monica.
Complete idiot.
Another Tucson moment.
Right.
As I went to the room, she was there, but I couldn't tell, how she felt.
And once again, that's not what you said. And
Nope.
we just
Also,
showed it.
I want to point out that I don't think she was lying. Like, I don't think she's maliciously lying about that. I think
About
she
not wanting to
actually,
bring him up?
yeah, no, about saying his name in the deposition. I think she remembers it incorrectly, and that just goes to this aspect of how shitty memory is, specifically from fucking 10 years ago. And you can make up crap in your mind and misremember shit.
Well, that's why it's really important that Stan didn't come out in a statement under oath and say that Monica was lying, because he can't testify to what Monica's thinking. He can only state what he remembers and says, well, this isn't what I remember at all. I don't recall any of these things happening. So,
yeah. Real quick, I just want to say hello, Gilzino. It's good to see you here.
And also why you should go to the cops right away to make sure there's a fucking paper trail if anything happens.
Write the shit down.
Huge advocate for going to the cops right here. Zedpool says, they are so full of shit. I've seen their lines. Sadly for them, Twitter fans don't count. Yep. All right.
So, sorry, I'm having a moment.
Yeah. I think we need to rewind a little bit. You gotta, this is important. Like, Monica is realizing what she's just said, and for some reason they left it in the podcast.
She was there, but I couldn't tell, how she felt. So, sorry, I'm having a moment.
Sorry, I'm having a moment where I realize I've just lied again, and I'm trying to figure out if I need to cut this out because it's going to be held against me. That's how I heard it. I don't know about you guys.
It's such a common thing, though. They lean on this one all the time, and it blows my mind.
It really
that they're going to listen to this dude.
Oh, another thing that blows their mind.
It blows my mind that they're going to listen to this dude that we named.
Yeah, we told them to listen to. Wait, no, he said the wrong thing. Don't listen to him anymore.
Why
God,
would
it blows my mind.
Validates what you're saying.
Right, because he literally said, I went to the room, she was there, but I couldn't tell how she felt. Now,
one more time. No.
Though, this is what's really ludicrous, and that people actually fall for this and believe it. Now he's gone on the internet and said,
of course,
whoopsie, it never happened. But if it never happened, then why did you say that it did in sworn testimony?
He never did.
I'm sorry, Monica. I have never changed my story.
That's really devastating to her case.
I think it would be a really good idea to go on their website to the court documents, all court documents, trial,
in asterisks,
affidavits.
I don't think they've read anything.
Mignogna,
I think they're just going by what their lawyers have told them.
Stan Dolan. Oh, what? Are we going to snip it in here? Like with just a small thing? Oh my God.
What, did they crop it?
They have cropped it down to just this. It still doesn't show.
Just watch, they redact everything. So it says something like, Vic Mignogna, guilty. I am.
Unbelievable. What the fuck? Okay, so they have cut it down. I mean, I guess really that is the only part of it that's super important, other than the fact that they aren't having you look at the interrogatory that's included as Exhibit A, because obviously they just cut out your signature and stuff. But holy shit, guys! Yeah. So once again, on their very website, I have no memory of the events described in bullet point 4 of the response. If I had noticed Monica Rial being distressed leaving Victor Mignogna's room, I am certain that I would remember it. In subsequent years, I invited Monica Rial and Victor Mignogna back to my conventions several times. I would never have done this if I had been informed of any problems between Monica Rial and Victor Mignogna. Just pointing out that I didn't change anything before I uploaded it to my website. Again, this is their website. This is the link from Catherine Newsom, owner of the Google Drive.
Oh, good Lord.
And this is what it says. And it doesn't say what they're claiming it says.
It's much like the plaintiff sometimes claiming the 2007 incident never happened, and then other times claiming it was consensual.
And here we go. Now they're saying that Vic has changed his story and said the 2007 incident regarding IzumiCon never happened, but also sometimes saying it was actually consensual.
Well, you remember what she said about changing the statements. There was just more information that they didn't bring out in the courts for some reason.
So
Vic
here,
must have done the same.
Here, to my knowledge, are the two places where Vic has mentioned something was consensual. In the IO9 article, where he has been asked to address all of the allegations of the whatever number it was, like 11 or whatever it was, that were made about him. When reached by IO9 for comment, Mignogna said that he has never forced himself on anyone, claiming that, quote, any and all encounters I've ever had have been 100% consensual. Now, just for oh my God. Just for showing you guys the rest here, regarding Rachel's rubbing the back of Rachel's thighs. So in this case, Rachel is Kara Edwards, said the encounter was consensual. Now, this one I think is also Kara Edwards. Just the story was split in two, and a different event was used with a different name of Diana. And it's clearly, again, let's see if I can pull it up. 2014, professional cosplayer Diana, not her real name, said he kissed her aggressively without her consent before inviting her to his hotel room. Diana said she refused, reminding him that she had a partner and knew he was engaged at the time. She proceeded to walk away to meet friends in a nearby hotel, one that Mignogna was also staying at. He followed. She talks about being invited to a private dinner with Mignogna. She was invited to a group dinner that turned out when she arrived to be a private dinner with Mignogna. This is clearly not Monica Rial's story. I believe this is Kara Edwards' story because if you read her affidavit, she talks about getting to have dinner with Vic and it being a dinner that was private, right, rather than a group. So he said the two of them went out to a private dinner, after which they mutually and consensually kissed. So that's the other instance of it being consensual. And then the rest of these aren't statements from him. Some fans remark on their experiences with Mignogna positively and have been sharing their photos and stories in support of him. Others call their encounters with him uncomfortable and non-consensual. And I don't even know where the last one is.
Well, and in this podcast, like literally within the first hour, Monica, look at the first hour that you've shown here, Monica is literally appropriating Jamie's story as her own.
Yep.
So
and then here's the affidavit of Vic.
Yeah.
This is the only other way I don't even see him address the IzumiCon incident in this. But he says, I have never physically assaulted any woman or attempted to do so. I have never forced or attempted to force anyone to kiss me, hug me, or engage in any sexual activities. I have never fondled, kissed without consent, or otherwise inappropriately had contact with underage people or adults. I have never inappropriately touched, rubbed, stroked, struck any female.
What about
fans,
underage lizard people?
fans, guests, staff, or acquaintances. I have never had sexual contact with anyone without their consent. I have never attempted to sexually assault, sexually harass, touch inappropriately, or have any non-consensual contact with Monica Rial or Jamie Markey. So from what I could gather, if they're going to stretch this even further than they stretch Stan Dolan's affidavit, then what this tells me is that they're saying I have never had any non-consensual contact, that they're saying, well, he means sexual contact, right? Rather than I have never, put my arm on their shoulder or fluffed the underside of their hair in a way that they clearly did not like and wasn't consensual, right? In a way that was reciprocated to me as I did it, that showed this is a friendly encounter that we are having. That this is the only other time I have seen, if you found something else that says that he said that the event at IzumiCon was consensual, please link it to me, because I would love to see that shit. But as far as I can tell, this is this is all Monica's claim has to go off of, and it's bullshit, just like the Stan Dolan claim.
Right. I love how they like to say that my story changed. I'm like, what about the guy that can't decide whether or not it happened? Depending on what article you read or what piece of whatever you read,
His
it's different every
deposition
time.
versus the affidavit.
Yes, it's ridiculous. Stan obviously remembers coming to the door of the.
I don't even think it. Well, they're talking about Vic here,
Oh,
not you. Just to be clear. Yeah, they transitioned to talking about how, it's just like how Vic can't decide if it happened or not because sometimes he says this and sometimes he says that. I don't recall them actually, they don't really go into detail about the AzumiCon incident in Vic's deposition. Like they almost kind of avoid talking about it because the chance where Vic would bring it up on his own is in the investigation portion, but it didn't come up in the investigation. At best, Monica only submitted that story to Sony and to Tammy Denbo at Sony after they had already chosen to fire him.
Because if he did, was asked about it, he's like, well, "What are you talking about? I don't remember this ever happening."
Yeah, so I don't know. I'd have to rewatch the deposition again. It's like 6 hours, and it's significantly longer than that because Nick stops to commentate on it. So it would take a long time to go back through it, but I don't recall off the top of my head him being asked about it, but I'm certain that if he was asked about it, he denied it.
Well, if she told Tammy Denbo about this story prior to Vic getting fired, guess what would have happened? You would think she would do due diligence and contact me, by asking Monica to supply the contact information for me, which she has or had.
I think you give Tammy Denbo too much credit here.
Well,
Monica, give Monica.
Yeah, but see, here's the thing: is that like
I think you give Tammy Denbo you were, unless I misunderstood you said that Tammy Denbo would contact you.
No, he's saying that if Monica had brought this up while the investigation was still ongoing, you would think that Tammy Denbo would follow up with him because Monica would have named Stan in the AzumiCon story that she told to Tammy Denbo.
That was my understanding.
Yeah, and so you're saying that we give her too much credit. And I would just like to point out that I have learned recently, because as we're going to go into Daman Mills later on tonight, it seems like we're giving everybody too much credit because they're throwing themselves under the bus by writing an Anime News Network article that we're going to cover after the halftime segment here, where Lindsay Leverage herself is writing a story that basically says, yeah, apparently I didn't fact check any of those DMs that were sent to me. My bad, right? So apparently it's just common for people to let this stuff slip through the cracks when it's a Me Too story.
I have zero belief that Tammy Denbo would follow up on literally anything except for just contact Vic and say, did this happen?
Well, she contacted the twins.
But those people were the complaining witnesses.
No, Monica was the complaining witness.
Okay.
She was the sole complaining witness.
Yeah, we showed the.
I used the wrong word.
We showed the clip from when you brought that up to Ron, and he does that whole like look sideways kind of. Yeah. Yeah.
She complained about it, but they were the victims in the situation. So it would make sense to follow up with the person that Monica's claiming it happened to. I get that, but to follow up and actually fact check anything beyond asking the directly people that it happened to and it was about, I doubt she would have done anything. But maybe I'm being too unfair to her.
And I'm being too generous.
Plaintiff's room because that's what he stated under oath. Now, is it possible that he or the plaintiff don't remember the specifics of that evening? Sure, because guess what?
Always got to give yourself that out, Monica.
It was a normal night for them. I'm the one who was traumatized.
Hold on.
I could draw you a...
It's a normal night for Stan to just walk in on someone getting,
Oh yeah,
sausage slipped on them.
That's what I like to see. Yeah.
So I need to have Drew like to walk in on somebody getting raped every day.
So here's another bombshell that I love dearly.
So you can draw a picture.
Yeah.
Picture of the layout of that hotel room down to the horrible freaking sailboat art on the walls.
Now, I don't know about you, but I don't see a con in Oklahoma having sailboats on the walls. Is that a thing?
It sounds like every Motel 6, honestly.
Well, the only reason I bring this up is because I grew up in California, And most of the coastal states are going to have ocean related things, sailboats and whatnot. But I lived in Arizona for the last couple of years, and everything in Arizona was cactus and desert. There are no sailboat art there. So I just assume, I don't know, I've never been to Oklahoma, but I would assume that they'd have something that would be on the art there. But maybe they just mass produce sailboat art to put on the walls at every hotel that they own, rather than just the ones where it would make sense. But it just seems a little weird to me. And again, this is the bombshell that she's dropping to try to, again, Jamie, Monica, and Ron, most specifically Ron and Monica, are terminally online. They have all but stated that they've listened to our coverage of their podcast on their podcast. It sounds to me like they are constantly listening to their detractors, to use a term that they make fun of, in order to negate the claims that are being made about them. And in doing so, they just continually dig themselves deeper in a hole. So I could draw the blueprints and a picture of the sailboats and stuff, is like she's trying to say, like, well, you think I don't remember because my story changed, but I could totally draw the blueprints and you could definitely check those because I've only been back there.
She should have submitted those in court. Here's my crayon drawing of the end.
Exhibit F, right?
Stan, were you hooking them up with like fancy rooms, or were these just standard like 2-queen bed rooms?
Well, let me give Monica a give me. I'm going to give Monica a give me. Monica, the Biltmore Hotel in Oklahoma had a cowboy rodeo theme motif. The highest floor in this hotel was only 2 floors, and it spanned 3 different buildings, of which there were 3 courtyards, and an indoor pool. I know a lot more about this hotel than you have shown. And on top of that, there were no balconies. Of course, you said patio. I'm not even sure if it had a patio next to any of the rooms that were in the courtyard. If it did, I didn't know.
So I just have to draw attention to the fact that you said it had a cowboy motif, and I just find it even more hard to believe that there were sailboats on the wall. I'm sorry, I just can't. That seems like it would clash tremendously with the cowboy motif.
Okay, I just want to make my point clear here that I alluded to with the fan room thing. Like, most hotel rooms all look the fucking same.
Exactly.
So, like, yeah, I could draw the fucking outline of my room. It's got the door, the bathroom right next to the door, a fucking opening, and a bed in there.
Into one hotel, you could pretty much draw a crayon art that somebody would look at and go, "Wow, it looks just like the Biltmore and every other hotel." Right?
This proves it. You were there.
Yeah.
All right, let's move on here.
I remember
just really quick.
Go ahead.
I've been in one hotel because at Anime North, they upgraded me for some reason. I don't know why, but they upgraded me to a really nice room that had like a whole ensuite and shit. Like, that was the one hotel room where I was like, okay, this one's different. Other than that, they've all been the fucking same.
And then another thing about this hotel, I don't know when she left, because I believe she drove herself up from Dallas, if I remember correctly. But that Monday, the hotel started switching out all the beds, replacing the mattresses with new mattresses.
Because Vic ruined them all.
To save Vic, they had to get rid of the evidence, right? So why were they doing this with the beds?
Oh, they had a big windfall, and obviously they had scheduled all these new mattresses for all the rooms. And I'm like, well, it would have been nice if they had put those new mattresses in before we got there. because they were terrible. The room was musky and mildewy. The room I had. Hell, my partner at the time, he had gotten one of those condo rooms that had
You
2
told us
floors.
the one with the stripper pole.
The stripper pole with and the hot tub. And I'm like, yeah, this hotel was eclectic, I should say.
I mean, if it's got a rodeo theme and sailboat art, yes.
And a stripper pole.
And a stripper pole. Sounds like a great place for an
That's
anime
the
con,
elite
actually.
suite, though, with the stripper pole.
Yeah.
Oh,
All right.
Also, why would I be jealous
Oh, another bombshell. You guys ready for it?
of Vic? Why would I be jealous?
So stupid.
I'm honored that Stan and the stands. Stan and the stands.
Yeah.
Think that I'm
he's the Stan with a capital
Stan.
S, but they're all the same thing.
Well, I'm very honored that they think I'm talented enough to play male roles. But like
adult male roles.
Adult male roles. Yes, I can play young male, but adult male roles. But seriously, like we weren't up for the same jobs or the same work ever. And I have more credits anyway. Why would I be jealous?
I know.
Like, should I be jealous of his fan base? Like, no. I have an amazing group of fans. My fans are so amazing, and they're so supportive, and I love you guys to death. And that's why I don't go to the bathroom and risk bladder infections.
Tell her she can go pee if she needs to. Just
now
tell
it's
her
gonna be a
I
thing.
can't wait for that to happen.
Now there's gonna be a T-shirt. Monica, go pee.
Monica, go pee.
Bye now.
All right.
So-
challenge.
I don't know. I just thought I would just include Monica Go Pee or Monica Go
Well,
fuck
you should
yourself.
just put the characters from Juden-chan on the cover.
Let's not.
Oh, you know what? Let me talk about a little something on that note. So,
Monica
I would just like to point out real quick that she literally just changed the subject to jealousy so that then she could say, oh, and let me talk about something on that note. Like we weren't going to notice that she literally seeded this conversation here.
we're talking about ridiculousness and me being jealous. So,
like literally, she went from the sailboat art. Why would I be jealous of him? On the note of being jealous, right? Like,
so the stands always like to talk about in my deposition when I mentioned the Tsubasa box release in the UK.
Is this us?
I'm not sure that we've. Well, yeah. I mean, the fact that she had acknowledged that it's the UK release. Just pull it up to the top because that's how fucking old it is. There you go. So, this is again. You notice the AIDS PG symbol, featuring the voice of Vic Mignogna. This is volume 2. The only volume that he is featured on. The only volume anybody's featured on. And hilariously, once again, Chris Sabat's character is the one featured on the cover instead of Vic's.
They like to claim that I'm jealous because I said something about his name being on the box and not mine, right?
Well, the fact that you
Well,
said it
they're
on in your
disregarding
deposition.
what I was asked.
So here it comes. Guys, this is the bombshell. You ready? You were disregarding what was asked.
In my deposition. See, here's what happens when you watch screamy YouTubers. They yell over the important parts of information that would actually tell you what's really going on so that you only hear one side of the story.
Tell us.
So I was asked why I thought he had more power in the industry than I did, even though I have significantly more credits than him.
I've seen some comments through several tweets that Vic was considered powerful.
Oh, yes, in the industry? Yes, considerably.
Okay. And have any of the voice actors been fired from a project at his request that you are aware of?
Not that I know of.
Okay. And this is just my observation, but to me, I would think that someone having more roles would be more powerful in an industry.
Uh-oh. That's not necessarily the case. There are a lot of people who have a lot of roles who don't speak up, who don't, it just depends on the situation.
Okay. And what did you see that you felt made Vic powerful?
Well, he has a presence in the community. He was always wheeling and dealing and trying to find new connections. And so he did have a lot of connections in the industry. studios saw him as somebody who they could attach his name to a project and it would make more money. For example, there's a show called Tsubasa Reservoir Chronicles, and I'm one of the leads, and my name does not appear on the box, but Vic Mignogna's name does.
Oh, God, you can't even sell a movie.
Even though I'm the lead character.
Well, my friend.
So, listen. Bombshell time. You guys ready?
Power in the industry is getting top billing on a box when you're not the main character in the show. It has nothing to do with jealousy. I don't give a crap about credits and shit.
Even though I'm the lead character.
All right, I just need to point out what she has, the bombshell she just dropped on us. She's just attempted to reframe the perspective of her being jealous over the fact that Vic's name was used on the box by saying that it was because I was asked why I thought he had the power. So simply by the fact that the question that was asked, as if to imply that we were previously operating under the assumption that she was asked, why are you jealous of Vic? Right? Like, so just by changing the reframing the perspective on the question she was asked, it's not like the, body language, the statements you made, everything we literally just watched is what showed us your jealousy. It couldn't have been that. No, it's because we were operating under some weird impression that a different question was asked. How is this a mic drop moment for you? Unbelievable.
Yep. I totally agree. Unbelievable. Yep. And you wonder why we say that. We're just going by what you say, Monica.
I just can't believe it. The whole goddamn episode. Everything that she says is like, it's like, well, let me address the statement that the YouTuber said about me here, and then fall on your face trying to.
And saying like, oh, they scream over the, like, you could hear it clear and plain as day. Like, all the YouTubers scream over whatever we're saying.
Right.
So you can't hear, like, you could
Screamy
hear it plain as day.
And if you watch the actual clip, it's like you can hear I cut Nick out of all of it because he doesn't actually scream over any of the parts. Now, look, there is a little bit of like snipping here and there that I did just to shorten it, right? For example, if you watch the actual stream, she trips over the word chronicle. So I cut that out to make it a little bit easier to follow. But the entirety of the thing is there and watchable on Nick's YouTube channel. Right. So there is no screamy YouTuber, misdirection going on. You're just wrong. Right.
God, you can't even sell a movie.
It is written all over her face. I mean, it's just I can't even get over it. Like the idea that the question being what made you think he had the power somehow changes our perception of that face being obviously jealous.
Even though I'm the lead character.
Well, my friends, power in the industry is getting top billing on a box when you're not the main character in the show. It has nothing to do with jealousy. I don't give a crap about credits and shit.
Even though I'm the lead character.
I was just explaining and answering the question, which was why I thought he had the power.
Which again changes nothing from your response.
I have the power.
We got a super chat.
Whoa.
Newsmints just posted a video.
You're gonna call out
she
Newsmints
lost her
now.
mind.
Well, that's unfortunate. I hope she's doing all right. Thank you for that, JT. Wait. That doesn't cover you for when the podcast comes back for episode 2 and Mars Girl is the guest. I'm holding you to that.
Yeah. Totally reasonable.
Right?
And let's just I would like revisit the affidavit real quick. Those weren't a part of the trial.
No.
So they talk about them like they're fact when they weren't a part of the trial.
Trial never happened.
What affidavit is she talking about right now? She's got to be talking about the 3 that were in the first and second amended petition. Yeah, that's I can't imagine. Like, so, because she's saying like when Monica was saying this was under oath, this is signed affidavit, it's under oath, and Jamie was like, is that because she's thinking that they don't count Like they don't legally matter because they weren't a part of the trial? Because yours was submitted in July? Like yours was a part of the public record all the way back in July. And they're about to talk about the quote unquote fraudulent affidavits here. And just listen to what they have to say about that.
My lawyer, who's amazing, noticed, let's just call them some discrepancies, some inconsistencies in the way the affidavits were notarized. And Ty Beard, Vic's attorney, pulled all of the affidavits when his attention was brought to those very obvious inconsistencies. One of them was in blackjack font.
Okay. So, real quick, Texas has something called mobile notary, which allows the notary to verify an e-signature. So Ty, I'm guessing, had an e-signature from Vic and was allowed with Vic's permission to turn Vic into Victor by adding the TOR in blackjack font. Because what they've alleged is that these are the same signature, right? And as far as I know, now I'm not an expert on this, but as far as I know, if a person provides you an electronic signature, in fact, everybody that I know in the visual effects industry, I shouldn't say everybody, but a lot of people I know in the visual effects industry, we keep, myself included, a digital form of our signature as a PNG without a background in our Dropbox account.
Yeah.
Someplace where you can access it quickly when you need to sign something. And if I had to guess, I'd say that that's what's happening here. Why it was important to add TOR, I have no idea. I don't know why that was
maybe
included.
his legal it's his legal name.
I don't think it matters because your signature is unique to, like, it's your signature. It's not your printed legal name. I have no idea why this was done. It's extremely weird. It is not something Ty should have done for sure.
Do we know Ty did it?
It was probably something that they just did because they knew how incredibly fucking petty everyone was going to be about it.
I have no idea. It's very weird. But the thing is,
so hold on. What are we looking at here? The top picture is what?
The top picture is Vic's signature on, I would imagine, Chris Latosh's Kamehacon. Actually, I've got it. I literally have it right here. We could just double check. This is the Kamehacon.
Like, how do we know that Vic didn't just have two versions of his signature and gave one that he edited like that to Ty?
Yeah, which is, I don't know. I'm assuming, but see, okay, here, it doesn't matter. Okay, the point is, it's not about
That's how inconsistent it was. He tried.
Sorry, shit. I was trying to pull it up as a still frame. Oh fuck. Hold on.
Those weren't a part of the trial.
No.
So they talk about them like they're fact when they weren't a part of the trial. Sam, my lawyer, who's amazing, noticed, let's just call them some discrepancies, some inconsistencies in the way the affidavits were notarized. And Ty Beard, Vic's attorney, pulled all of the affidavits when his attention was brought to those very obvious inconsistencies. One of them was in blackjack font.
Okay, that's what I was trying to pull back up. So here's the thing. What happened is the reason there was quote unquote inconsistencies is that the day that that things were due, right? Like I believe it was the day before the actual hearing. Ty submitted the Second Amendment petition. Or no, the First Amendment petition, I believe it was, because the Second Amendment petition is when it was resubmitted as unsworn declarations. So the First Amendment petition was submitted, and they noticed that all of the affidavits that were added, meaning Vic, Chris Latosh, and Chuck Huber, were all dated the same day. And they were calling shenanigans over the fact that it didn't seem possible for all three of those individuals to have made it to Ty's office because Ty was the notary on the affidavits. So that was the shenanigans that they called out. And again, Ty is a mobile notary, but there's a misunderstanding on Ty's behalf, a huge misunderstanding regarding the scope of what a mobile notary is able to do, because a notary legally is supposed to be in your presence when the signature happens. It happens all the time, In fact, the last time I went to a notary, when I sold my car when I was leaving Arizona, it's actually a really long story about how we had to get it notarized after we got to California, but I'm not getting into that. It had already been signed. And it wasn't signed, the pink slip or whatever, it wasn't signed in the presence of a notary. But the notary we went to notarized it for us as though we signed it in his presence. Happens all the time. All right. And for mobile notary, Ty is able to notarize an e-signature, but not a signature outside of the presence of an individual. Right. So from what I understand, they came after Ty over the fact that they called shenanigans on the fact that Chris Slatosh was like 100 miles away. Chuck Huber and Vic were not in the immediate vicinity of Beard, Harris, Bullock, and Hughes. So they were using this just as one more opportunity to try to get the case dismissed. They literally used it with a motion to get the case dismissed on this ground of notary fraud. All right. So that is why Ty rescinded the First Amendment petition and submitted the Second Amendment petition with the unsworn declarations. And as far as it matters, there's effectively no difference between them from being an affidavit, a sworn affidavit versus an unsworn declaration, because the defendants didn't suffer any damage from the quote unquote fraudulent affidavits. And in the event of like a defect in the notary or in the notarization, the remedy goes to the signing party, meaning that the people who did the signature would be the ones to say, that's not my signature. I'm not bound to the document. Mm-hmm. Right. Yeah. So it wouldn't even matter to begin with. And everything that was in the unsworn declarations could have been raised at the hearing in the first place. So it wasn't even necessary for them to be in there. But again, Jamie and their lawyers, they are using this as a way to try. They did literally use it as a way to try to get the case dismissed, and it failed on them because Ty rescinded it and resubmitted as unsworn declarations.
Well, if I remember correctly, Chup was like, "Oh, I kind of have to, take those into account," and then he was waffly on it. Yeah,
he never ruled on it.
Right.
So
the actual motion to dismiss on those grounds didn't go through. They didn't even have a chance to submit it, but it still came up in the hearing as a sticking point that didn't put Ty on good terms with Chup.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
So just to clarify.
But I mean, when they say, like, oh, it's not part of the lawsuit because they took it out.
Right.
I think that's what she means.
Right. So listen to this part here.
That's how inconsistent it was. He tried to submit them after his deadline, but that's not how court works. You got to get your shit in on time, buddy.
That's not inconsistent, though.
So
nothing in it was changed.
So about this, I would like to point out, this was submitted, I believe, something like 40 minutes after midnight. Yeah. But they had electronic proof that they attempted to file on time and were met with technical issues due to the file size because they were replying to a 600-page TCPA motion, which required all of their rebuttals to contain the 600 pages that they were rebutting to. And there's a file size limit when you e-file, and it's completely normal. It happens all the time in law. This is something that the courts know, and because they have the electronic proof dating back to show that they had attempted to submit it on time and were met with technical errors that took them something like 40 minutes to remedy, that they're completely in the clear regarding it, quote unquote, being late. But since they want to nitpick on this, I do want to note that Funimation was 2 weeks late in filing their supplemental brief in support of their TCPA motion and 3 weeks late in filing their supplemental evidence in support of their TCPA motion to dismiss. Ty and Vic agreed to extend Monica and Ron's deadline to file their motion to dismiss under the TCPA by over a month, and they were still late in filing their supplemental affirmative defense by a full week, and their supplement 2 motion dismissed by almost 2 weeks. So by all means, if we're going to harp on the inclusion of the Second Amendment petition because it was late, only because the file size limitations in the e-filer, then I guess we should just go ahead and throw out all the defendant supplemental filings because they were late by several weeks, right? I mean, it's just fair, right?
My memory's foggy. Were they late in filing for the appeal of the money, like the or
Yes.
yeah.
Yes,
Sorry,
I believe
was
they
that
were. And
is that something you included?
I think they were trying to run out the clock.
yeah, well, they definitely were. But there was also there's something else. Hold on, I'm trying to pull it up on my head. There was something else that it was late. They what is the TDMA letter? They never objected to the TDMA letter either. They let that deadline pass them by, which means that they I talked about this in the first podcast where we started covering their stuff. They it defaults to the defamatory meaning of the things that were in the TDMA letter because they never submitted a filing to disagree or whatever the term is. So, I mean, all over the place they've been late or whatever. So it doesn't seem like a good strategy to have this on quote unquote on the record. Obviously it's not on the record in the court, but to have this statement out there, right. That this is a big deal to you when every step of the way. I mean, Jamie can make the statement because her lawyer's been on time, right? The only thing she's got going on with being late is getting served ridiculously late due to dodging the process server. But everybody else in the game has been late constantly and outright missed deadlines altogether. So,
This affidavit tell us? What was the big gotcha,
gotcha
that they keep going after? Oh, my God. A man didn't know whether or not a woman was upset. What a fucking shocker.
Like that doesn't happen
really?
every day.
Are you kidding me? We're supposed to be blown away by the revelation that a man had no idea what a woman was thinking. Let's sue her. She's a liar. He didn't know how she felt.
Wow. Okay. So this is our bombshell about the affidavit because Vic's affidavit with the blackjack font and everything is, like not applicable and was submitted as an unsworn declaration. And the big thing is, wow, a man didn't know that a woman was upset. I'm sorry. You're overlooking the fact that there were two other affidavits you're deciding not to acknowledge. One of them being Chris Slatosh's affidavit. So, which was later submitted as an unsworn declaration. So let's just see real quick. What do we have here? In these conversations, Toya repeatedly asserted that Vic was a sexual predator. I participated in a telephone conversation with Rial in which she repeatedly asserted that Vic was a sexual predator and that criminal charges would soon be filed against him. She also implied, and I inferred, that she would convince numerous other voice actors to cancel their appearances at Kamehacon. I heard Toye in the background talking to her, and she periodically responded in agreement with him. Why would you try to redirect things about Vic's affidavit, quote unquote, not knowing when a woman is upset? Oh, big shocker, bombshell, and completely obfuscate this other affidavit in the same cluster of the affidavits you claim are fraudulent? Why, oh, why would you leave this one out in your podcast? I wonder. Seems a little fishy to me.
Is this an issue? It is beyond me. It's so stupid.
It aggravates me to no end that we have all of these affidavits that were sworn testimony under oath, done correctly, and to these.
I don't feel like we have to impeach these again. Yeah,
they weren't though. You can't testify to hearsay.
Right.
Jesus.
Yeah, and
Christ.
I'm pretty sure they lied. Like some of their affidavits just had flat out lies in them.
Well, Faisal Ahmed spoke his entire affidavit pretty much. I'm pulling this out of memory. His affidavit starts with saying, I witnessed Vic do something at a con, and I told a Funimation representative there, if I ever saw him do that at one of my cons, he would never be invited back. And then I invited him to a bunch of my cons where Erica McCord said that she didn't want to work with him because he kissed her or something. And then Erica McCord, who he spoke on behalf of for the entire rest of his affidavit, puts out her own unsworn declaration because she's in Japan, where it's a little harder to get notary that would be, applied in the U.S. court system, comes out and says, no, absolutely everything Faisal Ahmad said about me is wrong. I mean, why would I listen to your 17 affidavits done correctly, blah, blah, blah. When I can see the evidence of everything they said, when Mary Rhys claimed this and then her Facebook said the other thing, when Kara Edwards said this and then the video evidence comes out of it being a lie. Why on earth would I trust why on earth would I trust your affidavits done correctly? Why? Half of them are talking on behalf of somebody else. It's absurd.
Yeah, and then sorry.
Go ahead.
And then with that Faisal Ahmed, with his only recollection that he talks about in the beginning of his affidavit, and then he talks about everybody else, including Erica. And
so, like, literally, the only part that is about him, that is from his perspective, is a statement that he saw something happen at a con he didn't run, and said that he talked to Funimation about it, and then goes on to invite Vic repeatedly and have these issues and say, oh, well, Erica, I know she didn't tell me because if she had, she knew that I wouldn't invite Vic back. And it's like, but you claim at the beginning of your affidavit to have seen this behavior like 5 years prior at a different con.
Yeah, where he wasn't a con owner then.
Yeah,
he was working his way up and didn't get there until 2013. So,
real quick, Trent Michaels, I see you in the chat. It was the tone of voice, Monica, referring to her jealousy, right? Totally. Just wanted to acknowledge you here. Fired over one tweet, so powerful, right? That's Vic's power in the industry, is that a bunch of nobodies tweet something and Monica Real retweets it and boom, he's gone.
These mean absolutely nothing, but then the three fraudulent affidavits that were...
Okay, so now she's saying 3 fraudulent affidavits. So she could only be talking about Chris Latosh, Chuck Huber, and Vic Mignogna, because that's 3. Those are the 3 from the event they're talking about. But Stan, your affidavit was already there. But of course, they liked that affidavit because of the way they can twist it to try to say that you said that you put them in the room together when you didn't. So I guess they definitely aren't talking about your affidavit.
Mine, and they sure are not talking about Erica's either.
Well, Erica's is an unsworn declaration, so I guess terminology-wise, yeah, they're definitely not talking about it, but it isn't a affidavit.
Well, Erica could have made it, an actual affidavit, but the expense to making it an affidavit was too great, because she would have had to travel from Nagoya. I mean, where is she at? Nagoya? Or is it I think she's in Nagoya. And she would have to go to Tokyo and go to the consulate.
Well, if things come back on appeals, I will personally crowdfund her trip. Just to get that little check mark that says this is under oath, right?
Turned into like, no, these are legit. It's like,
they're legit. And they're going to pick and choose what they want from those affidavits. This thing, not that thing. This thing implies this, so we're just going to say it. And we'll get into all that, too.
Yeah, eventually.
But, yeah. Anyway, it's just stupid. Men don't always know what women are thinking. I know it comes as a surprise because a lot of the men who don't like us think they know that what we're thinking, but you don't. You don't know what any women are thinking, like, ever. You're real bad at it. Just says
motherfuckers, you have no idea.
Yeah.
Imagine,
I love too. There's
being a woman listening to this and being called a man.
Yeah.
A female Vic supporter for like, oh yeah, I know what they're thinking. They're lying. Or it's like, you're a man. You don't know what we're thinking.
Again, and this is because the feminist ideology that they both have adopted so whole cloth is directing their response to everything that's gone on. And we will only hear more of it as time goes on here.
There's always this assumption like of agendas and stuff. Nobody's ever stopped and asked, hey, did you have an agenda with this? Did you have a thing? It's just...
I love this. Nobody's ever stopped and asked, hey, do you have an agenda? What answer am I going to get? It's like, no.
Yes.
Oh, you should have asked me so I could tell you, no, I didn't have an agenda. Like, what a retarded thing to bring up here.
We know you did this.
Yeah. But we don't know you personally at all.
Again, and half of this has just been an appeal to authority, right? Like, well, Stan doesn't know anything. He's a nobody. He's not even in the industry anymore, right? But we are voice actors, and we are together with other voice actors on a daily basis, and listen to us, right? And all of our 17 affidavits done correctly.
Oh, I've been shamed and kicked out of the industry. I'm like, when did that happen?
Right.
Show me evidence that I was kicked out. Come on,
Right.
provide
But
some more defamation, please.
Yes, let's hear it.
Yes, we know that you did this. It's like, oh, give me a break. Yeah, 30 years we've been conspiring. Conspiring?
Conspiring. That's what it is going to be now. Conspiring. Okay, sorry. Go ahead. Next question.
Do you feel your overall career opportunities and popularity have been negatively impacted by this controversy?
I can answer that.
I love the answers that they both give.
I mean,
well,
I'm just going to...
Go ahead.
What is it? The other day, Tsukimichi, is that the show?
Yes, I've got it right here. Boom. Have you heard on Twitter that she got her second lead role in 2022 in Crunchyroll called Tsukimichi?
Yeah, and Kara Edwards is the other character that was on the announcement thing, funnily enough. But yeah, so it's like, she's still getting her regular roles as usual. And it's just, I don't know, it just comes off so funny to me that's like, let's get rid of Vic. We don't even want to associate with him. And to these people that have this open podcast that everyone can listen to, whatever, like being the most rotten people on earth, it's like, that's fine. Go ahead. You can, we'll still hire you for like all these roles. That's cool.
Yeah, and it's like, it's just
now that Funimation is still in charge.
Yeah, well, and not to toot my own horn, but called it.
I went back and watched that podcast again, or that clip, and Green Line was the first one to say it, and then I was the second one to say, yeah, maybe. And then you were the third, so fuck you.
Actually,
yes, third billing.
Before it was said on the podcast, it was said on Discord. But
yeah, me and AC talked about it earlier.
Anyway.
Speak for myself, but I don't think so. I mean, I think it's helped us expand our fandom and some of our opportunities, honestly.
So she's saying that it hasn't negatively affected my career.
I feel like we've got a purpose now beyond voice acting, and that's super cool. And that's, we want to help inspire others to speak their truth and find their voice. And it's exciting to have something else that we're passionate about that's not just,
absolutely,
voice acting.
And also, it was a challenge for me. I'm not as nice as you are, though. And I cuss more online. So I had some backlash for that specific thing. I had a convention cancel me because someone's mommy reported that they were afraid of me. And apparently they're afraid of the word fuck, which is like a cycle here. I also genuinely believe directors avoided us for a while, because if they did cast us, they were immediately doxxed and harassed for supporting us. Yeah. So, and it still will happen. These obsessed people, they made a list of voice actors who support Vic.
So I just want to say real quick that pretty much not just the end of this episode, like of our coverage today, but the entire rest of the halftime segment, they are addressing positions that I don't really hold or don't relate to me. So it's going to be a little rough. There's going to be a little less for us to say, because I'm not going to defend the making a list and all these things, because I'm not involved with it at all. But if you guys have anything to say, please, by all means.
Hold up. So they say that if they were cast in a show in the early days of this whole thing, that the directors would get doxxed. I mean, that could very well be possible, but I'm just questioning the doxers, why they'd go for the director and not like them. Like, does that not logically
What do you mean
make
them? You mean like Jamie and Monica?
Yeah.
Jamie and Monica were already doxxed before they would get these additional roles.
I mean, I haven't seen them. I haven't seen anybody dox a director for casting them. First,
yeah, neither have I. But I'm not up on every single person who's been doxxed regarding this thing. So I'm going to just presume that it's true, but I don't know.
And given the way that Funny does their casting announcements, they would have already have done the show, have done their roles, and then they would have made the announcement. So
Exactly.
it's worthless.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah. Yeah. So I don't know. At this point, just because I didn't really follow this super closely when everything was going on, I didn't really care that they were still being cast and things, because the way I see it, personally, I like Funimation as a company. I just don't like a lot of the people who work there. And I liked, yes, I like Funimation * Crunchyroll as a company. But I think that I think there's a lot of good people who worked there. And unfortunately, there's also a lot of bad people who worked there. And people like Jamie Markey in particular would stir shit up on purpose, right? When it came to the Gamergate line and all these other things that were injected literally just to get a rise out of people, and constantly antagonizing people who felt that they were being abused, like literally throwing a Gamergate line. And the way that she did it into the show is a way to target viewers of the show and abuse them, right? And that's how people received it. And her response is to just troll and make fun of, right? And that's the behavior I'm referring to when I say that they're bad people at Funimation, people who did this intentionally. It's people like David Wald talking about, oh, it doesn't matter how many kids Daman Mills raped because you're still going to hear him in my shows, or whatever his statement actually was that I can't pull up off the top of my head. And that's kind of what I'm saying, is like their way of dealing with things has been anything but professional. And I just like I said, I didn't actually follow everything that was going on and who was casting, because at that point it's like I wouldn't expect them not to get hired because the dust hadn't settled yet. So I wasn't following who was and wasn't getting doxxed or any of that stuff. And I've totally forgot where I was going at this point. So I'm just going to go ahead and keep playing this thing here.
And those who don't. For the record, your little list is wrong. So very wrong.
We laugh at.
So they're indicating that the list of people who support Vic is wrong, and we laugh at so wrong. I would argue that I bet the list of people they think are on their side is probably also quite wrong. As Cress, I'm sure you can attest to people who have reached out to you, people have reached out to Bricada to talk about how outraged they are that, you know, they're watching this unfold, and they've been there for decades watching Vic and Monica interact together pleasantly, being friends, hugging, and you know, all the things that they then turn around and pretended are outrageous, you know, like sexual harassment and whatnot.
To this point, I'll give you an exclusive here. I'm not going to talk about it on my show because I don't have anything to like physically bring it up and it'd be a big enough oh my god thing. But I spoke with I know, Bombshell. Sit down, everybody. We've been hearing them all night. I've spoken with the girl that Ron Toye had given the laptop to. If you remember, during my interview with Ron Toye, he said that he's just such a nice guy. He just gave a laptop to a girl. Turns out the girl was a voice actor in the industry, and got to talking a little bit about the situation. And the story that was described to this individual, who was connected with those people, was not
before
exactly...
you get into this. I want to. Can we get a timeline on when the laptop? That was like long before 2019, or?
Well, it was when at least when Ron and Monica were together. They were at least sharing. They were in a hotel room. I don't remember exactly, but he brought it up on my interview with him, and he talked about that. But it was before the allegations.
Before January 2019.
Pretty sure.
Okay.
Pretty sure it was before then. So this person had known the two of them for a long time and had been friends with the two of them for a long time. And yeah, so that's how I found out that my name has been floating around in Okatron. My name has been floating around in the anime voice acting industry and the anime convention industry in the United States. But I found out that the story that they were told did not exactly match up with what was going on. They were told that the case had gone to trial and that Vic had lost. It did not go to trial. It got dismissed on a pre-trial motion. They got told that all of the facts got heard and were determined by a judge that it was false. They got told a whole bunch of stuff that never happened.
You're referring specifically to the person who got the laptop.
Yeah, the person that got the laptop. So I was talking with that individual, and so they had, and respectfully, I won't say who it is.
Right.
I'll
just say it sounds like they've been talking to Catherine Newsom because I saw that tweet today. Right, who made basically all the claims you just said.
Yeah, that's the claims that are going around, and that's the claims that Jamie and Monica and Ron and everyone involved in this are telling people.
Mhm.
And they're just flat out lying about the facts of what's been going on.
I would like to point out when the case was dismissed in the pretrial motion, I remember the podcast that we covered that happening, like the first one we did after that. I had pulled up a tweet from Greg Doucette saying that because of this ruling from Judge Chupp, Vic is now a sexual predator as a matter of law.
Yeah, right.
Right. And it's like, now I'm not a lawyer, but even I can tell that was some major bullshit being spewed. Because once again, when the case was dismissed, literally, like they're saying, oh, well, it was dismissed because everything they said was true. It's like, no. It was dismissed because it was determined through anti-slap that Vic is liable proof. So even if you are lying about him, you have the right to, because he's a public figure. Yeah. Right? So there again, and this has been from the beginning of this has been the strategy, is to prey on people without information to jump to the worst conclusion. When this all started, the allegations against Vic were pedophile, anti-Semitic, homophobic, right? It was the whole gambit, right? And so that was the allegations being thrown at him. And then the ones that, the actual testimonies or whatever came out with were all, oh, jelly bean joke. Oh, there was the Izumi incident, or he whispered something sexual in my ear that I can't remember. Right. Yeah. And it's like all the things that came out, I was like, at best, these are a encounter that you would be hard pressed to even classify as sexual assault. Right. Maybe even hard pressed to classify as sexual harassment when a person admits in deposition, I just went along with it, so to speak. Right. Mm-hmm. Which again, I don't think that event happened at all, just to be clear. But, but when it came down to, the actual things, it all of the homophobic, pedophile, like child molester, all like the whole gambit came down to possibly rude to convention staff and maybe a little bit of sexual harassment. And when you actually, really drill down and look at it, it's like a differing opinion on what went down. Right. Mm-hmm. But it's about utilizing the fact that people, they jump to, oh, I heard he raped a girl. I heard there were, the girls in the hotel room. I heard this, I heard that. And then it becomes in your mind, you go to the worst thing, which is why I brought up earlier the Junie Tyson. When I found out what he did to those women, wow, that was the first of many knives he would plunge into my back. It's like that. The implication there is that he did something heinous.
Exactly.
Right. And that's the strategy every step of the way, is let people believe the worst possible thing by setting it up and not saying it. Just like Adam Sheehan's affidavit, where he says we refer to them as Vic locks. Doesn't talk about the fact that it wasn't because of Vic Mignogna, but because of Johnny Otaku, who wanted to be the next Vic Mignogna, right? So,
Brad, excuse me.
What
word did you just say there? Did I hear an N-bomb drop?
What?
With
Vic
your
Mignogna?
No. Play the VOD. Play the VOD back.
Hold on, I gotta use our clip from I very rarely have an opportunity to use it.
Use the M word again.
That's from what's that movie called? Star Kid.
Star Kid.
He's actually saying M because the word is mating. But anyway,
it makes more sense because it's Mignogna.
Anyway, so I have lost my train of thought again. Thank you for that.
All right, so
what was Trent saying?
While we're on the
he said that's incorrect at the anime collector,
and
but
I believe what he's referring to is the fact that you said that the court case came down saying that they determined Vic being libel proof, which they didn't. They said that they didn't prove that the statements were defamatory on this aspect of being false and maliciously false against Vic, right? So I don't think he came out and said that Vic is libel proof. I don't even think he ruled on the fact that he's a public person.
No, they never ruled on anything.
Okay, hold on. The lawsuit was dismissed because Chup said Vic didn't bring enough evidence to prove defamation. Right.
Yeah.
But this, so again, it was dismissed because instead of prima facie, the preponderance of the evidence standard was applied instead. Right.
Well,
but what they were trying to find.
The crux of it was that Vic couldn't prove damages.
That too, yeah.
Right. And again, and the problem with that for anybody who's unfamiliar, because again, I'm all about giving people the maximum amount of information rather than letting people go the way that the defendants in this case have tried to let your mind wander to the worst possible explanation. The reason that Vic couldn't prove damages is because the parties involved were not friendly towards him, right? You couldn't subpoena or you couldn't get a affidavit from a convention that broke your contract and canceled you because of the TI from Ron and Monica, because they would be legally on the hook for the contract being broken. Right.
Well, that was kind of Chup's point at some point during the thing. He's like, well, why don't you go after these people then? Like, why don't you go after the conventions then? When it's like, to his point, yeah, it makes sense, but also these people, like, they wouldn't have done it if there wasn't interference.
Right. And
they also really didn't defame him by canceling him.
Yeah.
They just
broke and the thing is that the person involved in the TI, like, that got him canceled, and it was the domino effect of one pulls out, like Funimation fires you, then Rooster Teeth quietly fires you, and then you lose one convention, and then boom, 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 right? It all kind of falls apart, and it's because you've got people behind the scenes, as stated right here. I participated in a telephone conversation with Rial in which she repeatedly asserted that Vic was a sexual predator and that criminal charges would soon be filed against him. She also implied, and I inferred, that she would convince numerous other voice actors to cancel their appearances at Kamehacon, right? And in the text messages included is Exhibit B in his affidavit. You've got him talking to Ron Toye saying, like, we're reaching out to all other cons, right, that she is going to be at.
And like this is an example of, like, well, Kamehacon canceled him and they were not party to him, like they were not favorable to him, but under threat of being sued themselves, they coughed up this information. That's kind of what you do in these situations.
And that's the thing is that Jamie and Monica like to point that out as like a contract, but he went there anyway. So what did we do? It's like, well, that's the thing though, is that
modified
contract,
the
terms were modified. It became a new contract.
Mm-hmm.
And there were damages suffered. And the problem at the end of the day was that Ty did not argue in a way that Chup was receptive to, because Chup was holding him to the wrong standard.
Yeah. Well, it also didn't help that he provided a number and then Chup said, okay, what else? Like, it's not.
Right. So Trent says they proved damages with the Kamehacon contract. Chup wanted more, and he shouldn't need it at this stage of the suit. Right. Because
did
what
they,
you
though?
needed. What?
I don't think. I mean,
did they prove the damages?
Yeah,
I think they brought it up.
I'm pretty sure they brought it up, but didn't Chup say, like, and he still went to the con? So what's your damages?
Right, and this is where Ty should have said, you know, the contract was renegotiate. Like it was a new contract.
I think Ty might have even said that, but from what I remember, I don't think Chuck cared. He was like, just show me
a
something else.
situation where Chup kind of asked a question, didn't let Ty answer, and then bench ruled on it.
Right.
And then Ty said, "Well, what about this?" And he said, "Are you stupid? I already ruled on that."
Yeah.
Like,
clearly, Chup was
and this is why the Second Amendment petition was
weird.
so important.
Yeah.
Because in Vic's affidavit, which is from the Second Amendment petition, point 17 says, "I have appeared at a number of conventions in 2019. They are listed below, along with the amounts I earned at each. All amounts rounded down to the nearest 1,000. Not rounded to the nearest 1,000. All of them rounded down. Kamehacon, $37,000. Savannah, 13,000. Central PA, 5,000. Puerto Rico, 11,000. BakAnime, 5,000. Anime Matsuri, 30,000. Super Worldcon, 5,000. Ireland, 12,000. Liberty, 14,000. Right. So he goes on to say 5 of the conventions that canceled me were as large or larger than Anime Matsuri. These were Emerald City Comic Con, Florida SuperCon, Fan Expo Toronto, Fan Expo Orlando, blah blah blah. Like so he had his damages put out like a projection of what he failed to earn because of the actions of Monica Rial and Ron Toye at bare minimum. Right. And again, this is why the Second Amendment petition, which Judge Chup just would not give an answer on whether or not it was being admitted or not. He didn't rule on it one way or the other. And then when Ty asked for clarifications, like he basically scolded him for bringing something up that he already ruled on when he didn't even rule on it.
Exactly.
Yeah. I just think it is important to, because you did say it, that to make sure people understand, Vic is not liable proof. You can't lie about him.
Okay, so let me address
because
this.
He's a public figure.
I misspoke. What I should have, the way I should have phrased it was that the hearing was for the TCPA motion, and they were determining whether or not Vic was liable proof and a public figure. Neither of those things actually got ruled on because Chup failed to follow the rule of what
pretty
is
much anything.
Well, exactly, but he failed to follow Texas Rule of Civil Procedure, and so the things that were on the table didn't even get ruled on, but it got dismissed anyway. And you would infer that the dismissal is because of Vic being liable proof or a public, because he's a public figure, but that never actually was ruled on. It was just dismissed anyway.
Yeah, I agree.
So I misspoke. Thank you for clarifying. I do think it's important to try to get things as accurately as possible, but that's what I had. That's the way I saw it and how I meant it.
Again, another reason it could have been dismissed is because he didn't prove damages, or he didn't prove that the lie was malicious.
He just has to state a number, which he did, and then Chup's like, okay, well, what else?
Yeah, I mean, I think that he was able to prove it, but like what Chup's thought of what was proven and what reality was is clearly different.
Yeah.
But
no, it doesn't even matter at that point. It's just like, okay, well, what are your damages? Say a number. And then they set a number, and then he's like, I don't like that number. Say a different number. That's not that's not how the rule. It's not how the law goes. Like, good grief.
So and also, just to be super clear, sorry, I'm pretty sure liable proof is completely separate from this person's a public figure, and
they argued liable proof. But it never got ruled on.
They did, but yeah, if someone's liable proof, it means that their reputation is so shit that no matter what you say about that specific thing,
I've got it right here. Being liable proof means quite simply that the plaintiff's reputation is so bad that any false statement could not lower that person in the eyes of the community any further. The thought is that such a plaintiff's claim must fail because that plaintiff has suffered no harm as a result of the false statement, which is absurd in this regard because he had, as Monica will say in this segment tonight, that he's had rumor cons for literal decades, but never once did he suffer being canceled.
The fact that he lost his job is like the definition of he wasn't libel proof, because clearly he suffered an injury. But I'm just trying to make a clear distinction between being libel proof and being a public person. So now, in order to reach the defamation stage in a court case, you have to say, well, they lied about me and they maliciously lied about me, with that higher burden
for the truth.
Yeah. Right. So those are two distinct things, but yeah.
Okay.
Anyway.
All right, let's continue here because we want to wrap this up as soon as we can here.
Wrong. All of us laugh.
Let's talk about the list.
If someone's on the support side, like supporting him, and the obsessed ones find out that they have cast us or hung out with us or liked one of our tweets, they'll switch them to the bad side with us, which is where you want to be. And they'll threaten to dox them too. It's absurd, but that kind of behavior can't not have an effect on people. And we understand that. We understand that it has that effect. We would never want people to go through the harassment we went through.
Hold on.
Now, though...
This, I can tell you right now, this has nothing based in truth at all. I can tell you right now from a psychological perspective, this is them fear-mongering to their fellow VAs and stuff this is exactly 100% what this is right now. This is the big bad 4chan, right? Like the big bad boogeyman is going to come out and dox you if you support us or if you blah, 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 blah. Bullshit. Nobody's doing that. Nobody's sitting there on Twitter like scouring people's likes and like, oh, Chuck Huber liked one of their tweets. That means he's kick Vic now. Like that in the height of things, I'm sure it might have happened, but this is just bullshit fear mongering.
And I think what this is, again, I've noticed this strategy that they have where they subtly ask for more stories. Like they want you to come forward with the stories, but then they say, but you shouldn't come forward because you're going to get harassed. And that's their way of saying, like, we want you to tell us something, but when nobody comes forward to tell us something, it's because they were going to get harassed and we warned them.
Exactly.
Right. And this is the same thing here, is that we aren't getting as much work, and it's okay though. It's the reason we're not is because people are afraid of getting doxxed. That's why, right? Like they actually support us. You're on the good side of the list, the bad side with us. We have all this support, but the reason nobody supports us publicly is because they're afraid of getting doxxed, right? Like that's the strategy that they use, is to have their out on when they say something and reality doesn't match what they're saying. Oh, it's because we set up this excuse already. Exactly. That's at least how I'm seeing it.
So it's good. We've been able to prioritize and focus on the people and the things that really matter to us. And that includes our fandom, right?
Yep.
Just because they decide they want to be a fan of ours doesn't mean that we have to listen to them to berate us.
Nope.
Right? We're not going to put up with abuse because someone's decided they want to be a fan of ours. So, and honestly, that includes people who fall under the neutral category. I find it hard to believe that you've looked at all of the evidence and are still neutral 9 times out of 10, 10 times out of 10. Neutral just means I want to find out what you're doing, but I really support that guy. So
wow.
I just love this.
Wow.
Like, if somebody's neutral, right? Basically, what they're saying is you've looked at all the evidence and didn't agree with us. Are you for real? Like, it's like, yes. I mean, the evidence doesn't seem to be going your direction. We've got
if you're neutral,
17 affidavits done correctly. It's like, yeah.
If you're still neutral after reading all of our evidence, then you can't be mind controlled. So we don't want you on our side.
Unbelievable, right?
Unfreaking real, man.
So same thing, like we get to choose who we're going to interact with, and we're not going to interact with people who are abusive. No.
Just want to say once again, please don't interact with them at all. All right. I have always said this. I have never once tweeted at Monica or Jamie to my knowledge. I don't believe I ever did before this happened. I certainly haven't after January when this occurred. In 2019. So I would just once again say that they actually, despite what they say, they want you to harass them on Twitter so that they can say that harassment we're getting, look, here it is right here, and point to your tweet. They want you to harass them. So don't. The worst thing for them is to not get interaction. Just throwing that out.
Yeah, don't interact with them. Even though Monica and Ron are not blocked by me. Jamie, on the other hand, is. Mars Girl is.
Blocked by you, or you're blocked by them?
I blocked them.
It's probably a mutual block.
It's probably a mutual block, but
right.
You know.
Period.
No.
Doesn't matter who they are. So that's been really nice. And we get to use our voice in this way. And our career paths have now completely opened up. I've never been happier with my life.
Mm-hmm.
Ever. Like, I love where I am.
Yes.
So
I'm sure.
yeah, we're all good.
Yeah,
we're doing
we're
great.
good.
Yeah, and I think
they're living their best life.
That's why, like, we
begging for jobs right
we
now.
feel like, you know, the storm is over, and that's why we're here. We feel like we are both in spaces where we can kind of, you know, remind people what this was really about, and tell our side of what our experience was, and you know, that just makes us feel even better.
Yeah,
which is great.
It is great. It is great. And to think that, you know, because we've had people coming up to us for years at conventions, like ever since this happened, telling us their stories, and either with Vic or just with their stories that they've experienced. And so having a place to be.
Just say we've had people coming up to us for years. I guess it's been years since it started, telling us their stories about Vic.
Able to talk about all of this, but also inspire some of those folks to feel more comfortable about their trauma and to understand that they're not alone. Like, I think that's huge. I think it's
absolutely
really good. But it gives us something, like, to think that we're helping people. That's huge to me, you know.
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay. Controversies with voice actors isn't a new thing.
Here comes another bombshell. Are you ready for it?
We've had that one where where the one went to jail.
Man.
Jamie
We
and I were
outed it too.
Yeah, Jamie and I were worried he was going to come murder us, but he did
They're talking about Scott Freeman.
not. So we're safe.
He did not.
Also,
this
we're
is
not.
why happy hour and tweeting do not. Should not. They go hand in hand real well, but you shouldn't. You probably shouldn't.
You shouldn't do that. However, no controversy has been so divisive and hostile. In fact, if this had occurred to any other voice actor, I don't think the response would have been so strong. Why do you think this controversy in particular elicited such a hostile response?
Okay. Real quick, just to address the Scott Freeman thing. So Scott Freeman was the voice, the main character in High School DxD. He was arrested for, I think it was 4 counts of child pornography possession, and went to jail. Okay. And they're saying, like, this regarding Vic, nothing has been as divisive, or whatever they said, as this. It's like, well, when it came to Scott Freeman, they had an open and shut case. It was a criminal case, right? It was definitive, right? Same thing with Illic Guardiola, Monica's former boyfriend. Same thing with Thurman. Same thing with Sarah Wiedenheft's brother. And so, not that he's part of the VAs or whatever, but the point is that the reason this is divisive is because it's not a criminal case. It's a civil case. And the reason it's not a criminal case is because you don't have anything. Nobody went to the police. This is all stuff from
it's
10
not
plus
clear
years
cut
ago.
and defined like the other things, though.
Right. And when it comes to, like, the other incidents, it's like, this is like there's actual physical evidence when it comes to possession of child pornography. It's like they actually forensically can link it either to his computer or physically, you know, an actual physical item, and they were able to prove it in a court of law. That's not what has happened here. Obviously, this is extremely different from the other situations, and they try to play it off like, it's the same thing. Why is this one so different? Well, let's hear what they have to say.
Wait. Before you do that, didn't Scott still had his job until he went to jail?
I believe I actually looked up. I was going to include this in the timeline just because I thought it was an interesting tidbit. I think he held on to his job, and the way I looked at it was, do the police, after arresting you and once you get out on bail, do they call up your employer and just say, hey, by the way, just so you know, this guy's been arrested? Or does that kind of, like, until you're until you can't hide it anymore, I think you might be able to kind of fly under the radar. But I don't know. I did find something that indicated I think he was fired just before the court stuff started.
So I actually have some personal anecdotes on this exact topic.
Oh.
Tell us about your time in prison.
Yeah. My personal employer hired me to replace someone who was in that person's exact situation.
Oh.
He was picked up for looking at the old forbidden videos. I believe he had them, and I don't know if he was
cheese pizza
sending them out, but he had them anyway. And yes, they contacted my employer and said, this guy's not allowed on the internet while he's out on parole. And if you do have him on the internet,
maybe I don't.
Or not parole.
On bail.
On bail, yeah.
Okay.
Pre-trial, he is not allowed on the internet unless he is supervised. And my boss was like, "Oh, well, I can't supervise him, so
passing that on to someone else."
No,
by
he's just going to be on an indefinite leave.
Mm-hmm.
And so he was on an indefinite leave, and then I got hired to replace him. But I wasn't replacing him; I was just temp originally, as a way to help out. And then eventually, he kind of called around some people he knew, and he came to the determination that, like, at least in Canada, if they charge you with that kind of shit, even though it wasn't convicted yet because he hadn't gone to trial, like, they know it's like a for certain thing. It's not like a, well, maybe. So at that point he was like, okay, even if he somehow gets off of it, I don't care. And then he fired him. But and then I just replaced him full time then. But so the point is, though, they did contact the job, and they did say he is only allowed supervised internet access. So I would assume the same thing would happen in the States.
I mean, I can't speak to it. I don't know firsthand, but I do have in one of my 1,000 tabs open on this window, I do have an article about Scott Freeman that I'm intending to include in the timeline, where I do believe he was replaced before his court hearing or whatever. But the point of how that was different from Vic is they're talking about the divisive nature in the community, not just the firings from Funimation. And again, Funimation fired Thurman. They fired Thurman and Scott Freeman, and I don't know what Illick is up to these days. But they didn't fire Daman Mills, so far as I know.
No, they did not. And they gave him more roles.
Yeah. I mean, David Wall, to quote him again, you're still going to hear his voice in my shows, right? So, but let's hear what they continue to say here.
That's a great question. Here we go. So you guys, we were told very early on by, let's just call him Mr. Flat Earther. Mr. Flat Earther.
So once again, I'm just going to say that they are addressing somebody that does not hold the same positions as me, so it's kind of hard to commentate on this.
Contacted us very early on. He was trying.
And this person may or may not even exist.
Trying to scare us into releasing false statements to get the plaintiff off the hook. And he told us that there would be a full court press planned against us, including social media. So, like, we knew from the very beginning.
So when I first heard that said to me, press, like the news, at the court, where I'm like, that's what you guys did. But full court press is a basketball term, meaning basically it's an offensive, like full bore, all out going after every point, right?
Is
what they're
she
saying.
trying to say that Chuck Huber like was trying to strong arm them? I don't know why she would use the term flat earther with anybody else.
I in order to cut it down, I cut out a little bit extra there to just leave it as, let's just call him Mr. Flat Earther. I don't know who she's talking about. I assume it's somebody that Kick Vic people would remember and know based on that clue. I don't know. Again, it's not a position I hold. I obviously didn't reach out to them and threaten them with a full court press or anything like that. Did you have something to say, Stan?
No, just laughing.
Yeah.
Are you a globalist or a globist?
I'm definitely not a globalist.
No, so I meant globist.
A globist, sure, yes.
That they were going to attack us publicly. I just don't think we ever realized to what extent, you know?
Right. And the reality is most of the people supporting Vic now, fans, were not fans in January of 2019.
True.
All you have to do is look at the fans in his line now versus the fans in his lines before 2019.
Right. They were Super Saiyan in 2019, and now they're Super Saiyan 4.
That is a totally different audience. They talk about, like, their big thing is Broly, but nobody talked about Broly before. Like, it wasn't a thing.
Cue that episode of the podcast where they announced Broly was going to be the villain in Dragon Ball Super Broly. And I said, of course it's Broly. I don't understand the fan love of Broly. So clearly it was a thing. Because back then I definitely knew that there was a huge fan love of Broly over all the other villains in the Dragon Ball movies.
Yeah, but I'm sure they're making the point of that I made last podcast. Like, no one, when they think, oh, a voice actor, no one gives a shit about Broly as a voice actor. He's got 4 lines. Like,
well, I'll say this: when this first started happening, and I was preparing for podcast 45. Which is when we first covered Lindsay Loveridge's article and everything was just starting to happen. I looked at, back then we were doing the podcast every other week, and I had a lot of time. I took basically a full month off of the work I was doing.
11, quit deep throating your mic.
In order to
my mic? How?
There's some, like, it sounds like you're in a wind tunnel. But back then I looked at like as many videos as I could of Vic at conventions because I was trying to find out if there was any truth to all the claims. And back then, again, the claims were rude to convention staff, anti-Semitic, homophobic, child molester, blah, right? And it was all of these claims. And I saw plenty of panels where he was asked to do the Kakarot line in the voice of Broly. Right. And I think some people egg him on to do it because they've seen like special features or other panels where he's mentioned how much that destroys his voice. And so they're asking him because they know that it hurts him and he doesn't like necessarily doing it, but he will do it most of the time for his fans because of how much he loves his fans. But yeah, so I definitely think there was a love of Broly from before. I think that right now, people rally from Broly because of the success of the movie, right? I think that that's a key point now, simply because it was his last role. That was Vic's final role, other than Rohan.
I'd like to clarify that. Yes, I do agree that people love Broly as a character, but I don't think most people associated that with Vic. They just liked the character. Mm-hmm. And maybe now that association's gone stronger. So people that are fans of the character are like, oh, well, Vic. But 3-4 years ago, before this happened, in my opinion, that was not the case. When you said, oh, it's Broly, it's okay, that's Broly. Oh, I guess Vic voiced him? Okay.
Yeah, well, so I will agree with you from the perspective of somebody who wasn't already a quote unquote fan of Vic. But I think for the people who were a fan of Vic, the males liked him as Edward Elric and Broly and maybe Kurt Weber or whatever his name is from Full Metal Panic. But the girls liked him for Edward Elric and Tamaki and Dark Mousy from D and Angel. So I do think that of the fans of him, there were people who previously liked him for that specific role. But I agree with you. When I think of Vic, the first role that pops in my head is Edward Elric. It's not Broly. Anyway, Cressy, I think you were going to say something.
Well, I mean, I've said this like a ton of times before. I didn't know that I don't follow voice actors at all. Like I've seen a lot of them. I've seen guests and whatever else. And I'm like, oh, okay, that person I know, this person I know. Same thing with like, I say this about Vic and I say this about Quentin Flynn. I have no idea who the hell they voiced. When I went through and I looked through their history of stuff, I was surprised. But you get from Monica here and Jamie, they're saying like, oh, they're just like fanboys of the characters, blah 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 blah. It's like no, I find this story and this thing like that happened to Vic intriguing. I've become a fan after like looking through his catalog of characters and finding out that he's not that bad of a person at all. Like what they're talking about, and like that whole story about that whole story of people attacking him and just being completely different from what that resonates with me. That's why I want to go up and step up and defend him. Not because I'm a fan of fucking Broly or I'm a fan of like Edward Elric or Full Metal Alchemist or that was like this, whatever. I don't care about that stuff. I care about it because like these psychopaths are going after innocent people and destroying lives over what?
Absolutely. Yeah, I will echo almost everything you just said because that was my experience as well. So Quentin Flynn voices Raiden in the Metal Gear games. That is literally the only role that I know Quentin Flynn does, and I didn't even know it until he was Me Too.
Yeah,
right.
I mean, like the funny part was
Iruka Sensei in Naruto and Conan Bleach as well.
Yeah, I knew that he voiced Timon from like the cartoon Timon and Pumbaa. But that is like it was just a random factoid knowledge, and then I'm like, oh, that's interesting. And I just kind of threw it in the back of my head. I never like looked out to like, okay, who does Quentin Flynn voice? Like he voices Axel from Kingdom Hearts. He voices a bunch of different characters, bunch of different stuff, and all sorts of stuff.
As you said, you became a fan having learned. Oh, he was that guy. He was this person. For me. I mean, I already liked, Full Metal Alchemist and whatnot, but I would not consider myself a quote unquote fan of Vic as a voice actor. Like, yeah, I don't think he's a bad voice actor, but my considering myself, let's say, a fan of him is more about him as a person and what I've gotten to know about him through all the stuff I watched in preparation for Podcast 45 and onward of him at conventions and his personality. He has a magnetic personality and that ability to give you his full attention. And I've seen him interact with people who have developmental disabilities and all these things where it's like, it is astounding to watch how good he is with any person. Right. Absolutely. Very few interactions get awkward. And when they do get awkward, I watch him try to salvage them in ways that people later on, like the Meepy Gal incident, later on tried to pretend it was creepy. Right. And I watched a person whose life was destroyed by people who, upon just minimal, digging, were shown to be liars. Again, Neil Kaplan, and Kara Edwards and all was it Brett Weaver coming out about the Mari Ajima stuff. It's like the minimal amount of effort that I put in and immediately found out everything you just said was a lie. Samantha Inoue Hart faking a swatting. All of these things are why I support Vic in this endeavor is because every person else involved has proven themselves a liar or worse. And of course, Ron Toye, let's not forget that, right? I mean, if I'm going to pick a side to be on, it ain't that guy's side, right?
No, that's for damn sure.
So thanks to Monica and Jamie and Ron, they're the reason for all the new fans
exactly
that Vic has.
They've got no one to blame but themselves for the growth.
People who've come to support Vic, not because he's an anime voice actor, but because of this situation, and brought these new people to the anime community that weren't there to begin with.
Absolutely.
Just to support him. So thank you, ladies. dumbass for supporting Vic in a ways that you
The
were
Lord
trying to
works in
kill.
mysterious ways. Yeah.
Also, the backfire too. You could hear it in their voices, like they're so bitter about that. It's like,
Mhm.
yeah, he was somewhat popular before, but now it's like it backfired on them, and he's like 3 times as popular now.
Yeah,
It's
and
like,
and
how?
again, I'd like to point out once again that they couldn't help but bring up the line sizes again, right?
Yep.
Well, look at the walking carpets they have as fans that they've picked up. It's like, good Lord, I'd not want to be around any of them. Like the disgusting, vile wretches of human beings that they have defending them.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's funny. I was for our watch club portion that we've been going through, we've been watching Berserk, and Griffith talks in Berserk about the reason he is so fond of Guts is because he doesn't consider anybody his friend who doesn't have a dream of their own, like their own reason to live, versus just supporting him. And I think about that when it comes to like the strength of character that a lot of people who support Vic have versus the orbiters around Monica and Jamie and the people who surround them on social media and the yes men, so to speak, that they have versus people like, Nick Rekieta or Cody Byer or any of the individuals who've got their own thing going on, and yet they support Vic almost out of a mutual respect more than just a sycophant what do you call it? Just a celebrity draw,
worship.
Yeah. Anyway, we've got about 5 minutes left in their thing here. Let's pull through it.
And if you look at some of like Kiwi Farm stuff, before I don't recommend going onto that site.
No.
It'll make your skin peel off. But
you want to know why they don't want you to go to that site is because they want to direct you to their website to read their court documents and their media coverage. None of the stuff that One Angry Gamer or any of them wrote. They just want, the reliable sources like Anime News Network, who just had to retract their thing about Daman Mills humiliatingly on their behalf because apparently Lindsay Leverage didn't fact check the stuff that she was giving. But those are the reliable sources here. They want you to look here. They want to direct you here. Don't go to Kiwi Farms because Kiwi Farms is where you see the photos of Vic sitting next to Mariajima. Kiwi Farms is where you're going to see the Facebook posts from Mary Rhys, where she is celebrating the photo taken of Kara and Vic and tagging them in it, which is not something that somebody who said I knew and could see how much it affected her and how terrified she was of him. So I went ahead and tagged him on Facebook because that's what a nice friend does. Yeah, that's why you don't want to go to Kiwi Farms because that's just awful.
Hold up. Hey Stan, do you need to go?
Yeah, I'm gonna have to leave.
Oh, okay.
All right,
That's
no
fine.
problem, man.
I thank you so much for joining us. Yes, for sure.
Yeah.
Thank you.
All right, guys, have a good night.
Take it easy.
Yeah.
look at that, some of the comments about Vic before this. The same people who are supporting him now were making fun of him for his appearance, his talent, his fandom, his behavior back in the day, before 2019. They were never his fans. They're just chuds who are willing to pay actual money to shut women up and punish the ones who speak out. I mean, there's people who still scream that we lied, but more often than not, these dudes agree that it happened. They just don't think we have a right to not like it and talk about it. And I think that is for one simple reason. If men like Vic can't get away with it, then they won't be able to get away with it too. It's gross.
I can't even fathom that. Like, I don't even understand how that makes any sense. Like, why would anybody think that because a huge celebrity can get away with something that they... I mean, remember when Trump said they let you do whatever you want, grab them by the pussy? I mean, because Trump can do that, surely I can. Like, that's effectively what they're saying. That's the most absurd thing I've ever heard. Oh, they're just chuds who think if he can't get away with it, neither can they. It's like, no. Nobody thinks that at all. Like they're putting the wrong position on here. Hold on, I gotta rewind this. This is retarded.
Then they won't be able to get away with it too.
I didn't go far enough.
Not these dudes
More often
agree
than
that
not,
it
these
happened.
dudes
They
agree-
just don't think.
Who agrees that it happens? More often than not, show me. Show me the people who agree that it happened. Because I don't agree that it happened. I haven't met anybody who thinks the AzumiCon thing happened. They say if it did happen, it was probably consensual. And the reason they say that is because it would not be in Vic's character to throw somebody on the bed and climb on top of them and force something on them. But again, I haven't met anybody who thinks that it's that they happened.
We have a right to not like it and talk about it. And I think that is for one simple reason. If men like Vic can't get away with it, then they won't be able to get away with it too. It's gross.
But you could just hear how certain they are. Hey, did you ever ask if there was agendas or what people thought? Because it sounds like you didn't.
It is. It's anyway.
I love how quickly she's like, anyway, move on.
In addition, I think we have to talk about the plaintiff's propensity for grooming fans. And that's what I think why this was bound to be a huge controversy. I mean, like, this person had rumor panels for literal decades.
I did a panel many, many years ago at a convention about rumors about me, because I wanted to dispel them. They were baseless and without substance, and I knew that people had questions, and I wanted to address them.
Is that the only rumor panel that you've ever done?
Yes, sir.
Attempting to dismiss everything said about him online, and guess what? It was all true.
Everything said about him online was all true, according to Monica Rial.
Including the parts that he's innocent? What?
I mean, what about this? Oh, fuck. Hold on. What about this thing that's online?
I don't know. You'll have to show us for us to determine.
What about the this event with Casey Harwood? It was all true. Actually, I pulled literally the worst possible one because that one's not an allegation against him. It's somebody else bringing it up. I should have pulled up the one with the foot massage, or the back massage. Anyway, but yeah, like it was all true. Guess what, everyone? It was all true. Well then, I mean, I think we could pull up.
Like there is never.
Could pull up plenty of outrageous statements that I could show with video of the events in question, the panels where they say this happened, that happened. It's like, wow, the whole panel just happens to be on video. And guess what? Didn't happen. But it was all true. Every claim ever made about him online. Pulled a little too far.
That you've ever done?
Yes, sir.
Attempting to dismiss everything said about him online. And guess what? It was all true.
Yeah.
Like there has never been a more accurate example of where there's smoke, there's fire. I mean, seriously.
Yeah, where there's fire, there's fire.
Yeah, guess what?
Turns out that shit was on fire the whole time.
Fire.
Random 11 pointed out the irony to me of the backdrop. Where there's fire, there's fire.
Also, the plaintiff could have chosen to sue the folks who have been speaking up online for years because there were many of them.
Yeah, why have a rumor panel instead of suing those people?
Right.
Oh, bombshell. Why have a rumor panel instead of suing anonymous accounts online? Where are you going to serve them?
Dude, I love how this evidence, all this stuff online is so true that they brought it to evidence. It was just so concrete. Like,
especially because again, I can't get over the fact that in Ron and Monica's filings, the first thing that they cite is not Monica's first-hand experience at AzumiCon. It's Pretty Ugly Little Liars. And in all of them, they always talk about the Tumblr blog, going back years and all these things. And the Tumblr blog and Pretty Ugly Little Liars both yeeted themselves. And the only reason we even have them is because we archived them.
But he didn't. He didn't sue any of them. And you know why? because he wanted to attack people who had a following so that there would be more drama and get him more attention.
Again, he didn't sue any of them because there was no damages until you retweeted Hanleia's tweet. And until you and your forever fiance texted Chris Slatosh and called Chris Slatosh and other conventions to get him canceled from the con appearance. Of course he didn't sue them. There was no damages until you got involved. I cannot believe they don't understand this simple fact. It's like, oh, he was, he had this reputation he earned over all these years, but yet he never got fired, as we've already established. He never got canceled from a convention until this happened, until they got involved. Of course, he was right to sue these individuals in particular. And I think he should have sued more people. Personally, I wish he had.
So it's like, he chose us and not all of those other people who have been saying things for years. He didn't choose any of the news outlets that had reported on him before we ever said anything.
Nope.
He didn't choose any of the people who were tweeting and commenting and creating threads about him.
Nope.
He chose us because we had clout? Is that...
Wait a minute.
Is that what you're saying?
Oh...
Oh, it's like it's not that we...
Monica's mind is just completely blown by the bombshell.
Low-key stroking each other's egos again.
Right.
Said something because we wanted clout or clout chasing. We were chosen because we already had the clout. Yes, shitheads. That's one of the big things. For those of you who don't know, we get told all the time that we were clout chasing. And that's why we decided harassment and a full court press was worth it, because we were clout chasing. And this has all been thousands of dollars in lawyer's fee, thousands of dollars in therapy fees. So that we can...
Boy, I hope they can produce those receipts. Right. I hope that that would be the best. It gets brought back on appeals, and they call up their therapists as witnesses and stuff.
Are you even listening to what they're saying though? They just said, what is it? They said, oh yeah, we thought the harassment and blah, blah, blah was worth it, as if it doesn't bother them. But then they say, oh yeah, and all that, but then we went through all the therapy. And it's like, holy crap. What? Pick a side. Are you a victim or are you a Chad? Like, I don't know what you're
well, I think
obviously
that was sarcasm. They're saying the full court press was worth it, all because we wanted some clout, as they're going to say. Hold on, let me finish the last seconds here.
Clout chase.
Just for fun, just so we can get some clout.
Yeah.
Break.
Woo. The other thing is,
that's it. Okay, that's it for this podcast on this coverage.
Yay!
Thank
All
God.
right. Chris, you are welcome to stay for as long as you
You're
want.
also welcome to leave right now if you have
You
to.
can.
Because we want to give that opening.
Yes,
apparently
because
we
I
did
am
one
so good
podcast.
at moving right along before somebody has a chance to dip out. So if I do that, you are welcome to steamroll over me and just say, I'm out, bitches. But I feel like you might want to stick around a little bit, because the next thing in our coverage here is Daman Mills.
Yeah, I'll stick around for this.
Before we go into the next story, Rhys, you are echoing a very tiny amount, but you are echoing. It is very irritating.
Yeah, I was going to say hashtag called out. All right. Should we address some chat real quick?
I don't know if he's on a mic or like if he has headset on or not, but
My mic is on my desk, and you're probably hearing my headphones. Maybe, I don't know.
okay.
Let's call him out some more instead of maybe that could happen in the private chat. Let's see.
Well, I tried, but it didn't.
I know. Big J6661 said, I can say that I met Monica at Anime Central 2016. She totally took a break during signing. How dare she? Were you within 5 people in line and she had to go get a sandwich? Ronan Joss says, oh, welcome back, Stan. Damn, should have already. Too late. In the deposition, what the fuck is up with that purple bottle in front of her? Does it hold the genie who is the only one who can put up with all her bullshit? It's like they're like feeding her the answers through her bottle. Trent said, your lawyer was so awesome that Chubb literally told him to shut up, referring to Lemoyne. None of them fully complied with discovery either. Right. They claimed that they did, that they provided these in the deposition. They were asked, you provided those to your lawyers? Yes, sir. Yes, ma'am. Right. But then when it came to the discovery, the lawyers didn't hand any of that over. Like they extreme discovery abuse. Also funny that Ty was never sanctioned for it, nor was it an issue at the TCPA hearing. And then again, the thing is that they didn't need the Second Amendment petition at all, because they could have raised all of the things at the hearing itself. But because they made such a stink about it, the hearing just went off the rails immediately in the wrong directions. Freaking Jay Sean pulled up a PowerPoint with a literal picture of an on fire dumpster and was like, had his shit shut down immediately. It was a shit show all around.
Ty did get sanctioned for something, didn't he?
Yeah, but not specifically the Second Amendment petition affidavits being quote unquote fraudulent.
Okay.
Mecha J said Marky played the love interest in to Freeman's character in High School DxD. Yep. Didn't hurt a peep from her when he was busted for CP. So I looked. She made that statement about happy hour and tweeting go hand in hand really well, but it's not something you should do. I couldn't find any tweets about Scott Freeman from her. Maybe she deleted them. I don't know. But I don't know if she said something or not. Trent said, I just want to point out that Monica has said things have never been better, yet the two big companies that fired Vic are now in shambles. One's so bad they have all but been deleted. That's a good point. I got this one here. Drunko John Cosplay said 250,000 people attended the con in my hometown before the pandemic. They only managed to scramble at most 20 people over the 3 days, referring to, I assume, Jamie and Monica's lines. That's so when she's having her moment, you can hear the lizard within.
The part where she
I'm having a moment. But got it. It was a Vic role that got me into cosplay, and that was Crow from Ruby. I didn't follow VA work till then, and it made him act like a kid. I made him act like a kid at Christmas when he saw my cosplay, how detailed it was. Yeah, and again, I think that, like I said, no matter who you are, here's a perfect example. Vic is not a character in Death Note, right?
No, that's Ocean.
I mean, not that it would be that hard to know the characters in Death Note, but what is the laziest cosplay there is but L? Right? It's the laziest cosplay. And I remember when Death Note was coming out, there was this one convention where they had a tally up and it said actual cosplayers, right? And then lazy SOBs who dressed up as L, and it was like 50,000 tally marks, right? Versus like 10 on the cosplayers thing. And I remember there's a video of him talking to some girl who's dressed up as L, and he compliments her cosplay in a way where I'm even convinced it was sincere, right? And I'll just tell you, I can't be that sincere. I am a cynical prick. And it would be extremely hard for me to interact with people that I would immediately look at, another L cosplay, you know what I mean, kind of thing. And I'm just saying, like, the way that he interacts with his fans, it oozes sincerity. Anyway, Outlaw Ninja said, "Holy hell, I felt like my brain had a stroke." Well, all of us did.
By the way, what was with Monica and the Biden whisper thing she kept doing?
What do you mean?
Biden just randomly whispers, you know? She did that like a lot of the time.
Conspiracy.
You have to pull it up later for me.
She thinks she's hilarious.
That's what she would do. She'd sit there and be like, "Oh, it's a conspiracy."
But guess what? Everything was real.
Right. So I'd like to point out once again, this is written by Lindsay Loveridge. Daman Mills issues statement about fabricated sexual misconduct allegations. Once again, Lindsay Loveridge has been forced to indirectly admit that she didn't do any fact checking. Now, I'll just say, I think this story was written because she basically had a gun to her head to do it for her job.
Pretty much.
Right?
Like,
I don't
legal
think she didn't
gun
do
to head.
any quote unquote fact checking or whatever. I'm pretty sure she's because you remember that she mentioned that they shopped around the article to the ethics journalism board or whatever for months to get it approved before submitting it and everything. So I very much don't buy that that she is admitting to not having done that. It's just that they have to write this because they've been pressured and they're going to lose their in with the industry if they don't. So, quote, I am glad Duncan has shared that whole truth now. Despite the harm caused, it takes bravery to admit you've done something like this in such a public way, and I wish him no ill will. End quote.
Oh, he's such a fucking scumbag.
Right? Sonny Boy voice actor Daman Mills issued a statement on Twitter on Wednesday regarding previous allegations of sexual misconduct. The Ohio man, weird phrasing, referred to as Duncan, previously accused Mills of sexual misconduct, but later both withdrew the allegations and later stated they were fabricated and untrue. Reminder, there was also another man named Brian who also submitted things that Lindsay Loveridge ran with. So Mills wrote in an 8-part Twitter thread, this is just a condensed here in one place. As many of you know, a month and a half ago, my life was devastated by false allegations from an individual I knew nearly a decade ago. I am grateful that the whole truth is now public and that this nightmare is coming to an end. To those who have waited to hear from me directly, I am so grateful for your patience. The hard reality is that when you have a public platform, any statement you make, even in your own defense, can cause the harassment of your family, your friends, and even your fans. Instead, I have tried to trust in the truth to clear my name, and I am glad Duncan has shared that whole truth now. Despite the harm caused, I already read this, but whatever. It takes bravery.
I still love how she says this. What did she say? The whole truth now, or whatever.
This is Daman talking.
Yeah.
Oh, sorry, but that was quoted.
Don't misgender him.
that was quoted at the start, though, and yeah. I just find it's like, I'm glad the whole truth is out now. It's like another truth that you didn't verify. You're covering up to say, well, I'm glad the truth's out there.
Well, right
it
now,
doesn't matter that I
right
didn't
now
verify
she is reporting
before.
that this is what Mills wrote in an 8-part Twitter thread. This is a whole thing here is a quote.
Yeah. And so Mills is saying the whole truth because the last time Duncan retracted his statement, he didn't say he fabricated it. So fabricated the screenshots. So people were still like, oh, well, there's screenshot, there's proof. So then he had to wait for his Twitter thing to say, okay, now we're good, because people were still shitting on him. So then he was like, oh, Duncan, get the fuck back out there. Sure. Or make an alt account, Duncan365, and email CBR.
Right, which is very likely.
and then the whole truth came out. But
at the very beginning, you read off that. Was that a quote from the excerpt or whatever then? Or was that Lindsay saying that? Okay.
This is, at the top of the article, they have just like the little, come read the rest of this.
I definitely missed that was in quotes. But it would have been funny if Lindsay was projecting, oh, I'm glad the truth's out here. I'm not going to verify it again, but, it's the truth this time.
So despite the harm caused, it takes bravery to admit you've done something like this in such a public way, and I wish him no ill will. Duncan and I never had a romantic or sexual relationship, and the screenshots that damaged my reputation were fabricated. His accusations were entirely false. Those who know me know that non-consensual acts are against my character and core values. For those who have asked, after 3 weeks of direct attacks on my livelihood, my attorney sent Duncan a single cease and desist letter asking that he stop contacting my places of work. At no point in that letter did my attorney ask Duncan for a retraction, and neither myself, my attorney, or any representatives of mine have spoken to him after the allegations were published. Any claims to the contrary are untrue. Calling you out, Lindsay Loveridge, right there, calling you out. Out of respect for the privacy of all involved, I will not be making a further comment on this situation. And I am honestly not sure when I will fully come back to social media. This experience has been traumatic in a way that is hard to describe. Until then, I want to sincerely thank those who have stood by me throughout this ordeal. Your support, whether public or private, David Walt, has made this situation bearable, and I am grateful beyond words.
What a fucking slime ball.
Right?
I love how he says, what is it? The consensual acts are part of my care, or whatever it was. Like, oh my, that's my moral. It's like, wow, I'm so glad you said that. You know, all of us out here, it's really up in the air whether or not we really think consensual acts is moral and all that. That's
Let's see. When regarding the actual Twitter thread, I had to ask Daman Mills this. Given your recent thread addressing the accusations made against you, I wonder if you would be willing to publish the screenshots from your attorney that Duncan mentioned in the CBR article, where they said when Damon's attorney sent those screenshots that proved what I said wasn't true, I thought the story would stop. Once again, I haven't seen these. I don't think they exist.
They haven't been published.
Nobody has seen these.
No.
So I don't know how. Oh, I thought the story would stop when nobody saw them. Am I missing something? Look, Daman Mills, I know, like Monica Rial and Jamie Markey and Ron Toya, you are terminally online. You have probably watched this content here. So you're probably hearing my voice right now. And I'm just saying, this is a loose end you forgot to tie up.
Again,
So,
the only thing I can think of is it's that Kiwi Farms account that posted the screenshots of
you're
Facebook.
thinking it's the one that said, first and foremost, fuck Daman Mills.
Yeah.
That one. So we're saying, so
I
he's outing that is actually his attorney.
It's the only thing I could think of. That's the only thing that ever came out against him in screenshot form.
Unbelievable. Idiot. And that was the account that I was like, wait for it. Friends of only at post, right? Mills told A&N at the time of the accusations that he has sought legal counsel and has been advised not to comment on the allegations. He sent Duncan a cease and desist letter on February 18th, wherein he asserted that the relationship was, quote, consensual and mutual, and the allegations were, quote, wholeheartedly false and without merit. Mills also demanded in the letter that Duncan cease and desist from further contacting Mills' employers or contractors. He was given until February 25th to agree or face potential legal action, including potential liability for damages, costs, and expenses.
Oh, doubling down.
Daman Mills is represented by Kenneth J. Burke of Burke Law Group, APC in California. Again, not sure why he's got a California law firm working for him. Burke provided the following statement to CBR regarding the wording of the cease and desist letter. Quote, any language quoted from the cease and desist sent to Duncan was written by me and does not represent a statement from my client. To be clear, that language has been misinterpreted. Daman Mills has never had a romantic or sexual relationship with Duncan. The consensual relationship referred to in that legal document uses the word standard definition, a continued association between two people. In this case, a friendship. Daman vehemently denies any romantic relationship with Duncan, as well as the accusations made against him.
I mean,
Can you dig any fucking harder? Like, Jesus Christ. Like, I'm in a hole. Like, just come on, let me out of the hole. Come on. Like, you're a
Maybe
fucking
I can
lawyer.
dig all the way to China to get out. Maybe that's
Is
how
there a legal definition of consensual?
So this lawyer is going to come out and say that he wrote the terms consensual relationship, and that
That meant
And it wasn't-
friendship.
Yeah, and the lawyer was like, "Well, no, it's friendship." Okay. If you're a lawyer, you're fucking staying away from anything at all possible that could be interpreted as your client having liability in anything. So I believe this 0%.
I believe it's 0% that he like. I mean, he might have written it, but I believe 0%.
Oh, yeah,
that
he
it's
might have
like,
written it.
Oh, my client didn't say anything in this. You're so full of shit.
No,
dude.
it definitely meant what everyone thought it meant. Like, that's stupid.
I gotta wonder if Bickety Buck Bumble, the Kiwi Farms poster who released the video of him scrolling through Daman Mills' entire Facebook, at least for the years noted. I wonder if he went through the friends and family and found out if Kenneth J. Burke is related to Daman Mills. Because why else would a California attorney work for him in the first place? And secondly, why on earth would somebody say, "Oh, actually, it was me. I'm the one who used the term consensual. That was my bad." Right? That's absurd.
I can personally state I've gone through the Daman Mills Facebook account that was associated with before all this shit blew up and before he nuked it. I personally went through to verify that was actually his account, and he was friends with and following voice actors, etc. So it's unless someone hopped in a fucking time machine, went into 2013 and created a separate account and then had that account follow all the people he knows in 2022, nothing of that makes fucking sense. None of it was fabricated.
The other thing is like, well, I mean, you could argue that the DMs were fabricated, but the other thing that's stupid about this lawyer's comment here, I commented as his lawyer, but that does not represent a statement of my own client. Are you insane? That's literally your job. It's literally your job to represent your client's
well, apparently his cease and desist didn't represent his client's
intent. We never asked him to take down his stuff. Well, I did as the lawyer, but I wasn't representing Damon's fucking will at that. Like, what? That literally doesn't make any sense. And as for Damon, like, I said this in a YouTube comment because some troll was clearly trying to get one over on us, but
they were dropping bombshells at the level of Monica Real.
Misreading the room entirely. But anyway, if this actually is fake, which again from the last podcast we went over why we don't think it could at all be fake, because of all of the evidence in the DMs and like all the weird things like the search bar that you would not think to add into the DM pictures, and the fact that he was blocked, and the timeline all matching up with public posts that you can't fake. So all of that said, if it is fake, if Damon did fake all of that shit, he should get sued because his recantation is not fixing Damon's what's the word?
Innocence.
Let's put it this way:
what's
nobody
public perception, reputation. That was the word I was looking for.
Nobody who believes Daman Mills is guilty of this has had their mind changed because of the fabrication thing.
Yeah. So he should sue Duncan, and make sure don't settle out of court because that will do nothing.
Right.
And it should go to trial, and all of this evidence should be put on display. Facebook should get subpoenaed. That information should come from Facebook and show the DMs from Facebook that can be verified, and this shit should get hashed out because otherwise, Damon's reputation is not getting mended. And then even if it does get mended, in that respect, that Duncan's a piece of shit liar, which I mean I still doubt, but maybe he is. There's still the fucking post of him saying he wanted to have sex with the 11-year-old singer on Facebook that was public.
Yeah.
Yep.
So he's still a piece of shit.
Okay. So, oh my God. Alito Burrito. I mean, Alito, like Justice Alito. Is it actually his attorney after all?
I would laugh so hard. Imagine.
Oh my god. So first of all, once again, just the person who made that comment about maybe Damon should sue. I don't think they were talking about Damon suing Tracy. Although I will agree that the only remedy, if these are false allegations, is to sue Tracy.
Yeah.
I'm pretty sure that commenter, that big brain commenter, was saying maybe Damon should sue you guys.
So
Which go
reporting on
ahead,
the
because
news?
Discovery is
Okay.
going to hurt like a bitch if that's the
Exactly.
case. Because it would be so incredibly easy to disprove the posts by downloading your Facebook history and showcasing it to the world that there are alterations or non-existing conversations in the screenshots. I guarantee you can't. But that is kind of funny, the idea that it's actually Damon Mills' attorney.
Well, I mean,
I love this idea. It's like, hold on.
First of all,
sorry, I can't get over this. It's like, any language quoted from the cease and desist sent to Duncan was written by me and does not represent a statement from my client. To be clear, that language is misinterpreted. Damon Mills has never had a romantic or sexual relationship with Duncan, right? And it's like, these are the words of my attorney here, but also from my attorney. First off, fuck Damon Mills.
Well, first of all, when we first saw this, I thought it was Damon himself, right?
I still think it's
Hello, fellow kids.
right.
And it would make sense that it is his lawyer if Damon didn't want culpability of actually posting
Possible
this shit.
deniability.
Yeah, but you know what? If it is his lawyer, those screenshots were taken by Damon, and Damon told him
Yes.
exactly what to fucking say.
Well, I don't know though, because I don't think Damon Mills was still. Well, I mean, actually, because you're right, because that's right. Still friends with Emery Lyons, right? But not still friends with Tracy, right? They don't need to be friends with Tracy. They only need to be friends with Emery. So it has to be one of these people. Could be Damon Mills, right? Yeah, no, because we discussed this, and in the again, I would just like to point out. The let's see where they are in here. The Facebook post, not that one. It is one of the darker ones here.
The darker ones.
Well, the dark screen mode or whatever.
Yes.
One of these has the. Where is it? We pointed out this person is unavailable on Messenger. I assume that's because of blocking.
Yeah, that's usually what it is.
Right.
Yeah.
So that, I mean, I don't buy it one bit. Like the Tracy once again does not seem like the brightest bulb. The level of genius required to fake this convincingly is just not there.
It's ridiculous.
And especially to have your master plan of being this incredibly good at faking things that you actually think to include the search, right? The search term in your fake screenshot and all that is just so absurd. And then when it comes to the end of the day, you immediately turn around and say, "Oh no, I made it all up." Like my master plan was found out immediately, except there's no evidence whatsoever that has shown that these were faked. And then when you come out and make your Twitter account where you say, "Hey guys, I made it all up and everything," and then you're caught liking. God, I always lose that fucker. Liking the tweets of people who are favorable to your story being true.
Mm-hmm.
God damn it! I always lose that. Here, redaction likes this one, right? So again, people saying, "Hey, the quartering, make a video about the Damon Mills situation," or statements of people on his side are liked by the account that he made just to say, "Hey, I made it all up." I don't fucking buy it one bit. But if you sue Tracy, that's the only way you're going to get your full reputation back.
Well,
I think you should do it.
Minus the 11-year-old thing.
Well, yeah. I mean, and also the what did they put it in here as the ebonics?
The get his ass in there.
Yes, all the N-word stuff. We're all secretly trannies. I mean, there's all sorts of things to be canceled over in in all these different posts, right? I will have
Well,
fistfuls of ass.
It's
Like,
okay
it's really-
if he says the N-word.
It would be so easy for Damon to just come out and show that these were falsified, that just show that they're fake. But he can't. He can't do it because he knows that they're true.
Right. And then
Like-
this is what I said when we first started covering this, that not a single person came out and said the WikiLeaks emails were fabricated, because if they wanted to disprove them, give me a second, I'm going to lower my thing on the desk. If they wanted to disprove them, all they would have to do is hand over the login credentials to the FBI of their emails and say, hey, where it says I said this in the WikiLeaks email, here's what I actually said. They doctored this part. But nobody came out and said that because all the emails were authentic. Same thing here. It would be so easy to prove to the world that these are fake, but you can't. And do you know why you can't? Because we've got video, screen recordings of going through these things. Holy shit. the desk will fall all the rest of the way down. We've got video recordings of screen recordings, people going through your timeline and finding this exact post and seeing you right there and clicking on your name and having it take them to the URL of your actual Facebook page. And these are dated 8 years ago.
Exactly.
It's impossible to fake this. Impossible. So
I noticed that one. What is it? Christina had an interesting comment.
a nice N.
Yeah, very straight to the point. I wonder if they're a voice actor.
Tracy saying might as well divorce Brian now. Referring to Christina, who also was thirsting after, right? Because this is Christina saying, such fine, lanky limbs, slim legs for such a wonderful young man. Damon, back off, he's mine. Too late for you. Oh no, sweetie, never too late for me. He's been mine, always will be mine. Brian is love. Brian is life. You wish, I don't wish, cause it's true. N-word. Might as well divorce Brian now. Dem legs. Too good, mate. I mean, they're all fab. By the way, this wasn't provided to Lindsay Loveridge.
No.
I think that's actually something we should point out.
Yeah,
like,
these were on Facebook.
These were all fabricated. It's like, well, guess what? Tracy didn't provide these to Lindsay Loveridge. We found these on our own.
Yeah, I saw those on Facebook.
Yeah. So I think that's worth. What else could be said? I mean, this is obviously a lie, and I can't imagine. Oh, that was David Wald's tweet. I can finally get the actual words. What did he say? Not everyone really wants the truth. There are people out there right now who still believe the earth is flat. Is this Mr. Flat Earther? Some of us take great comfort in ignorance. Humans are mysterious creatures, but they too will still hear Damon in my shows.
By the way, notice how he still has the non-binary hose character as his profile picture?
Yep. Has he done anything else since then?
Probably. I don't know if he's wearing it because he knows people will be upset about it, or to be like, look, guys, I made the
He voices
change.
that character, right?
Yeah, he. I think everyone's like, wow, Leia Clark or whoever it was made the script or whatever, but it did. I think that it came out that David Wald did that as a whatever line, like he did on the spot.
Yeah,
impromptu.
Yeah, so basically he has the credit for, look, guys, I made them visible. They exist. They're validated.
First of all, fuck David Wald.
All right. Anyway, do you guys have anything else you want to say about? Sorry. One more thing. Oh, shit, I already closed it. God damn it. God damn me. The A&N post. Let's not forget about all those things Damon Mills said. As someone who has seen the cease and desist sent by Damon's attorney, I am alarmed and dismayed to see misinformation willfully shared by your outlet not once but twice in your articles. The cease and desist letter was sent to the accuser never called for or required a retraction. So yeah, I just like there's a lot more than just the simple things included in Anime News Network's first article about Daman Mills. So I think we've already
I think that I hope Lindsay Loveridge has learned her lesson and will now confirm any DMs linked to her that they are real. Make sure that's confirmed. Say it in the first draft of your article that you have
independently verified
that they are real as to the best of your ability.
That's some wishful thinking.
I just wish that she would grow a pair of ovaries and actually fucking come out and expose the bullshit that's been going on behind the scenes.
Yeah, it would sure be nice to see her actually, do something about this, because she's, as I sort of phrased it before, she's kind of got them by the balls regarding they can't, like, she's got the job security, like they can't actually come after her because I could take all of you down right now. I've got the receipts, like you guys are so sloppy, just like the people, LARPing on Kiwi Farms.
I mean, she can't really call anyone sloppy, seriously. Fucking putting those images on the fucking server.
Now, in additional news here, some sad news. Oh, good job. I got my cookies and the frickin' voice actor Billy Kametz shares stage 4 colon cancer diagnosis. So this isn't so good. This is the voice of
more bad news. Yeah, Naofumi and Diamond is Unbreakable. What is that?
Josuke. Higashi
Josuke, thank you. It's like, which JoJo is that? I forget.
So he shared.
Yeah, super sad.
Yeah, he showed a video on his YouTube channel today. This is on April 26th to provide a health update. According to his announcement, he was recently diagnosed with stage 4 colon cancer and is undergoing treatment while taking a break from his work. Kametz explains how it started in the video below. About 10 weeks ago, he had pain in one of his shoulder blades that spread elsewhere. Fuck, that's me! After eventually heading to the emergency room and getting a CAT scan, the actor received a formal diagnosis and started treatment. According to his video, chemotherapy and radiation therapy treatment are going well, and he'll continue fighting as he returns to Pennsylvania to be with his family.
He had a pain in his shoulder and it was colon cancer?
No, the pain in his shoulder is what got him the CAT scan, and while they were doing the CAT scan, I'm sure they saw in his colon something that didn't look quite right. That's the only way I could possibly read that.
I mean, he kind of explained.
Otherwise, I also have colon cancer, and
oh god,
and we'll need your donations to pay for that treatment.
Yeah. So what is it? I'd consider myself a recent fan of him, like, because I think it was technically Shield Hero. I think was the first big thing that I heard him in, and then it was JoJo, and then he was in like Iruma-kun, and that was the first time I really paid attention to who he was. I'm like, hey, I think I recognize that guy, and I just thought that he was. He's also the replacement in Takagi-san, but I really grew attached to him, and I thought, man, I really like this guy that I recently found, and I for 2 days after this dropped or whatever, I kind of felt the same way you did about Miura and all that back then. Like, I was really bummed out about it. And when you watch his video, he's got such a good spirit, and like at the end of it, he talks about how, all the people who are replacing me in these shows,
he
just
asked you to support them.
Yeah, give them all the love and support that you can. They're doing such a great thing, being able to fill in those roles for me. And I just thought that was a great show of his character. Like, he didn't even have to bring that up to begin with, but he just wanted to make sure that the voice actors felt comfortable in that position, that people were able to come out and, tell them, hey, we thank you for doing this. This is great that you're able to step into his roles.
I have failed so hard.
Oh yeah?
Yeah. Fuck, I cannot believe I didn't include this. So the new Google Doc, I didn't bring that up. I sent it to you guys and never added it to the doc. So let's finish. Let's finish Billy Kametz real quick, and then go back to that. So
Yeah,
also he's got a GoFundMe. If you want to support his medical bills, which I am sure are massive. I'm showing it to you this way. So you can see
Jeannie McNutcase.
I've seen this picture before, and I could tell you, like, comparing this to the article picture, I swear to God, they're two different people.
Right. Because he looks like he's already gone through quite the chemo. He looks like a cancer person right here. Look at his eyes. Like one of them is like not even looking the same direction, or like it's half closed.
Like it's yeah.
Yeah, he looks like a different person. So he clearly needs your help. He needs look. What's the survival rate of stage 4 colon cancer? It's like
15%.
Yeah, it's extremely low. So,
I mean, we're probably not going to hear him in any anime anymore.
Right. And just to clarify again, this is his Twitter, and he is sharing this GoFundMe. So it is his GoFundMe fundraiser on behalf of William Kametz, right? So it has raised 12,000 since I last looked, or actually 22,000, I think, since I last looked. So it's getting up there. If you guys would like to support him, I'm going to encourage you to do so. I'm going to go ahead and link it in the chat right now.
Oh, in the chat. Go back to the Takagi-san thing after.
Go ahead while I try to find this CBR extended.
Okay.
Fuck! I can't believe I.
So season 1 was done by Funimation. Season 2 got picked up by Netflix and had a completely different dub cast. Season 3 and the movie are licensed by Sentai. So this is an announcement that the English dub is going to start streaming May 6th.
Cool.
So I'm curious.
Please tell me Sentai is picking up the Funimation actors for this, because that's what I'd do if I was them.
I'm so conflicted because I don't even know if I want them to do that. So basically, I was theorizing, speculating before that, is season 3 going to be a completely new dub? They're going to have 3 separate dubs. But at this point, even if you do get theoretically a Netflix dub cast like brought over, which I doubt they will, you wouldn't have the full cast because Billy's out of commission. So basically, unless they do go, what's weird? Aaron Dismuke is also out of commission for like 6 weeks. So if they went back to Funny's dub, it would still be the same situation.
Right. Oh, crap, you're right. I forgot it.
Yeah, which I only realized recently why I'm like, oh no, for the Aaron Dismuke thing, because I'm like, Kaguya-sama's out. No! Like season 3's coming out, so they'll have like, I guess, a temp voice actor if they simul-dub that while he's out. But
I would still want them to use the Funimation cast. They're like right fucking next door. Not really, but like, you know what I mean. They're right there. They've already used some people from Funimation.
So I know, but well, you know what? Yeah. To be fair, if they do use Funimation, they have the opportunity to, if they can get season 2, because they seem to be able to get Netflix shows, they'll redub it because Sentai does that apparently. Yeah, and they might actually have a consistent.
They could like normalize it.
Yes.
Okay.
We might have a chance, guys.
So you're saying there's a chance?
Yeah.
All right. So back to Daman Mills. I cannot believe I dropped this ball so hard. Truth.doc. Who's the where's the like info or whatever where you can see
who shared it?
No, like who the creator is, like, because we did that on the other one, right? And we were able to see document
details.
Is that file? Yeah,
at the bottom.
Created on April 20th. That helped. Well, let's not do that. Let's not click over there. God damn it, that would have been bad. Dox myself once again. Anyway, yeah. So let's just read it. The truth is, my allegations about Daman Mills were false. When Daman left our friend group back in 2015, we were angry at him and I guess a little jealous because his career was starting to take off. I had a stupid idea about how to get back at him. God damn it. Now I feel like we read this already. So I wrote this document accusing him of all this stuff. Or is this just did CBR just write about this document?
Like wrote
It's
it
like
back in
word for
2015
word.
and then sat on it for 8
Hey,
years.
wait, what's going on here? What? Is somebody in the chat also reading it? Is that what's going on? Anyway, where was I? Another friend talked me out of posting it at the time because it wasn't true. But then this year, when I heard him in a show I grew up watching, Dragon Ball, and heard he might be taking over one of the roles, I guess I just got angry about the way I feel like he just kind of disowned us. First of all, a show I grew up watching, Dragon Ball, and I heard he'd be taking over one of the roles. Linda Young, the one you heard growing up, wasn't even voicing that character anymore. Already replaced by Chris Ayres.
I mean, to be fair, I think when he was young, he was watching the Chris Ayres version.
Kai? Nobody watched Kai. I guess I just got angry about the way I feel like he just kind of disowned us, and I used the stuff from the old document to lash out. It wasn't right. I mean, I can almost believe this because of how old the fucking document was compared to when the actual article by Lindsay Loveridge got written, right? It wasn't right, and I have no excuse except that I was in a really bad place at the time. I know that isn't really an excuse, and I'm so sorry. This isn't who I am, and I had no idea how much pain all this was going to cause him. I was just angry, and I wanted him to feel sorry for just abandoning me. The screenshots I provided were made up and not real at all, or happened between friends of ours, and we just changed the names and stuff. The screenshot from Brian about being unrequited was one of the only ones that was real. Okay. Pulling it up.
That was part of the same DM thing that he sent. Like, oh my God. They're so freaking bad at this, man.
Uh-huh. The one about Brian, I think the one he's talking about, what was it shaped like? This one? No, that's not from Brian. This one. Nope. Oh, that's from your Funimation Insider, actually. Wait, was it one of... Nope. Nope. Have you tried touching your dick? I'm pretty sure it was like a wall of text. Actually, this might have been the one that was in the article that that makes sense. I only put the ones in here that weren't in the article. So let me pull up. It was podcast 188. Yeah, that one. Okay. So the only one that wasn't fake was this one. Dude, I know the feeling more than you can know, and that's why I'm reaching out because of that. I feel so fucking badly. I would about die. I mean, even though we haven't really dated, I'm still dealing with my unrequited feels for Tracy every day. Not his fault at all. I just can't shake him. I cried to him on my birthday like a bitch because sometimes I don't know what to do. But I mean, geez, I want to hug you. I don't know what I can say to help at all except be there for you 1,000,000,000%. So this
what
is
I will say this. I have both of them pulled up right now. So if you're looking at the Facebook Messenger on the PC, this is why I'm saying these are not fake at all. It will say the first and last name on the PC. on your phone, it says the first name only, even if they have a first and last name.
Mm-hmm. And
again,
and
this one that you probably wouldn't think about if you're trying to fake things.
This one being from Damon, active 30 minutes ago.
So that's a mobile.
And this is from Brian, who is still friends with Damon.
Yeah.
Whereas Tracy was blocked.
Yeah.
Although
it says active 30 minutes ago. It's not necessarily the message.
Right. Active 30 minutes ago means that he's still friends with him, and it's letting you know that he's probably around because he was active 30 minutes ago if you wanted to continue messaging him, right? Exactly. Now the question is, because this is mobile, it's kind of hard to search for now again, for the record, he's saying this is the one that's not fake.
Yeah.
Right? But and of course the reason why is he saying this is the one that's not fake? Because it's the one that says, "Oh, these were unrequited fields, nothing ever happened." So this is the one that doesn't make me look like a creep, allegedly, right?
Well, the other thing too is if he's saying he faked these screenshots back in 2015, then why does he have Damon's current profile picture on like some of them there? That also doesn't make sense. If I'm recalling correctly, some of the other ones have his newer profile picture on them. Or they have the old ones? Or am I thinking this one?
So some of the public ones did have his newest.
That's what I'm thinking of. Yeah,
you're thinking of
the public Facebook
of these
post.
ones, because we took these screenshots. And when I say we, I mean the people on Kiwi Farms and myself looking through the Facebook before it was locked to friends only or whatever.
Duncan or Damon's lawyer is claiming these Facebook things are fake too.
Is he?
They're all fabricated. Yeah. He's saying anything out there that's blah, blah, blah. He's like, oh, that's all fake. It's all fabricated. He made it all up.
I don't know that he's actually saying that. I didn't see that statement being made. I saw that they're drawing towards this being fake.
Yeah, it's all so fake that he had to delete 700 tweets and all of his Facebook. Keeping all of his innocent, not sus material out there.
Well, I mean, if you look at a combination of the discussions that he allegedly had with Duncan, which may or may not be fake, I don't think they're fake at all, and the way that he actually acted on Facebook towards Duncan as well, I mean, it's open and shut for me. Like, he absolutely had these conversations. 100% had these conversations.
Yeah.
I mean, let's put it this way. The Kickstarter for Majora's Mask Replica, if we pulled up this Zelda Informer article, I would assume it is dated around this. And that's just something you would not think to do, to go and find some old ass article and include it in the thing and then, backdate your shit, right? I mean, you know how you could immediately impeach this if this article turns out it wasn't written until 2017. You know what I mean? That kind of thing would be how you disprove this. But, I mean, I guess I could try to pull it up.
Well, some of the stuff he did say that he just made it. He reworked other friends' conversations to make it look like Damon was saying it. So, in that sense, he wouldn't necessarily have to think about adding in a thing, but the article. But still, it's no.
It would take
I don't even see
so
Zelda Informer
much
popping up.
to do.
Yeah.
So this, I mean, granted, there's probably been a ton of Kickstarters for this exact thing. This one is dated July 11, 2014. I did not find the Zelda Informer. I don't know. Maybe the website's not around anymore.
Yeah, I can't find it either. I'm looking for
Zelda Informer Facebook profile picture. Facebook. No, that's probably not it. Anyway, I didn't look for it. If anybody wants to look for it later, you could if you're able to impeach this testimony, I would be happy to report on that. But yeah, it's just it doesn't make any sense to me that this could be And I'd have to look through the recording that Biggity Buck Bumble did on Kiwi Farms of Daman Mills thing to see if this, how long ago this was the Facebook profile picture, right? Because that could be indicative of when the screenshots were taken, which it might.
Yeah.
It would backdate it to perhaps when the article or the document was created, or even possibly just back to when the article. It had to be the document created, not the.
I mean, even if he took these screenshots like years ago, doesn't matter. Like, I could fully see him saying, fuck Daman Mills, I'm going to take these screenshots and then just never do anything with them. And then finally now say, okay, no, I am going to do something with them. So
here's the doc, the original one. I don't know.
I went through that originally, and I pointed out a lot of holes in the statements that Duncan had. And I said, if it wasn't for Daman coming out and explicitly saying this happened, but it was consensual, I wouldn't believe anything that Duncan had said. But Daman fully admitted to it.
Okay, in a new tab or window, a whole new window, not on screen. Open that old Google Docs if it's still available.
It's not. It's an archive.
So the Google Docs is down?
Yeah,
he deleted it.
Oh, okay. I was gonna try and see if you could match up the name of the person. I assume it's the same, but.
Well, how would you do that on this one if I don't do it on screen?
If you don't do it on screen, you click the top left document icon. Then it brings you back to your documents, and then at the very top, it'll show you the most recent.
Oh, yeah, it says Duncan wins.
Yeah.
But that's just the name of the profile.
Yeah, but I mean...
Yeah.
So it wouldn't be difficult to create a new account with the same name,
same name, yeah.
It could be something they fucked up on, potentially.
Well, potentially, but they didn't, because it's the same name, so... Anyway.
Well, do you remember that name from the old Google Doc?
Yeah, that's the name, because that's the name that came up when that's the name of the
that's the Twitter name.
That's
right?
the Twitter name. We pulled it up, I believe. I think we did.
Okay. Well, anyway.
I think we did. Well, actually, maybe I can hold on. Let's see what happens when I do this. Nope, that didn't work. Okay. I lost track of where I was in here. The screenshot for Brian about being unrequited was one of the only ones that was real. Daman and I never dated. By the time he said that, we weren't close anymore, but sharing a bed and joking before that was all consensual. Wait, what did your lawyer say? This isn't it. Hold on.
This is where this gets really messy.
Damn,
and they
it's just
keep tripping over themselves.
Any language quoted from the cease and desist sent to Duncan was written by me and does not represent a statement from my client. To be clear, the language has been misinterpreted. Daman Mills has never had a romantic or sexual relationship with Duncan. The consensual relationship referred to in that legal document uses the word standard definition, a continued association between two people, in this case, a friendship. I mean, I don't know about you, but sharing a bed and joking before it was consensual, that's not something I would consider a standard friendship. Just
no.
Especially not between a 15-year-old and a 20-year-old.
No.
Just saying. And he did not do those other things we accused him of. We accused him off. Well, good job. Like we literally never touched each other like that. And there definitely wasn't sex or a rape like people keep hinting at, implying on the internet, on forums. Daman literally hadn't even had his first real kiss the whole time I knew him.
Right.
That's a really weird thing for you to say.
Yeah. Very, very odd thing. Very specific.
we were besties who talked about it all the time. He was pretty shy and awkward back then, but he was honestly an amazing friend like 90% of the time, and someone who was really important to me. I was just angry because I felt like he didn't want to have any of his old friends in his life anymore, and I did something stupid. I didn't know how to stop this once it started. I kind of hoped that when Damon's attorney sent those screenshots that proved what I said wasn't true, the story would stop. But I guess it was too late for any of us to stop it. People on the internet keep coming up with random conspiracy theories about why I've retracted my allegations, but they're all wrong. I haven't been pressured by Damon's lawyer to retract my statement. I literally haven't heard from them in months. I also haven't been contacted by anyone in the industry about any of this. I don't even think they know who I am, ? And no one reached out to me about Damon being suicidal or pressured me to retract. I don't even know where people came up with that one, but it's not true. I know where they did. Freaking Lindsay Loveridge. I haven't talked to anyone about this except one reporter, my attorney, and a few close friends, and none of them pressured me to do anything. It might not be what people want to hear, but I'm just trying to do the right thing now. I don't think there was anything new in this entire doc, and now I feel like an idiot for going back to it. But Mrs. Tracy, I may be gay, but I won't do stuff to him. I'm not one of those. Please let me sleep with him in his bed. Yeah, right. That's how I read that. Was the part of his mom telling Damon not to sleep in his bed fake too then? I honestly... I have the means to reach out to Tracy and his brother and Brian and all these individuals, but I haven't reached out, and I don't think it's my place to reach out. I would love it if they reached out to me, but it seems now that nothing that they would have to say to me would be anything besides, oh, it's totally not true. You know what, Tracy, if you faked and fabricated all these things, surely you could release to me and I could independently verify with you through a call that is not broadcast to the world. You could show me the conversations that you had with other people that you then change their profile pic and name. You could show me those things.
Mm-hmm.
And if you would be willing to do that, all you have to do, Facebook has a way. Let's see, Facebook archive all conversations. Facebook has this. How to archive all conversations and messages in Facebook. You go up here. Let's see. Is this one? Yes, 3 dots. No, this is not it. I think this is literally like get rid of messages, like archive them, put them in your. This is not what I wanted. Yeah, this is archiving but not deleting. This isn't what I'm looking for. I will pull it up later, but there is a way. It actually, like, mine was several gigs, right? YouTube, Facebook compiles all your conversations. I think I should download all conversations. Here it is. Got it. All right. This is what I meant to showcase. How to download your Facebook chat. Hold on. Sorry, the stream just loaded on another thing. I was getting an echo. How to download your Facebook Messenger chat history. So you go to your Facebook information, settings. You go here, settings, Facebook information, download a copy of your inbox. Oh, and you can keep or transfer it into another account or another section. What's that say? Service? Yeah. So anyway, you click on messages. download, and then it takes like, I don't know, like a freaking hour and a half. It creates like a zip file for you, and it sends you your message history with every person, including voice messages and images and everything, right? And if you want to prove to me that you faked this, this is a way you could do it. You could show me these things, and it would be impossible for you to fake it, because you could, get a friend right now and type up the stuff and show like, oh, this is how I did it, right? But then the date is going to be after you submitted them to Lindsay Leverage, right? So you couldn't possibly fake that. It would have to at least be before the date of the article. And
I mean, or you could literally just screen share, and as long as he does a refresh in the call, so it's a live page.
Yeah, so I'm just saying, like, if you want to put the rumors to rest, and I mean, I don't know how many people have covered this to the autistic level that I have, but I would be more than willing to help Daman Mills clear his name if you would like to reach out and do this. I think, if you really want Daman Mills to have his reputation restored, I can think of no better way than to have somebody who has been extremely skeptical of everything going on, break the story by showcasing how, you did it and all those things. I would be more than happy to be available for you if that's something you want to do. But I'm just going to say right now, I don't think you can, because I don't think that these are fake. But that's just me. Anyway, I will include this in the doc later for future resources. Anyway, so I think that's it on returning to Daman Mills.
So, what is it? While that was all going on, we had a staggering, what is this? Fourth mention of this on a separate
Remember when
podcast?
I talked about how Vic treats his fans and how human he is with them, and yet you continually shame somebody for having the same...
I'm just saying why. I'm wondering why.
Johnny Young Bosch, Robbie Damon, Karen Strassman, and Mana Marshall as Vic supporters. Okay, I know Johnny Young Bosch most.
Yeah,
likely.
that's like the only one that I know.
I don't know. I don't even know any of these other names, so I couldn't say. Anyway, so
all right, folks. Before you get into the next topic, I'm gonna jump off. Thank you guys for hosting me. Appreciate you.
Thank you for coming on.
Much appreciated.
No problem.
By the way, everybody, you should go check out Cress's interview with Amanda Miller. That was fantastic.
Yes, that was very good.
Yeah, it was awesome that you got both Amanda and you also got Eric Roll on and all that. Great stuff.
And hopefully more in the future. I've been hearing from many different people that a lot of people have been quote unquote warned about going on my channel because I'm an alt-right YouTuber. Apparently,
isn't that just always how it goes?
Apparently, all these nefarious things that I do. So
yeah,
alt center. What about alt F4?
Oh, Lance is here. All right. Well, thank you for stopping in and
where can people find you on Twitter and your YouTube? Well, excuse me, I was trying to.
But go ahead and verbally say it for people who like to type things in.
On Twitter, you can join along with the clown circus that follows me from day to day. At Darkside EV, I'm regularly smashing people into the concrete on there.
Oh, I'm glad you said into the concrete.
Hey, I'm not Drexel. All right, I didn't say that. And on YouTube, you can find me youtube.com/Crumbrion. It'll take you right to my profile.
So. Right on. And again, it's in the description for anybody who doesn't like to type things in and search.
Okay. Thank y'all.
Right. Thank you again.
Peace.
Bye.
See ya.
Quit changing my fucking name.
Never.
Bro, your name is what? Oh, did you change it back? Okay.
I changed it like 60 times.
I was gonna start this podcast as the anime conslator, but I didn't think the joke would come through.
I was there an agreed upon like inside joke here that I'm missing?
I think the only thing that is verified, validated is my name. Everything else is, I don't know.
So we're 4 minutes late for this to be the perfect time to cover this, because we'd be 4:20 into the podcast. But Elon Musk has successfully purchased Twitter for $44 billion.
So
not quite.
Good
times. Yeah.
According to this headline. So despite the sorrowful sobbing and temper tantrums carried out by a certain deranged side of the political spectrum, it has been confirmed that, quote, richest man in the world, Elon Musk, has successfully bought out the biased and censorious Twitter, leading to some speculating that the service's censorship might perhaps reduce at least a little bit. During the last month, where Elon Musk was preparing to purchase the service, the usual suspects were absolutely livid over the idea of Musk purchasing Twitter, as they and several articles from corrupt outlets claimed that, quote, more censorship is actually needed to, quote, keep people safe. Transitioning from being their largest shareholder to now owning the company, Musk bought Twitter at $54.20 a share, $4.20, on April 20th, or 420, the same offer he made back on April 14th, and exchanging $44 billion of his lifeblood. Musk provided a statement on the matter, quote, free speech is the bedrock of a functioning democracy, and Twitter is the digital town square where matters vital to the future of humanity are debated. I also want to make Twitter better than ever by enhancing the product with new features, making the algorithms open source to increase trust, defeating the spam bots, and authenticating all humans. Well, now do I feel stupid for including this tweet and this tweet and this tweet? Actually, no, this tweet is still relevant because these literally the two things in here were in that statement there. So I would just like to point out something. He tweeted this out. Actually, this is still relevant, I guess, because the date, April 25th. He's putting a screenshot of text from, I think, like an article or something where he was quoted saying,
I believe it was his TED speech. TED Talk.
It is a TED Talk. It is the quote from his quote from, like, transcribed from his TED Talk.
I believe so.
So I also want to make Twitter better than ever by enhancing the product with new features, making the algorithms open source. This was on April 25th. He said he wanted to make the algorithms open source. That fucking day, I noticed the difference in the traffic I was getting on Twitter.
Well, we'll talk about that. Do you want to talk about that now, or you want to read the rest of the article?
I guess we could finish it. No, there's too much. Let's talk about it now.
So he hasn't done shit to Twitter. He hasn't
done anything to Twitter. But what did he say? He said, so look, what Randall Levin is saying here is that he has not taken over yet. Right? So
the deal isn't even fully approved yet.
Yeah. So Elon
Only
Musk
the board
hasn't made any changes to Twitter. But what he did do is say, I want to make the algorithms open source. And so Twitter, who told Congress, oh, we don't shadow ban. We have nothing like that going on.
Yeah.
Those individuals said, fuck! Oh my God! Delete all the code! Right? Delete everything. Suppressing people's speech, suppressing different accounts, shadow bans. All these people got their accounts back that were banned for no reason, with not a reason given as to why they were reinstated. Twitter is scared shitless over the fact that they have been throttling people's accounts and they're about to be found out. So they have as quickly as possible started to purge all of the code of this stuff. And I'm telling you, day of, all of a sudden I'm like, wow, my posts are reaching 10 times as many people. Isn't that interesting? Just saying. I think that this is going to be a good
YouTube
thing.
next?
Yes, right? I would much rather him buy YouTube.
He could maybe buy YouTube, but I don't think
He
Google
won't have any
can
money
sell
left
it.
over. Yeah.
And he's not buying Google.
No,
You should buy Pornhub. That's only like worth like 1.9 billion.
Really? Can we get a
Elon Musk.
GoFundMe to?
You can do it. I believe
So
in you.
Twitter CEO Parag
And
Agrawal-
undo the snap. Come on, man.
Rhys, I
want
love
Alex
how you're
Jones
just this
back.
walking, talking information bucket on how does Pornhub work? Continue. Ignore me.
Thought you were supposed to be asleep, quackers. Didn't you have to be up at 5?
You are not wrong. I'm actually scared that the moment I go to sleep, I'm not going to wake up in time. So I'm just sitting here like going.
I have that fear every night.
Oh, okay. You're a few months too late for that.
Okay. So Twitter CEO Parag Agrawal released a positive statement saying, quote, Twitter has a purpose and relevance that impacts the entire world. Deeply proud of our teams and inspired by the work that has never been more important. Not long after Musk initially announced his plan to buy out Twitter, Twitter's board put a, quote, poison pill measure in effect in an attempt to resist, but eventually decided to give in. Also, I would like to point out, I don't know if they're going to bring it up here, but they froze out their employees to stop them from altering the code in ways that would like kamikaze the platform.
Yeah, they froze the oh man, my brain. The code
They
base.
froze your brain, yeah.
Froze your brain.
Yeah, they froze my brain too. They froze the code base so people can't make any dev changes.
Mhm.
However, I don't know if that, and well, with the exception of like mission critical, like there's a giant bug they need to fix it. But I don't know if that includes settings. So I forget the exact dates, but like they froze the code on I think the Friday, and the board approved it on the Monday. Or no, the board approved it on Monday, and then they froze the code the next day, I think, on Tuesday. And then people started noticing all of their tweets getting more interactions, and a bunch of followers started showing up for right-wing people, I'll use that term, but don't take it too heavily. But and then left-wing people started losing a bunch of subscribers or followers. So
Well, theoretically, the left-wing people were losing followers because they were quitting Twitter, the followers, and the right-wing accounts were gaining followers because their followers were getting unbanned.
Potentially.
Right. And it's worth pointing out, Elon Musk tweeted this out. Truth Social is currently beating Twitter and TikTok on the App Store. So Truth Social is Trump's social media platform that was meant to compete with Twitter, which is why Trump probably is not going to come back to Twitter even if he gets unbanned.
He's under contract that he can't.
Right, which is annoying because he doesn't even have an account on Truth Social. But I do find it funny that this tells me what are people jumping on Truth Social because they're leaving this Twitter because it's going to not be a free speech, or it's going to be censored, or what is their claim even? That it's going to be a right-wing hellhole, so we're going to go to Trump's one? I don't understand. Like, why is Truth Social doing so well?
So Truth Social did have like a thing coincidentally right around the same time where they said because when they launched on President's Day, but the servers weren't ready to handle the mass influx of people. I was
in what do you call it? Like the lobby or whatever, where like I was waiting in line to have my account activated or whatever for like a good, like, I don't know, it felt like a fucking month before I finally was in.
Yeah.
I don't even know where the hell is it on my.
So just recently, they've apparently done something with Rumble, where now they can take in a lot more people. I guess I think is what I heard.
So Jack
that was
Posobiec,
the explanation.
had tweeted something to the effect of people's accounts finally are being activated or whatever. But Tim Pool had countered that by saying the top charts on the apps though is downloads of the app.
Yeah. Well, I mean, if you go on the website, I'm assuming there is a website, not just an app. Then.
But this is the Apple Store.
No, I understand. Then, if you created an account back whenever, right, and just now they're confirming all these accounts, now you're like, okay, I can actually use this fucking thing. Let me go download the app to finally sign in, because I just signed up on my computer and now I want the app because I finally have an account. So there are some explanations. It's a little weird. It's a little weird timing, but there are explanations.
He goes on to say, Truth Social, terrible name, exists because Twitter censored free speech. True. Should be called Trumpet instead. Honestly, not a bad name for it, except for the implications of I mean, it's not a bad name. This is a good pun, is what I'm trying to say, because Trumpet, without the connection to Trump, would be a decent name for a alternative to Twitter. To trumpet your truth or whatever you want to call it, right? But also because of the Trump's name, it's just like it was a good name. It was a good pun.
By the way, the funniest meme I saw of this whole situation was someone said, for all of those people who did not, did not leave this app, did not quit this thing, are also gonna not delete Twitter or something, right?
Yeah.
So just finishing what I was saying. So they locked the code, but I don't think they locked the settings.
I'm gonna step away for just a second.
So, like if I make an application, right? If I want to make a code change, then that has to go through a specific process, right? I have to, depending on the organization, but I have to submit a pull request to the repository. Pull request has to be approved. It's got to get merged into the main repository, and then it's finally like in the app, and then a release has to happen. So that's for a code change. But if a settings change were to happen, for instance, like mods having some power to shadow ban people, that would be a setting. The function to allow mods to ban people, that would be a code change. But if mods have
okay, so let's I'm sorry I stepped away as you're talking. You might have already addressed this, but basically what you're saying is that what they locked people out of was the ability for the general people who work at Twitter, who have the authority to shadow ban and to suspend and ban accounts, that ability. They've locked those people out.
No.
Is that what you're saying?
Opposite. So I did already explain it, but I'll explain it again quickly. So they locked the code base. As far as I know, that's all they kind of said, was they locked the code base. So they can't make code changes. They can't add features. They can't remove features. Okay. They can't, I would assume the algorithm is behind the code base. So they can't change the algorithm, but the dev tools, okay, or the mod tools, whatever you want to call about. Remember that it got leaked one year.
Yeah. I remember.
That shit is still available for people. So I would assume that's still available. I don't think they would lock that down. So people can still get banned. People can still get unbanned. People can still get shadow banned. People can still get deranked in the algorithm, or higher ranked in the algorithm. All of that shit is still there. So if they had some setting in that tool that said fuck all of these right-wing people, or maskers or like anti-maskers and anti-vaxxers, fuck all those people in the algorithm, and they had some setting in that tool to fuck all those people, then
remember that during the 2020 election, that Trump supporters came up with a hashtag that was intentionally misspelled because Hillary for prison wasn't trending because they were blocking it. It was in a blacklist. So they had Hillary for prison, Prision, as well, and they got trending, #1 trending in the country. And that showcased that Twitter was inorganically curating their trending list.
Yeah. And I mean, just last week, during the Depp trial, hashtag #MePoo got trending for like 20 seconds.
Amber Turd.
Little bit longer actually, but and then magically it wasn't in trending anymore. So okay. So I mean, those settings I assume they still have full access to, and they probably, if people are noticing weird things, have fucked with those settings. I am there is a subreddit that I am a part of the community for, and there's 2 subreddits actually, and both subreddits have mostly the same mod team, okay, but on one of the subreddits, the older subreddit, has really old mods that were unactive for years in the community, and the way Reddit works is you can't kick those people out unless they're completely inactive on Reddit entirely. You can't unmod them without them voluntarily leaving. So they randomly popped up and wanted to change how the subreddit was going to work. So all the newer mods said fuck you and left, and just are sticking to the newer subreddit. However, on their way out, they changed all the settings. They deleted all the pictures. They deleted the CSS code. They turned off the auto mod. They turned off the spam filters, and then they left. Now, the original mods were able to recover some of that, just because of the way Reddit works. But they were, now that Reddit has like spam shit happening on it and all that kind of crap. So, and I don't think they noticed that shit happened. So, similarly, that could happen with Twitter, right? So none of that requires a code change, but the settings could have got fucked.
Yeah, going back to you were saying that they locked down the code.
Yeah.
But effectively what they did was, it's not that they locked down the code, it's that they locked down employees' ability to edit the code.
That's the same thing.
Yes. So what I'm going somewhere with this. So what I'm saying is, the way I see it, I imagine that this is a cover. Again, I'm going back to my tinfoil hat conspiracy theory about how wanting to make the algorithm open source. So what Twitter did is they locked down the code so vast majority of their employees cannot see it or touch it or anything. But the few trusted employees they have are like, well, you're going to be on the hook for this too. Remove all the shady shit, right? So it's kind of like they're putting their on a protected account, and you go in and delete everything and then unprotect it, right?
So Elon Musk worked on PayPal. So he knows how, presumably, how applications work. So if they try so in order for them to pull this off, right, they would have to edit the
change history,
and like tamper with that stuff.
It's kind of funny, like, you know how you hear about like people committing fraud, and they've got like, yeah, we got 2 sets of books and stuff. It's like 2 sets of code, right? The one we hand over to the Congress and the one that we actually implement.
I mean, it's potential that they could have locked down the code and said, okay, now our top guys go in there and, clean shit up. And at least we won't have some rogue employee trying to, kill the entire thing, but we can get in the bad the real bad stuff that we need to.
Project Veritas release, they had somebody at Twitter leaked an internal like all hands on deck meeting with the CEO where he talked to everybody about the situation with Elon Musk talking about buying them and everything. And that shit got leaked to Project Veritas and is on YouTube now.
Yeah.
You know?
I mean, it's not too like
it's not very damning.
Yeah.
There's some weird talk about insider trading.
Although, I don't know
their
what
calendar, their insider trading calendar or whatever.
They had a calendar that said this is the day we do their insider trading.
I think it's probably. I think it's probably not the way it came across. I think they mean like I don't know. I'm sure there's probably some non-nefarious interpretation of it. I don't know what it is off the top of my head. But
do you think PV's going to be able to come back to Twitter?
Are they banned right now still?
They've been banned for like ages now. They trend even though they're banned on Twitter.
I think
that's the joke.
Fucking oh god, not the Onion. What's the like Babylon Bee? I think they got unbanned.
Oh really?
So just quickly, Ron Toy deleted his account. Apparently, I don't know if that's still true or not.
Well, he's going to come back like tomorrow.
But
yeah, that's so Twitter allows you to delete your account for 30 days without actually deleting it. So
well, first of all, he deleted his account, but it's the second account he made, the one that he made where he defamed the 400 tweets in the lawsuit. That one's still there.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Yeah. So so he can undelete his account within 30 days.
I'd have to switch to a different account to search because I'm blocked. But
well, come back in 30 days for that answer.
I don't know. He's I think he's gonna have withdrawals. You know.
Yeah.
He's on Truth Social now. Like
it was very
right now.
So if this wasn't stated yet, the board of directors has approved his deal. There is a contract. They do not have the ability to shop the contract around, so they can't go out and say, someone outbid him. But they can cancel the contract.
They can't say Bill Gates bid $45 billion or something.
So I guess I have to take this back. I don't know when this happened, but there's a verified Donald Trump account on Truth Social now.
Yeah. Okay.
So that's a thing. I don't know why I still thought he wasn't on there. I do know that when it launched, Mikhail Thalen, I think his name is I think it was Mikhail Thalen, a former InfoWars writer. He snagged at Real Donald Trump's username on Truth Social when it first launched. But since it's verified, I'm sure it's probably not Mikhail Thalen. that would be hilarious.
Yeah. So, what was I saying?
What were you saying?
Oh, the board approved the thing. They can't shop the deal around, but they can back out of the deal. However, there is a $1 billion exit clause on both parties. So Musk can exit with $1 billion fee, and Twitter can exit with $1 billion fee. From my understanding.
Ron Toya is not on Truth Social.
There is still due diligence. I don't know if Musk finds something in due diligence. I assume that relieves him of the $1 billion fee. If it's a valid reason to exit. Also, the Twitter stockholders have to still approve the merger or the sale. And again, I don't know if the Twitter stockholders say no. I don't think Twitter has to pay Musk the $1 billion. That wouldn't make much sense.
It would be funny if, if everything that, all your tin hat conspiracy is actually what happened, they used the shadow ban codes or whatever. Mm-hmm. Because of that one statement that Musk said he was gonna, and then he just backs out. But
even if he doesn't,
it makes Twitter a better place for that $1 billion. Because they have all their shadow banning bullshit.
Well, I mean, they would just
they
put
would
it back
easily
the
just
next
re-implement
day.
it.
Yeah.
But I just want to point out here, from what I can see, Ron Toye is not on True Social, nor is he on Getter or Gab or Parler. Let's see if he's
There
online.
you go. So so it might still not go through. The FTC is looking, or people are petitioning the FTC to look into it. However,
they've made a statement, said there's nothing that they would even be able to do.
yeah, it's a private. He's going to be privately taking it private, so stockholders aren't going to have any say in it.
And
no
Twitter actually has a fiduciary obligation to their shareholders to sell, because they are able to sell at a rate like Twitter current value in the stock market is.
I think it's around $51-ish right now.
No, I was like 40 something last time.
No, well, I mean, unless it tanked
$48.99.
Okay, it went
currently.
Well, it didn't tank, but it went down a couple dollars. It was at 51 on Monday when they announced it.
It was at 46 when I bought in.
Oh yeah, you got a good deal.
Fuck yes.
So Musk will have to pay some people off because he bought in, presumably, at the low, or maybe just below or just above the low there in the last few weeks, and then didn't announce it in time that he owned more than 5%, which he was supposed to announce. So potentially anyone that bought or sold shares between the days of him buying more than 5% and announcing it, which was like the deadline of needing to announce it, and when he did announce it, which I think was like 5 days, anyone who sold, presumably bought in that time frame, could turn around and sue him, because they would have potentially, like him announcing it would have made the price go up potentially, so he might have to deal with a lawsuit.
Oh well.
But yeah, other than that, and their damages would just be like 51. Like, okay, presumably it would have went up to 51 because it went up to 51 after he announced it. So we'll give you the difference, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, so I think people are estimating this deal to be done by October.
What's that?
I said one person sues him for like $7.
Well, I mean, he'll easily just settle it out, and it'll be a drop in the bucket compared to what he stands to gain.
Yeah.
So, it's a crazy thing. I'm surprised how quick people are freaking out about it, considering he's not anywhere close to actually buying it yet. But he's closer than he was 2 weeks ago. But yeah, I mean, that's the other thing. Like,
him owning Twitter is a bad thing.
The woke people are like, people are going to be able to talk now.
Well, everyone's worried that he's going to manipulate things in the way that Twitter used to manipulate things, just the other way.
It's so telling. Like, now he could do this, or this. It's like all the things that has already been going on in your favor up until this point.
Yeah, it was hilarious watching some of the tweets. Like some of the tweets from after Donald Trump got banned, and they're like, well, it's a private company, they can ban who they want.
But now that it's a private company again, they can't do what they want.
Yeah,
it's a problem.
No, exactly. There was one guy who's like, oh, it's a private company, they can do what they want, and then people are like, well, it's the town square, and like, oh no, that's not valid. Now that someone that they don't like is going to own it, it's like, well, this is too much power. And like it's the town square now, so clearly one person can't own the town square.
I love the stupid argument about Elon Musk talks about free speech, yet he blocked someone. It's like, yeah, but they're not banned. They can. This is
literally free speech, and still being allowed to free speech is that you get to say it. Elon Musk doesn't have to hear it. Right?
Yeah.
Blocking somebody and harassment are two very different things, people.
So
even if they're not harassing, you have the right to just.
I know, but if you block someone because you don't want to hear what they've got to say, it's not stopping them from talking.
I mean, as long as they're not defaming you, I guess I mean, I like the idea of just muting people instead of blocking
Right.
them. But
That's me as well.
But the one thing that did bug me out of all of this shit that went down is every fucking person on Tuesday saying, "Oh, I got my account back," and I was like, "What the fuck?" So Jerry from Geeks and Gamers came out and said he got his account back. He was apparently banned for 2 years. I don't know if he was banned for 2 years. Certainly, he hasn't posted in 2 years. And one of his last posts before he got banned or before he disappeared was that he got suspended for calling Neil Cuckman or whatever his name is some shit about the Last of Us 2 crap. But he posted the image 2 years ago of him being banned. So presumably he was unbanned long enough to post that picture. So I'm confused as to the timeline here.
Right.
Confused as to how he got his account back. Tucker Carlson also commented that, "Oh, we're back now." From just reading the comments quickly, it seemed like he posted something that was bad, and Twitter did one of the things that they did with the New York Post, where they're like, "Oh, well, if you delete the offending comment, we'll let you talk again." And so people are saying, "Well, you just deleted that comment, so now you can talk again." It's not like Elon did anything for him.
Well, again, I don't think that Elon is not in control.
No,
I think that the 5D chess of saying I want to make this algorithm open source and all that stuff, I think that has stirred Twitter into making some moves internally before Elon's even in charge.
Sure, but I don't think that they're unbanning people because of it, and I don't think Elon has any sway in getting them to unban people until he fully takes charge.
Well, again, I'll just say that from my personal perspective,
anytime you start,
I don't think that I was shadow banned, because there's ways to search, am I shadow banned? And
sorry, hold on. I'll correct the record. Unbans like specific people, like Trump, like Alex Jones. The mass banning of like people for sharing the
Babylon B, learn to code people.
Yeah, those people, fine.
I'm saying something separate. Shadow banning and banning we're not talking about the same thing here. I'm saying I don't think I was shadow banned. The people we were just talking about being banned, that's not the same thing as being shadow banned. I'm just saying, I don't think I was shadow banned because I still showed up and searched and everything. However, I think that I was being throttled because like a light switch switching on, the second, like literally the day that he tweeted that message about wanting to take the algorithm open source, that very day, immediately I started blowing up. My phone was giving me notifications constantly. Every tweet I was making for a while, I was getting a lot more interaction with, a lot more than normal.
So there's a couple possibilities. One, they had a limiter on it, they took it off. Two, they're amplifying the right as a fuck you, just to say, like, look at all these people, now you're gonna have to deal with them more. Or three, they banned a bunch of people for the Hunter Biden learn to code, like those very biased bullshit reasons, and now they've unbanned them all, so now those people are all coming back online and interacting with people. Or
could also be that more people are on Twitter. Hold on. Well, could be that more people are on Twitter because of the news about Elon.
That's
just
true.
More interaction happening. It's definitely possible.
Yeah, but but if you're talking like the day of this shit, that's highly
day after,
well, day after, that's still questionable in and of its right. That's the people who may or may not have been shadow banned, because if you've been banned or whatever and your shit's not really showing up on Twitter and everything, I mean, are you really gonna have checked? Oddly enough, that one day,
I should clarify.
Millions of people.
I don't know for a fact it was the day that he tweeted this. It was the day I saw this tweet, which I think was the 25th. I should clarify. I didn't specifically check, but it was as soon as I might have even noticed the increase happening before I saw the tweet. I'm not sure.
From my understanding, most people have said.
I have notifications.
It would take some time for people to actually turn around and check their accounts. if someone was getting either throttle or something, for them to just all of a sudden, hey, guess what? Everything's showing up now.
Most
Don't
people
let Doom win.
Most people have said that it was the 26th that they've seen the majority of people come back online.
That they've seen. You said it right.
Oh my God.
I say it right all the time.
He says it right all the time. We only call him out what's wrong.
So the other possibility that I was kind of alluding to, but it didn't make it clear, is they've turned off some bot spam thing, and so all of these are just like bot crap.
Well, yeah, like the bots in all of Elon Musk's like everything. I noticed immediately Elon Musk was getting slammed even harder with bots. Like it's the whole Ron Toye, like, oh, Vic did this, like when literally you couldn't even talk about a person who happened to be named Vic without Ron Toye showing up in your mentions, and all that. Yeah, I've seen that on the kind of stuff that was always on Trump's accounts or any political figure's account. Elon Musk has them, and I maybe I didn't look for him on Elon Musk before, but I noticed them right after. Perhaps again that could just be because I only started to really follow Elon Musk like more closely and pay attention to specifically what he's saying recently. I mean, I've had notifications turned on for a while, but it's just been like the notification pops up on my phone and I read like the little header thing and I don't even open it, kind of thing. So now I'm actually looking at it. So maybe he's always been getting them, because I know specifically he's been wanting to get rid of the bots. His exact phrasing was defeating the spam bots and authenticating all humans, which, by the way, is not something I'm on board with. If authenticating all humans means, verifying a person behind an account and
having to show like
the anonymity of online discussion is crucial to your freedom of speech.
So I think you could have two types of Twitter, like you do right now. You have the verified check, right? So people who want to remain anonymous just remain not checked. Right. And he had said that he was going to implement something that allowed you to buy the check mark. And okay, so you buy the check mark, you prove you're a human, and then you can have the check mark and you can be in the elevated blue check Twitter. And otherwise, if you want to remain anonymous, you are in the slummy no blue check mark. Twitter.
Even then, you
slummies no blue check mark.
Twitter blue.
Even then, you can still remain anonymous if you have a blue check mark.
No.
Like no. To the publicly. Like my username could still be Rhys2753, but
Twitter would know who you were.
Twitter would know I'm a human being.
They would know who you were too, not just that you're a human.
So on top of this, when you I don't see it. I don't know where it is on. I don't know where it is on the desktop version, but on the mobile version, when you look at what's over here, Twitter Blue is an option. That's like the paid version of Twitter.
Yeah.
Do you think that he's just going to integrate? Because
I believe
something
that's what he
interesting
said.
that happened actually is that when Elon Musk announced that he was buying Twitter, again, Elon Musk has not had any finger dipping in the code whatsoever, other than the statement that I'm arguing scared them into removing shadow banning and all that stuff. But I did notice that Gab got unverified.
The unverified stuff is a little weird because the way Twitter works is if you change your name or your bio, I think.
I don't know if it's your bio.
I think so. If you significantly change your bio, I think it fucks you, because I'm pretty sure who's the guy that was the blonde-haired gay guy that
Milo Yiannopoulos.
Milo. I think he put some bullshit in his bio, and no Milo. I'm pretty sure he put some bullshit in his bio, and that was Twitter's reason for unverifying him, because the whole point of the bio is to tell you who you are, and they were verifying that is that person, and so they had changed the bio or something. So
okay, so I've got an archive from March 6th. That's not that long ago.
Okay, were they still verified back then?
Yes, and I am seeing a change in the home of free speech and the parallel economy, verified. Pioneering the parallel economy for the glory of God. Want to reply to our tweets, get on Gab. So that's possible. What you're saying that by changing the what do you call this? The bio that caused them, because I know that's the thing with YouTube. If you change your YouTube account name, you'll get unverified.
Yeah, and ironically, it's an issue on TikTok where they don't do that. Because what happened on TikTok is some account got verified, and then from all accounts that I've seen, they changed their name to
Real Donald Trump, right?
Belle Delphine.
Okay.
And it was verified. It was like Belle Delphine verified, and there were posts from her in quotes, and then all of a sudden it was, I have
Buy
new
my crypto.
I have a new Bitcoin thing.
And that's the other thing that you see underneath all of Elon Musk's tweets is fake Elon Musk accounts saying, I'm giving away Bitcoin or whatever.
And then afterwards, their name changed again, and they were still verified. So sorry, did I say Twitter at some point? I meant TikTok. If that wasn't clear,
you did say TikTok earlier at least once.
Yeah. So TikTok, if you change your name, they do not remove the verified badge, which they should, because that's bullshit.
On Twitter, I noticed this a couple of days ago, like a week ago. I changed my header image, and for some reason, it wouldn't let me keep the quotes in my bio.
It's possible that they've updated the.
Sorry, hold on. You changed your header image.
Yeah.
Not your bio.
Not my bio.
But it wouldn't let you, because when you edit, you have to edit by going.
It's basically save.
Yeah. So in order to change your header image, you have to hit the button that edits your whole thing, and
right.
You can either change your bio or change the image.
And it wouldn't let me keep my bio as it was.
Yeah. So
because I had quotes around interesting specimen.
Yeah, most likely they removed quotes as a valid character in bios, probably for some code injection issue, would be my guess. And
code injection, huh? Code. I got you. Code as in you put something into your bio that would read as code when it goes through.
And they just grandfathered Rhys's code bio from before they implemented that, I guess.
Yeah. So. Most likely the rule was put in place on the form, so anyone going forward changing their form will now be restricted.
Well, I previously thought about adding your name, Random 11, to the to the list of hosts here, but apparently I'm going to lose my quote, so I guess I won't.
Potentially, if that's the truth, or maybe it was just a bug as well. But it's possible that they
try it now. You don't even have to implement it. Just try it.
I don't want to.
Yeah, I wouldn't.
You don't have to save anything. You don't have to save it.
I wouldn't do it live on.
It's gonna show your credit card information.
Yeah, I wouldn't do it with screen share. But sorry, just one last thing about the stupid "I'm Back" brigade on fucking Monday. Ricada also posted. I'm back at Ricada Law, at Ricada Law. And I've discussed this a little bit on Discord, but it had my head spinning, and I did some digging, and what I thought had happened didn't happen. Anyway, I had misremembered his old Twitter handle, his original Twitter handle that got banned. So his old Twitter handle was at Nick Ricada. And so he's not back at Ricada Law. He was never at Ricada Law.
I think even he forgot.
He did.
But you know what? I at first I also thought that that's what happened, but the more I thought about it, I'm like, actually, I do kind of remember tweeting at him at Nick Ricada, right?
Yeah.
Also,
I I thought they went back and changed that shit.
So when I go to edit the profile, this is what happened: is you changed this, right? You clicked, you went into edit, then you started to change this, and then when you went to save, it wouldn't let you.
Yeah.
But did it tell you like whatever your?
It specifically red flagged my bio.
So if I hit save, it's gonna red flag the bio. It didn't. You're a liar, Rhys. Try it again. No, I also didn't change anything. Is what I'm getting at here.
Yeah.
Like,
it's possible that they just don't like Rhys.
Well, I'm gonna try adding quotes back into it then.
There you
Make your bio all quotes.
Oh my fucking lord.
Rhys 27 quote 3.
I just seen the latest tweet from.
Motherfucker, I got back on it. Okay, I got quotes back in.
There you go. You're just a liar.
No, I swear to God. I swear to God.
Rhys, that's exactly the kind of shit that happens to me. It's
Maybe
okay, buddy.
Elon Musk, they flipped a switch that they didn't have to.
Yes, thank Elon Musk. You have your quotes back.
I swear to Christ that it told me I could not have quotes in my bio. I swear to God.
Did you try? Did you previously change it on your phone?
No, this was all on mobile.
Is all?
No,
Oh.
it was on mobile. Yes.
Oh.
That was when I implemented it because I took a picture off my phone.
So the other thing I've noticed, are you on iPhone?
Are you kidding me?
You don't know?
Okay. I don't know.
What, Rhys isn't dumb enough?
No, I'm saying Rhys doesn't know. He's like, are you kidding me? What?
That's an insult to injury. You ask me if I have an iPhone.
So I don't know about your phone, but I noticed it with iPhone. Ever since I updated to the new iOS, they changed how quotes work. So there's multiple different actual physical characters for quotes. There's the 2 straight lines, and then there's like the curly quotes, like the open curly quotes and the closed curly quotes. And those are special characters. And on phones, to be nice, although I don't think it's nice, they auto input like open curly quotes if it's before text, and after text it closes the curly quotes.
Wow.
And so a lot of text inputs might say "fuck you" to that. I notice on a certain forum that I go to now, if you use quotes and you don't change it to the straight quotes and you hit save, the post turns those quotes into like weird boxes.
It's not letting me do it now on mobile. Check the
so it's a mobile thing.
Tab. Check the general tab on Discord.
Okay, first of all, nobody thinks you're lying. That was a joke. Anyway, we have been on the topic of Twitter for a good long while. Also, Dawood Sadiq, how are you doing? This is extremely late, a good 15 minutes late on answering your hello. All right, so let's. I don't know if there's much left to. It's just going to be like the lefties. Like,
I don't even. I
you
thought
could have
this
done
was
so
going to
much.
be a rabbit hole anyway.
You could have done so much money, so much for humanity with that money, Elon Musk. And then people like literally all the Twitter employees could donate that money that they get. All the Twitter shareholders. Yeah.
The way one tweet put it was, "Hey, Elon totally could have donated to that cause that I only started carrying about 4 hours ago."
Yeah. Anyway, are we done Twitter discussion
Please.
for the time being? Woohoo! Pickups.
All right.
I have pickups. Would you?
So do I. Who's first? Brad's first.
I picked up The Laws of the Universe, The Age of Elohim. I picked this up because Justin Savakis disparaged it on Twitter. Random media here. Now,
Yay.
I could have sworn that this was actually
give me my DVD
pre-order,
back,
and I wasn't going to get it right away. I actually ordered something else that I'm going to share with you that I was hoping I would have already had the opportunity to showcase, but apparently it hasn't come in yet. So this is for Foodnum here. Let me just get you the.
Yeah, I was hoping you'd have it in time.
Hold on. Okay, so I've got here to make sure I'm not doxed in any special way. Yes, I am logging out.
That should be like your default, bro.
All right.
Bro.
So this was the other thing that I ordered and didn't arrive yet.
Bro.
It's a. I guess I wouldn't call it a documentary or a mockumentary. It's called Fame-ish by Jeff Nimoy.
The guy who played Tentomon.
Uh-huh. Huh. Director, writer, producer, and actor. So basically, it is the story, as Justin Savakis so rudely put it, about creepy voice actors being creepy with fans. So basically, I should have sent you the trailer, but basically, Jeff Nimoy is playing himself, washed up, can't get any work, and they say, "Why don't you go back to anime?" Right? And he gets he's also Wolfwood in Trigun, right?
Sadly,
that's why he's dressed up
for the movie.
So he goes to the convention and meets some girl and falls in love with her. Is the trailer? So I bought this.
It's got 4.5 stars out of 5.
Damn,
yeah, how many? 77 ratings. Yeah, Justin Savakis. How could you disparage it so well? Anyway, I'm gonna post the link right there.
The affiliate link?
For Amazon users.
Good job.
And for Amazon.ca users, I will.
Do not open Amazon.ca, you whore.
First of all, you think I'm logged in after I cleared my cache to try to fix the internet problems this morning? I am. Shit.
Proved you wrong, bitch.
God damn it.
I missed the latter half of that entire conversation because it was all just like internal coding, whatever site things.
Yeah,
I'm like,
oh, turns out it just fixed itself.
Oh, okay.
All of a sudden, I couldn't access my. Oh shit! I got
the OCA podcast.
I guess first of all, I do have to log in. Sorry about that. I'm not going to showcase it though. In order for me to get
we'll believe you in the audio form.
I'm just going to copy and paste the stupid link. You don't have to see Amazon.ca. Here you go. Here's the Amazon.ca link for you because I know you want that Jeff Nimoy mockumentary.
You bet I do.
And then the other thing I picked up is this, I don't know, slightly little bit rare VHS of Super Kid.
God.
Nobody wants this.
That guy looks like the Wind Demon from Yu Yu Hakusho.
Are you serious? He looks like it's clearly Goku. Like
it's young Goku, semi Super Saiyan.
GT Goku. This character over here is clearly also just almost a Akira Toriyama thing. This is a Korean anime that is like a really bad
bootleg.
Like bootleg anime with the artwork being pretty terrible and just an obvious ripoff of Dragon Ball. Anyway, that popped up on eBay and I snagged it for like a decent price, but that's all I've got. Greenline, you said you had pickups?
Yeah, assuming nobody else wants to go before I do. Anybody else? Or
Alan else has got anything.
Okay, fine then.
Come all over us.
So first of all, I want to ask, Brad, can you read that?
Ikitakimasu.
It says main character. I assume it's the main character sheet.
Okay, I thought it would be the subtitle of what it actually is. So I bought the production sheet. So can anybody else read that?
Oh my god!
You degenerate!
We already know I'm a degenerate. But yeah, I bought the production sheets of the OVA Bible Black.
Nice.
That's all
this
I got,
obscure
though,
anime, you know.
Get my things in. You know. Talked to Will, supervisor, or not supervisor, just a guy over the phone at Right Stuff. Said apparently Demon Slayer the box set for Demon Slayer is what's throwing everything off on the orders.
Oh, on the orders? Huh.
Yeah.
Wait for the box set for the series or for the movie?
I assume it's the movie, but it could be both. But like,
I assume it's not
the movie because I desperately want my order to be delayed like crazy.
I assume it's not the blue or the manga.
I don't think so. No, he said box set, like the DVD, like he meant the Blu-ray box set.
Now, when you say it's throwing,
huh?
I was gonna say when you say it's throwing off the orders, are you talking about it's backing up everyone else's orders?
Yeah, it's backing up.
Only the orders that that contain that.
Yeah, because I asked him because my orders it's 3 things with a figure that isn't supposed to be out for like till November, but Right Stuff with figures is like you're likely to get like a 6-month delay on figures, so it's like an even more lengthy time.
Are you saying the Demon Slayer is the Blu-rays or what's holding up your orders, or is that what you're saying?
Yes.
No, so yes and no. So the Demon Slayer's box sets are apparently what's kicked off the delays on just the website in general because they've been backed up on orders apparently. I mean,
they're all showing as in stock right now.
Yeah, but like their banner, and I know you know this, Rhys. Their banner has like we're gonna take a moment to process the order.
Due to high order volume.
High order volume.
Processing is taking longer than normal. We will process your order as soon as possible.
So I asked Will, like I was like, "Hey, dude, what's up?" And he said it was Demon Slayer that started the whole like process of them being backed up. And I was like, "A fucking course it was."
Nekavolt says, "I am so happy my lunch break is just starting."
Oh, really? Did she see the
Bible Black?
Yeah, the Bible Black.
I think she just saw you and loved you.
Okay. Because yeah, no, she was asking about a hentai gift. And like, what's this from? And it's like, I would have no idea, but it's probably from this.
Okay.
So Danny picked up Neo, whatever this is, Neo Tokyo. No,
looks like to be like magazines or something.
Yeah, they're magazines. Yeah.
Okay.
So a couple of magazines. Random 11, you picked up the Yu-Gi-Oh! Millennium Puzzle box.
Yep.
Looks like the gold sarcophagus.
That is what it
is.
It will store. Well, actually, it won't store, but it's supposed to store my Millennium Puzzle. But I like to keep my Millennium Puzzle actually built, so it doesn't fit in the.
I thought you were gonna say I like to keep it on me at all times.
Oh yeah. I am currently wearing it.
You like to keep that he keeps that motherfucking thing on him.
It's hanging on my wall right now.
Do you have like a fucking Great 8 chain fucking around it?
I do have a chain around it.
Holy shit!
So Lance,
don't let Merritt get it. Yeah, man.
Yeah, that lucky motherfucker got
season 5, closed. Season 4, season 3, season 2, and season
not 1. It's funny. He has like the inversion of what I got, in a way.
Enjoy starting it.
Right. Considering I got those for $5 a piece.
Nice.
That is a great steal. Absolutely.
And this is for anybody who out there. This is the box that you want because they released Case Closed multiple times, and this box set contains more and different episodes than the previous season 1, 2, 3, and 4 box sets. So
really?
Yeah, it's weird. I wish I was still in my old collection space where I could.
I know what you're talking about because I like looked and compared them, and I'm like, what is with these episodes?
In fact, the original DVDs for like the first couple episodes, they later released with another season a box with a DVD for the beginning episodes with the art box, so that you could see the origin story of Jimmy Kudo / Conan Edogawa, and in order to follow the story up to the point where they were at. And it's like it has completely different episodes on it and is a different encoding entirely from the original disc 1. Like it's a whole different disc 1 of the series. It's really bizarre.
Yeah.
But these are the ones you want. The ones that Lance has here. These are the ones you want because this goes the furthest into the episodes. This is as far as they dubbed it.
Yeah,
and released on disc.
I'm honestly I no excuses, but life's been like up and like crazy the last several days, and I really haven't had the chance to like stare at these much because my downtime's been spent doing something else. I did not realize that I was missing part 1, and I'm got to comb through the pictures of where I bought these from that dude and see if entire case closed means he left box set 1 and did not bring it to me. So I might still have it. We're going to find out as soon as I can do that. There should be 2 others.
Yes, Brynhilde in the darkness, and
which
Orange.
is Elfin Lead creator's other work, I believe.
Oh. Significantly less nude, still bloody.
Yeah. I mean, there is still nudity in there, but I spoiled myself how it ends after the anime, which the end of the anime was still kind of what was that? But it gets it sounds like it gets way more convoluted and worse in the manga. So rip.
And Orange.
Yeah.
Orange is good. I liked Orange.
I enjoyed it too. There's a funny story with me and Orange. I was introduced to the show because I used to wear
Orange.
why is that? No, why is yes, exactly, Rhys. Why is it escaping me? A lanyard. I had a orange lanyard. It had orange amps on it, but the logo, and I went into a FYE because I don't know why I didn't take my lanyard off after we played, and I guess I was just showing off. And I walked in, the dude said, "You like orange?" I was like, "Yeah, I love it." And he's like, "We got it on Blu-ray," and I mean, like, "What are you talking about?" So being introduced to this show is has that little story tied to it. But again, like each one of these, I think I got Orange for $10, which is amazing to me. He sold me that more than he did the one of the case closed.
Is this released for Orange the Blu-ray only re-release, or is this a combo pack?
Hold on a second.
Or is it the limited? Did they release only combo pack as the limited edition, or did they have a standalone combo
Give me
pack?
just a moment. I am checking the.
Because my curiosity is if it's a combo pack only for the limited, maybe they like took it out of the limited and sold it to him that way.
It's 4 disc, so
yeah,
that's the combo pack. Yeah.
So no slipcover. That's unfortunate.
Yeah, I kind of I'm the kind of person I want the slipcovers if it comes with a slipcover. If it didn't, I don't fucking care.
The combo pack original release definitely did come with a slipcover. Okay.
Well, again for $10, I guess.
No, it didn't. It didn't. Rhys is wrong. Come on,
Rhys. Either way. I don't
be happy with your purchase.
Oh, I'm totally happy with it because finding a slipcover really isn't that big a deal.
Rhys lied. It's only imaginary.
And as far as Brynhilde goes, I forget how much I did for that one, but I should have a huge set of pickups coming in. The 3rd, I'm guessing, is going to be not before the next podcast.
They have Amazon still has the standard edition for $20. You could probably buy a couple copies of that and steal slipcover off of it and return them.
That's not a bad idea, actually.
You know,
all right.
That OCA podcast exclusive technique.
I did while we were in the thing is, we haven't gotten to Rhys's pickups yet, have we?
Nope.
Nope.
Okay. Then I'm gonna shut up for a second. I do have a question.
Real quick, I want to address. Muse was asking us regarding Violet Evergarden, and long story short, we created a new channel for in the Discord. I've sorted this stuff into collecting. So Help Me Find is a new channel. If you're looking to pick something up and you can't find it anywhere and you'd like some help from our resident collectors to find where you might acquire a box set or something or other, Here's a channel for that.
And obviously be very specific about where you're from, where your region is. If you're looking for Violet Evergarden, I immediately thought, wait, the series, you can buy that from Right Stuff, right? And I was like, oh no, this is the UK. Because Muse is the UK, right?
I have no idea.
I don't think she has British
so,
accent in her videos.
Yeah, but
there
was a whole thing about there's DVDs from Malaysia of all places, and Malaysia.
I mean, if it's the UK, that's a better situation because they have a better release.
Right.
Yeah. Anyway, but Muse was looking specifically for DVDs because I guess Violet Evergarden was only released on Blu-ray, or are they Blu-ray?
The limited edition has the DVDs,
but that's like $500.
Good luck with that.
Yeah.
Question in the I'm looking for, is that specific in the help me find channel? Is that specific to anime only, or is that figures as well?
Whatever you're looking for.
Sure.
All right. Just wanted to make that clear because I might take advantage of that.
All right, and then effing Anime Addict picked up The God of High School.
Nice.
Okay.
Sorry, that was really prolonged.
I was just looking at Ty again,
Yeah, that's true.
It's clearly Ty, right? Like
that show is one epic moment after the other. Just
season 5, part 1 of My Hero Academia.
God,
Darkstalkers, nice. On Blu-ray.
Fuck yeah, dude.
And a 1938 Jesse Owens. That is quite the image. Both of these first of all, that face in itself is just like whoa, and then this face is also whoa, and the posing is like
whoa,
extra whoa. It's
someone's getting some butt sex. Like, what a picture!
Surprise!
Congratulations on your rape card. That's pretty amazing, though. A 1938. Like, look how tiny this card is compared to the sleeve it's in.
Oh, I didn't realize that was a full size hard sleeve.
Yeah, this is a cigarette-like card, like from a pack of cigarettes, Churchman cigarettes.
That's cool as fuck.
It is cool. Congratulations. You should get it. You should get it. What is it? You should get it graded from.
PSA graded.
PSA graded cigarette card.
Yeah.
And then Rhys.
I got Blue Exorcist manga volume 27, and because I'm getting the part 1 Blu-ray and basically having to keep Lupin the Third part 1 DVD. And sub DVD, and then the dual audio Blu-ray. I thought, fuck it, I'll go after it and get the dubbed set of part 4. And I did think about this until after I got it. I was like,
you're talking about Lupin.
Yeah, I was like, I did think about this until after I got it. I was like, oh sweet, I got it still has the square corner slipcover, and I did think about it when I ordered it, but I thought that might be a thing. But I mean, I know Brady said that they would try and keep all the Lupin stuff square, but whatever.
Try and fail.
And not part 1, episode 0, First Contact on Blu-ray. So, and obviously I made my own combo pack. And then that time I got reincarnated as a slime, season 2, part 1.
Hell yeah.
There you go.
That was I have a question. The season 2 part 1, does that say digital as well?
It says Blu-ray plus DVD plus digital.
Yes.
Yeah, I'm just wondering what the fuck's going to be with the digital, because I'm slowly losing the ability to watch my digital copies on Funimation. Like they're
because of Crunchyroll taking over.
Yeah, I don't want us to go into it, but I just want to put it out there.
Almost like buying physical is the way to go. Am I right,
No shit.
people?
Right.
But I actually canceled.
Yep. No, sorry, go ahead. I cut you off.
Yeah, okay. I actually canceled my copy because I'm on the fence right now of whether or not I want to wait for the steelbook that they're eventually just going to release, because they released a really nice steelbook for season 1.
Did you get the season 1 one?
No, but the thing is, I want it
print on Right Stuff, so I mean,
already out of print, so that's not happening.
Yep.
So,
I have also been cucked royally by it.
So I'm just trying to think. I'm trying to do that forward meta of, do I get this now?
I mean, you might already be out of luck, but you bought
You're
season
doing
1
a
part 2.
hypothetical. You're doing a hypothetical if they even do a steelbook for season 2.
You're telling me Crunchyroll
bet.
us like
they're,
that?
They're not going to be consistent with that. You should know better.
Season 1 had an art box. If you want to get that, and season 2 is probably going to get an art
I bought
box.
the limited. See, season 1 was in 2 parts, and the second part got unlimited, but the first didn't.
Well, yeah, because
you fit them both.
Because you sit part 1 in the box that part 2 came with.
Yes.
Fair enough, but I still
that's what
they
they should have done from the
but
beginning.
Season 2 didn't. Is that what you're saying?
What they should have done, they haven't released season 2 part 2 yet.
Right, which is where you would
hopefully that will be
have
limited.
the art box.
Which will be the one to have the limit, which is what they should have done from the beginning, because everybody's going to buy part 1 if they're going to be interested in it. They're instead of like having.
And then part 2 is when you get the art box, instead of having the art box sitting there half empty and then being
exactly part 2,
or having people, try and decide with part 1. Do I want to buy part 1 limited edition?
Do I want to commit to this? Yeah, it is a better. It is for the consumer. It is better, and it's also honestly better for them too, because somebody's going to buy part 1 to check out the show, and if they like it, then I'm going to buy part 2. If I really like it, I'm going to buy part 2 limited edition with the art box. Yeah, totally.
I follow where you're coming from, but I don't know for the price and everything.
Now, I do want to say before we get away from go back to mine. As of right now, this is my last Funimation release I'm buying.
What, you're just protesting?
No. There's nothing in nothing in.
Well, he's saying that there's nothing else that he wants from Funimation, and everything else from now on will be Crunchyroll.
Yeah,
okay. So by technicality,
unless I decide to go back and buy something that's been released, this is my last Funimation.
I mean, I can say that about every Funimation I get. This is my last. Unless
there's something else.
I'm saying until further notice, this is the last Funimation.
Until further notice, this is the last time I eat.
You know what I'm saying.
Which I could use.
I'm trying to say, this is the last Funimation release I'm buying. But the giant Funimation, and
we get it.
All right. Anyway, the fact that we're in opening discussions and 5.5 hours in is very concerning for this podcast.
For anyone that cares, that is what my Millennium Puzzle looks like.
All right. I just got to say, you know how Spawn has the sentient chains that he sends out?
Yeah.
So first of all, in case anybody hasn't figured it out, this is pinned. It's being held up by the push pins in your wall, holding up your Todd McFarlane signed Spawn 300 thing. So when I saw this, I thought immediately this stupid skit popped in my head, like a YouTube skit. Drawing of Spawn entering the Yu-Gi-Oh universe, cross universe, killing Yugi, and then his chains coming out and grabbing the Millennium Puzzle and just having it go up to his chest, like the way that Yugi wears it.
Well, Yu-Gi-Oh has done crossovers before.
What are you gonna do if Bandit Keith smashes it against the wall?
He popped out of Bobo's head.
Does anybody else have pickups that they want to talk about before I completely move on? Because I'm moving on. Okay, cool.
MoveOn.org.
Yep, okay, go ahead.
So you guys recall last podcast I discussed Japan and Russia's conflict that's definitely happening. Search continues as 10 people from missing Japanese boat are confirmed dead.
RIP.
Oh, damn.
Authorities have continued to search with patrol boats, aircraft, and helicopters for the remaining 16 people who had been on board the Kazu-1 when it ran into trouble on Saturday off the Shiratoko Peninsula on the island of Hokkaido. So, I opened the wrong one first. So, I would like to point out, we talked about the Kunashir Islands, right? Kunashir. This is the border claimed in 1855 by Japan. This is the border claimed by Russia since 1945. All right. So when the bomb was dropped on Japan, Russia's like, whoa, wait, we own this now, right? That's how I see that. Now, here's the thing. Here is Hokkaido. This is Shiratoko. This is the peninsula of Shiratoko where they were. This right here is Kunashir Island. Just saying, I think Russia was involved. And I don't think there's anything else. You can't refute. All right. Also, Ukraine apologizes and removes Hirohito from a video showing him with Hitler and Mussolini. So, there's this tweet that went out from the official verified human named Ukraine. We will fight Russism. I think they mean racism or Russian. I don't know. Here right now. So this video came out and they tweeted it out. And it featured, I think I have it here. Yeah, this was the frame that showed fascism and Nazism were defeated in 1945. And they've got Mussolini, Adolf Hitler, and Hirohito. And the Japanese were not happy about this. With all due respect, this is not the only case of rudeness in Ukraine. If you're going, I should have read the one for that. That's a new tweet. That's not what I wanted to show. Anyway, so the Japanese aren't happy about it, right? They're pretty pissed. So, anyway, Japan has worried that Russia's invasion of Ukraine could have an impact in East Asia, where China's military has grown increasingly assertive and has threatened to unite with Chinese-claimed Taiwan by force if necessary. Just throwing it out here that more stuff's going on. Moving on. All right. Whew, I don't even want to cover this anymore, but we're going to power through it. Actually, first of all, let's do this. If you would like to support us, yes, thank you. Accept, I guess. There is the Open Chest Anime Podcast Patreon. Now that everybody has left and our viewers are at an all-time low for this podcast, it's a great time for me to show this. I'm sure.
It is also 3:40 in the morning.
It is way too late. Now, if you would also like to support the channel, Anime Collector Patreon, and there are many ways to support us on the website in our support section by direct donations, affiliate links, merch, all those wonderful things. All right. So after reopening, Japan is going to require foreigners to eat daily sushi to revitalize the tourism industry. Will it taste as good when shoved down your throat? So due to the coronavirus pandemic, Japan has kept its border closed to most foreigners for the past 2 years. Although recently, we've seen signs of that policy starting to relax, tourists are still, by and large, not permitted to enter the country. However, in a recent announcement from the Ministry of Recreation and Planning, it seems that when Japan does reopen to foreign tourists, things are going to be a little different. It was announced that upon landing in Japan and as part of going through customs, tourists will be given a digital paper or CO card. I love this. They will be given a digital paper or CO card that, among other things, requires them to track that they purchase and eat sushi at least once per day while in the country. The Japanese government explained that the goal with this new policy is to help revitalize restaurants and tourism industries that have been floundering ever since the pandemic started. Udesho Chiga, a representative on the committee that came up with the CO card initiative, said during a press conference, quote, while we hope that foreigners will spend their time enjoying traditional Japanese culture, their amusement patterns can be quite unpredictable. And unfortunately, we cannot afford to take any chances. Convenience store rice balls and Don Quixote Pocky are not going to be enough. End quote. Went on to explain that sushi was chosen because, as an industry, it in particular has been hit hard by the pandemic, with billions of yen of unsold sushi flooding the market and putting many traditional makers out of business. The daily sushi requirement aims to open foreigners' mouths, hearts, and wallets, Chiga claimed. However, the new policy does not end with the daily sushi requirement. The CO card, which stands for "Come on, Japan."
I mean, if they exist.
Hold on, I should have read that while the mascot.
Oh
It looks like Popeye the Sailor Man, but dirty.
Come
and
on,
possibly a
Japan.
sperm.
All right,
I'll come.
So the CO card, which stands for Come On, Japan, is currently planned to have other daily tasks that foreigners must fulfill, including purchasing traditional Gaeta sandals. Those are the wooden ones with like the high heels, but in the front and back or whatever.
But that's cultural appropriation.
They're forcing you to appropriate them.
Get this. You have to not only purchase Gaeta sandals, you have to wear them outside at all times. You must also purchase and wear traditional fundoshi underwear.
Oh my god.
Which will be periodically checked.
What the?
Is this an April Fool's joke?
Damn it, it is.
Oh.
No.
I'm gonna come.
I'll be real. I only got to the come on thing before I even decided we had to cover this.
It was too good to be true.
Yeah, I just read come on and saw the mascot and I'm like, oh, fuck me. We have to be See, I should have known it was an April Fool's joke when they clearly got the kid from Stranger Things for the photo op.
Jesus Christ.
Am I wrong? Look at the no teeth. The dental, whatever he had. Anyway.
All
right. Using only squat toilets at all facilities and more. While that may seem like a lot to keep track of, participating stores will have big "Come on us" stickers on their storefront, along with the "Come on" Japanese mascot.
Man, the idea of some dude jacking off on a plane is the least of their worries.
Is based on a lightning bolt, ready to give a jolt to Japan's economy. What the fuck? Udesho Chiga also added that foreign tourists who are still worried about keeping track of all the new requirements can optionally have a 24/7 native Japanese chaperone assigned to them if they'd like. In order to make things fair, the chaperone will have their own daily quotas to fulfill as well, he said. Each day, they are required to say, "Atsui desu ne," it's hot, or "Samui desu ne," it's cold, at least 44 times, depending on the temperature. So it doesn't just mean it's hot. It means isn't it hot? Like it's hot, isn't it, or whatever. And cold. And adjusting any sort of thermostat will result in a 51,000 yen fine, 420.69. I'm gonna come.
Not anymore.
This is the best.
Have you seen their yen price
Right.
in the tanker?
Perfect number doesn't exist. Oh, wait.
So what do you think? Will the daily sushi requirement revitalize tourism in Japan, or is it just another nonsensical pandemic policy like last year's Olympic Stadium waifu pillow spectators? Oh, that was wonderful. Okay, now a real story.
Hold on, before you change it. The craziest thing about that article is on the first part, like foreigners must buy sushi once a day. I actually thought it was possible that they were that crazy to do that.
And the fact that we have the podcast has been doing so poorly at keeping up with the articles because we've been, investing 2 to 3 to 4 hours on the In Touch podcast, which puts the back end of the podcast out the window, which is why I'm covering this in the opening discussions, is why an April 1st article is only now, currently in my time, April 30th being covered.
So I'm coming day and night.
Once it got to the underwear, though, it's like, okay, no, this is not real.
As soon as I saw that, I fucking knew. I was like, God damn it. Then it was like, to have big "come on us" signs. Oh, I love it. All right. Town in Yamaguchi accidentally sends everyone's COVID-19 relief money to one person. Bank error in their favor. Collect 46.3 million yen. So, like in many countries, every once in a while, the government sees fit to send out a bit of cash to Japanese household during. Oh, right, I got it. Every once in a while, they send out the COVID relief, as in, what did we get 2 in the United States after all that time? So, like in many countries, every once in a while, the government sees fit to send out a bit of cash to Japanese households during the COVID-19 pandemic in an effort to keep the economy moving. Earlier this month, this was the case in the town of Abu in Yamaguchi Prefecture. In this small town of about 3,300 people, 463 households applied for a payment of 100,000 yen, or 781 US dollars. However, 462 of those households never received their money because it all went to a single resident's bank account. Luckily, Abu's not such a densely populated area, or that could have been a really costly mistake. Okay. Excuse to embed this. I don't even see where Abu is. I guess it's the red. Okay. According to town officials, a staff member made a technical error in the system when processing applications, which cost all 46.3 million yen, or $362,000, to go to the same bank account. Officials contacted the home of the recipient, but by the time they got in touch, the person said that all the funds had been transferred to an account in another financial institution. It's unclear exactly what that meant. The person explained that the money was not used to repay debt, but gave few other clues as to where it went. Yeah, into my Coinbase account. They simply told officials it cannot be undone anymore. I will not run. I will pay for my crime. My crime? What did you do?
You shit, man.
Just use the money.
You know what they say? If you're brought into court in Japan, it's hard to not come out guilty.
However cryptically noble that may be, it still left the town with little to work with. On the 22nd of April, Abu Mayor Norihiko Hanada issued a... Wait a minute. Hold on. Okay, never mind. So sorry. This name, the Udesho Chiga, I was thinking like that. I've never heard Udesho, and I was wondering, like, I couldn't remember what I was wondering if maybe it was spelling something backwards, but I don't think it is. No. Well, if you read it as syllable. I don't know. Anyway, where was I? Abu Mayor Norihiko Hanada issued a public apology, and the town sent another wave of 100,000 payments to each of the 463 households, including the one that had previously received the 46.3 million yen. Just gotta save this. It was such a spectacular failure that most comments by readers expressed amusement rather than anger. The most common question among them was how the person could so quickly make so much money disappear. Quote, "That's horrible, lol. What did he do with it? He's got it in cash in his drawers, I'm sure. Someone get a warrant. They can't even return a bit of it? I want to know what happened to the money. I think they should be trying harder to get the money. I wonder if he hid it somewhere so he can use it after serving a prison sentence." There's an idea. The official who screwed up sending the money is at fault too. I would argue they're the only one at fault, actually. Maybe he's trying to make a profit off the money before he's forced to return it. It's very possible with that much. Yeah, I hope he bought a bunch of Twitter shares. That would be great. Of all the people,
he bought all the Twitter stock he could.
Of all the people to mistakenly send a bunch of money to, they had to find the one guy who would immediately launder it. Indeed, in Japan, it would seem that in such a situation, you'd be more likely to have the person return the money rather than mysteriously make it vanish. There's certainly no shortage of people who simply think returning the money is the right thing to do. And the remainder would likely realize that there was no chance of getting away with pocketing millions of yen sent directly from the government. In the meantime, the government is currently consulting with police and lawyers to see what options they have in this odd situation. Hopefully, an ensuing investigation will reveal that what this person is thinking and how they plan to deal with the impending criminal charges. I think this is bullshit. Like, honestly, it's so ridiculous. The government deposits, I didn't ask for them to deposit COVID relief funds. It just popped into my bank account, right?
I thought I won the lottery. So
yeah.
Naturally, I just blew it.
It's ridiculous.
I'm not saying I did hookers and blow last weekend, but it's
right. All right. Well, now we're out of opening discussions. Let's talk about Anime Expo.
Yay.
So I saw this tweet, literally one post apart. Which con knows how to treat their guests? Side note, pizza party in Idaho on Saturday. So, all Idaho special guests at GSCC will receive a free large pizza, compliments of Idaho Pizza Company. Just ask me on show day. This is right next to laugh my ass off. You have to pay Anime Expo $200 per hour if you want to do autographs there. Can only spend a max of 60 seconds per person, can sign no more than 75 autographs per session, and cannot go overtime at all in your 60-minute session time. Every other convention pays us to come sign, but nope, not AX. Ha!
I wonder if Vic was under that agreement when I saw him at Fan Expo, because that was my only thing about him. I'm just like, oh, he didn't want to have a chat with us like the other two guys.
Well, let's see what Kira Buckland had to say. A very large corporate style convention is charging actors $200 per hour table fee if they wish to go there to sign autographs for fans. Meanwhile, they can promote their appearances there as if they were actually guests. PSA, you should never pay a convention money for the privilege of being a guest there, and you especially shouldn't have to pay an hourly rate to sign autographs for fans. This is 100% not industry standard. Please don't fall for it. Also, Morgan Berry said, Anime Expo is awful. In addition to not taking care of their guests, they also don't care about the safety of their attendees. They always put profit over safety precautions. Kyle McCarley said, in case you're wondering why many American voice actors skip Anime Expo, they're the only con I've ever heard of that will charge us for an autograph session and turn around and use our name and image to try to sell tickets. See you at AVOX LA that weekend instead. Oh, here's Anime Expo's industry autographs application. Interested in signing autographs for Anime Expo attendees? Industry autograph sessions take place in Kenshia Hall's autograph area. Each session is 60 minutes. Talent are encouraged to participate in multiple sessions. A ticketing system must be implemented for the line queue. Limit the number of tickets to less than 75 attendees per session with 30 seconds to 1 minute per autograph. Anyone who does not have a ticket will be turned away. Autograph sessions must finish promptly at the end of the time allotted. Premium industry autograph sessions. If you are exclusively charging the attendee for your autograph, you will need to apply to a premium autograph session. Anime Expo will provide staff to manage the autograph session. One badge is provided. Premium industry autograph tables are priced at $200 per session for approved applicants. That's per session. Each session is 60 minutes, so $200 per hour. Wait, what's this? Let's look at the standard industry autograph sessions. You must provide one free autograph to each attendee, provided that the attendee supplies the item being signed to qualify for a standard industry autograph session. You may sell additional items, i.e. additional autographs, merch, etc., during your session, subject to prior written approval from the Society Promote Japanese Animation. That's the company that puts on Anime Expo. You must provide your own staff to manage the autograph session, but one badge is still provided. Standard industry autograph tables come at no cost to approved applicants. Please note that industry autographs is a separate area from guest of honor autographs. This application does not apply to guests of honor. So what's happening here? The people who are like, fuck Anime Expo, blah, blah, blah. This literally, if you actually read, they are saying, hey, are you an industry person who we did not invite to Anime Expo as a guest, but you would like to use our con to sell autographs? Hey, you can rent a table from us and do so. And it's free as long as you're willing to give away one free autograph to each attendee. How can you be so fucking stupid to not understand that?
Wow.
They turn around and use our likeness to promote the con. No, they fucking don't. You're not a guest of honor, you dumb piece of shit.
To be completely fair, if you're popular enough that you would find reason to rent a booth, let's say you wanted a premium booth for $200 or something for the hour. I mean, you sell a ticket for $10 to $20. You get 50 people in your line for that hour. You've well past made your money. So,
but if you get no one, you're down.
Kind of fucked. But then, if you were expecting no one, then why in the hell would you rent a booth to sign autographs?
Exactly.
Just saying.
Yeah, but again, that is exclusively for charging attendees for the autograph. If you are willing to give away one free autograph to each attendee and then also sell additional autographs or merch, like you could do it for fucking free.
Yeah,
but you're only giving away that free thing if they provide the shit
item
to get signed.
Yeah.
So if you can still sell like pictures and shit and be like, all right, well, if you want a picture, it's $20 and it's a signed picture.
This is literally such a huge, awesome deal for industry people. Like, this is actually incredible that they offer this. They are saying you only have to give, as you said, they only have to give one free autograph to each attendee if the attendee supplies the item being signed. That is all that is required of you. You get a free fucking table. You didn't have to be invited. All you have to do is fucking apply. And they say, sure, random person who's in the industry, you can use our table and give away free autographs and have people buy your merch and stuff for fucking free. The only people who are getting bent over backwards and fucked by Anime Expo are the people who are exclusively charging attendees for autographs. No free autograph for me, bucko.
Which has in a lot of ways a bad way to play this, but whatever.
I just can't believe how quick people are to jump
Not
on
read.
bandwagoning and not read. Yeah.
I'm amazed the lack of literacy that goes into most of this.
Well, it was so hard to read this extremely short thing here.
Hey, phones will do that for you now and apps.
What is it? The voice actor industry pay thing is how everyone's just ready to blow up at any moment about all of these details.
About literally anything.
I gotta make the joke. You think people who literally read scripts for a living would learn how to read a.
I don't know. Have you watched anime lately? They're not so good at keeping to the script.
Oh god. Yeah.
So Sony's Robotech live action film adaptation now has Marvel's Hawkeye director attached.
You already said blah, live action.
Well, it's so great that the TV show, like the MCU bit, probably the least important part of the MCU is getting their director attached to it. So after spending the better part of 15 years in various stages of development hell, Sony Pictures and Harmony Gold's long-planned Hollywood live-action adaptation of the Robotech franchise now has a director attached. That thing you probably would have expected to get right away. With the Hollywood Daily Deadline reporting that Marvel's Hawkeye TV series director Rhys, Rhys, you're here. You did it. Congratulations. I shouldn't have disparaged you a minute ago. Has now been set to direct the long-stalled film. The film has been in development since the mid-2000s, with the majority of the development occurring between the release of the Love Live Alive animated adaptation, and various directors. We're talking about the Macross Love Live Alive? I'm guessing, yes. And various directors being attached over the past 15 years, such as franchise film veteran James Wan. Is that the guy who made Saw? Yes, it is. The writer of Saw is working on.
Yeah.
So, various directors had been attached to it over the past 15 years, including the writer and director of Saw, and even Andy Muschietti from the rebooted It film. Why is Robotech getting a bunch of horror film people working on it?
Because it's live action and they want to scare the fuck out of
be lit.
The Zentradi are going to be lit. With the landmark agreement between Big West and Harmony Gold being reached last year, and the agreement even explicitly mentioning the live-action film being able to resume development as a result, it was only a matter of time before confirmations came down the Hollywood grapevine. Let's hope that the film manages to be completed this time around, if only to cement Big West's change of heart that allowed it. Robotech and Macross to coexist after years of bitter litigation. Robotech and Macross to coexist after years of bitter litigation. All right. Anyway, any thoughts on this? Cool.
Well, it's like double, triple U.
Again.
I like how as soon as I closed that tab, the white noise disappeared.
That's because Rhys muted himself.
Yeah, I know. Also, Odd Taxi, In the Woods anime film, drives past 100 million yen in limited theaters. So again, Odd Taxi, they had previously said that, we'll only make a movie if we get this many pre-orders for the Blu-rays, and then we're only going to go to season 2 if the movie does well. Well, guess what? This movie, believe it or not, is a compilation film that has new animation.
Of course it does.
It feels like it's like what they did with the Anohana movie, where it's like 2/3 recap, 1/3 epilogue.
Seems like it. Anyway, Netflix animation department faces firings and cancellations. The Wrap reports that that the Netflix animation department is undergoing a reconstruction, specifically the Kids and Family division. One of the department's executives, Director of Creative Leadership and Development for Original Animations, Phil Rinda, has reportedly been let go. Rinda? I'm going to go with Rinda. Has reportedly been let go, along with other staff in the department. Netflix animated shows like Bone, Lauren Foss Toil and Trouble, and Roald Dahl's The Twits have been canceled. The later will now be adopted into a feature film instead. Oh, okay. Netflix reportedly wants to focus on projects that bring in the same number of viewers as Boss Baby, a series licensed from DreamWorks Animation. Netflix recently announced updates for upcoming projects, including the full cast for the children's animated film My Father's Dragon, and renewed 2 adult animation series, Big Mouth and Human Resources. Yikes. The news comes on the same day as Netflix's quarterly earnings report, where the streamer revealed that it lost 200,000 subscribers in the last quarter, the first time in over a decade. It also announced that it is considering including an advertising option in the subscription choices, similar to streaming services like Hulu and HBO Max. Vulture has reached out to Netflix for comment.
From my understanding,
apparently they didn't.
From my understanding, that ad-supported thing is going to, if it's going to get adopted, it was pitched as replacing the lowest tier already.
So literally, you're still going to be paying for it, but there will also be ads.
Yeah.
That's the stupidest thing. Like,
again,
every
I hate.
other model uses ad-free support for free, ad-supported content for free streaming. Yeah. That's what they should do.
I think Hulu does paid, but you get ads and they get to pay more.
Here's the thing.
There's two levels to it, and I hate it.
Would you watch Netflix? Like, let's say you're watching, I don't know, The Office on Netflix. Would you watch it for free if it stopped every 5 minutes and put in as many commercials as you would have seen watching The Office on NBC, right, on TV? Like, would you actually watch something?
Okay.
No, not at all.
I'm to point out something. Me and my roommate, it's Tubi. I'm sure you guys have heard of Tubi. Yeah. Me and my roommate use that to watch God, what's it called? The box set, whatever. It'll come to me.
Box set.
But
Okay.
yeah, there's a box set you've got that I'm super jealous of. It's a Canadian anime.
Oh, Fortune Quest?
No, fuck, I can't remember what it's called. I don't know why I'm drawing a
Anime?
blank on that. I love that. I love it. It's quote unquote. But Del Toro Quest.
Del Toro Quest.
But the thing is, like, we used it to watch that, and during like some of the episodes, of course, it was free streaming, but it was commercials. One of the set of commercials was like 35 to 40 commercials. We had time to both cook and eat lunch before the fucking episode continued. And this was every now and again would happen. So no, I hate this idea of them just being able to throw commercials in there.
Yeah, but let's just say that they actually gave you something comparable to if you were just watching TV. That would be fucking awful, right? Like nobody actually wants to go back to seeing commercials.
So here's the problem with that.
Not on an internet-based thing where I've literally looked this shit up in a way and like I want to watch this. Hell no.
Can you imagine? Can you imagine you're like just fucking watching?
Can you imagine just sitting there watching porn and just all of a sudden, hey guys,
you're watching Stranger Things season 4, and it's just like completely like a normal, like you're watching it, and then it gets to a really tense moment, like you know how commercials would like they would for cartoons they'd be like, and then it would cut to commercial, right, and then it would come back and they would replay the little bit, and then it would turn out to be nothing kind of thing. But basically, you're watching Stranger Things season 4, I guess it's something like that, and it's like, and they're like, let me tell you about Raid Shadow Legends. Like literally the actors and they cut out of like character to do an ad read.
And they're like,
it'd be a little.
Going to a freaking head-on commercial. Head-on, apply directly to four.
That'd be even funnier. It's a fucking cartoon. Like, will SpongeBob get his driver's license? Find out after this ad read. Hey guys, let me tell you about Raid Shadow Legends. Like I play with Gary all the time. You know?
A lot of that content wasn't.
You reminded me. Go ahead. I'll go next.
A lot of that content wasn't made for commercials. So inserting those kind of commercials will be more like watching a movie where it just randomly, scene ends and then
But
the
I just love the idea that like literally it's like this is where the shot cuts. But instead we kept rolling for a Raid Shadow Legends,
The other thing about watching commercials online specifically is that they will not let you skip them. Right? So that means when you load the page, you got to watch your fucking commercial. Then you're
God
going
help
to watch.
You if you get up and walk away because
Yeah,
it's not going to pause when it comes back.
A lot of I think like CBC and CBS have like free online watching things with ads, and they only let you pause. They don't let you rewind or fast forward.
Oh,
so if you happen to fuck up while you're watching it and fall asleep or something, you have to watch it from scratch again. Watch all the commercials through again. If you reload the page, you gotta watch the commercials. Like it's just a nightmare. So
it's the exact problem that TikTok takes advantage of. The short attention span. No one wants to put up with the fact of, hey, I'm having to wait to continue the content that I'm here for.
Like literally, if when that happens, you're like, fuck it, I'm reading the Wikipedia entry to find out.
Honestly, they would have to implement it like YouTube, where you get an ad and it's skippable after 4 seconds. And maybe you get 2 ads in a row. Maybe one is 30 seconds max. And if you've watched an ad before, you're less likely to get an ad in the future, that kind of thing. And otherwise, it's just going to be way too annoying.
Oh, yeah.
Plus, they're already going to have to fight the ad blockers. So how much are they actually going to be getting from this? The one benefit is that TVs,
you know what they do? You know what they do for their streaming just to cuck the ad blockers? Just put the file on the site with the commercial preloaded in.
Yeah, I mean,
so
they
people
can do
fucking
that.
download that shit or something. You got the commercials, so you will forever see.
It's a lot harder to embed commercials because the
I know,
two issues,
I'm making a joke, bro.
Okay.
Yeah.
I would rather have old commercials, to be honest. Like here's some old ad rolls for
Yeah, no
Marla,
kidding. I
like
wonder
30
if
years
Archive-
ago.
Check out archive.com if I remember correctly. That's what it's called. There used to be a site that had all like the super old commercials and everything.
Wayback Machine is archive.org, and yes, they have that stuff. So, go ahead.
I was just gonna say, if they make it too annoying to watch, people are just gonna go back to pirating shit. So,
so
I mean, Netflix, it's a real dumb business model to have a paid with commercials thing. Just
a lot of things have it.
I know, I hate it. I
Anyway.
never did it with Hulu. I said, fuck it.
Moving on.
Actual.
You guys recall, I recently watched Spider-Man with my kids, or more specifically, my kids decided they wanted to watch Spider-Man, so I found Spider-Man 2, which is the best one, but I couldn't find our DVD copy of the first Spider-Man, and I spent about an hour trying to convince my kids just to watch the second one as I went through all my boxes of non-anime DVDs. In the end, it didn't matter because I was forced to murder my entire family for this crime against collections where somebody had stuck Spider-Man in the Spider-Man 2 case, right? Well, it was interesting that I had recently rewatched it because I saw this. A British network ITV censors the cute outfit joke from the first Sam Raimi Spider-Man film.
Yeah, because it's what cute outfit did your husband knit?
Did your husband make that for you?
Yeah.
Right. Yeah.
Wow.
So there's a tweet here. They removed Peter Parker's homophobia. So I'm not gonna play it because I don't want to get copyright flagged on this video. But yeah, they they cut out to he just says that's a cute outfit, and then it cuts from there. So they cut out, did your husband give it to you? Right. And I this is.
I mean that joke may sound homophobic, but at the same time, it's like, man, did your wife make it? Would that be just as offensive? I'm just like, it's basically saying you look like a pussy either way.
if anything,
making a genuine compliment.
It could.
Obviously, the idea is that Macho Man Randy Savage, right, who played Bonesaw, the idea is that a macho person, generally wouldn't want to be thought of as gay, right? Like that's obviously the joke.
But then,
hold on, I got to share the. They said that's a cute outfit. Did your husband give it to you? Actually, he did. He bought this for me on our 10-year anniversary. Not only is he my lover, he's my best friend and my soulmate. I'm not ashamed of who I love, nor should I be. For someone with strange abilities due to, I assume, accidental exposure to radioactive spider blood, you're not very tolerant of those different to yourself. You're on the wrong side of history, Spider-Man.
I don't remember the video version of that.
I know, I'm even funnier. I mean, Randy Savage has passed away, but it was so funny to have this extra cut in the to shame. Like, instead of cutting out quote unquote problematic things, you just have some preachy thing from the original actor cut into the film to address it.
Do it, Hollywood. I would start watching your shit if you would pull shit like that.
Anyway, so that's it with this story. I don't want to go into more detail on it, but Old Enough Netflix show sparks global debate on parenting and child safety. What's wrong, Rhys? So, wholesome Japanese TV show about toddlers going out on errands divides overseas viewers. I remember there being a specific thing in here. I don't remember what it was as to why we chose to keep this in here. So we're just gonna find out together.
Just the name of
right.
the American name of the show. Old Enough.
When you visit Japan, a lot of things will catch your eye as being different to your home country, including the way they bring up children. It's not unusual to see young elementary school children walking to school or even taking public transport on their own or in small groups without any adult supervision here. And that's all because adults foster independence and a sense of responsibility in children from a very young age. Children begin to clean their own schools and take turns serving classmates lunch, carrying heavy pots and utensils to their classrooms from the first year of elementary school when they're about 6 years old. That's when they begin to navigate their own way to and from school as well, carrying heavy bags and making their way through busy stations and intersections without their parents. I'll remind you that the kid in Ponyo is 5, Just remind you.
I have a comment, but I'm gonna wait till you're done reading.
Okay. So in order for parents to prepare their children for the adult-like responsibilities they'll face when they start school, many give their little ones responsibilities before they turn 6. These responsibilities can range from basic household chores, carrying their own bag on family outings, and sometimes even fetching small items from the local shop. This might seem like difficult tasks for a child to handle, but their ability to complete tasks on their own can surprise both the adults around them and, more importantly, themselves, giving them a sense of confidence as they venture out into the world.
You're old enough. Here you go. Here's a Pokeball. Go catch your 150 Pokemon.
It's also incredibly heartwarming to watch, which is why TV program called Hajimete no Otsukai, or First Errand, has been hugely popular in Japan for the past 30 years. The program shows toddlers going out on their own to complete an errand outside the home without their parents. And now it's become a hit show on Netflix, where it's been released under the title Old Enough.
Wait, shit! I remember this in Case Closed. They had an episode where they had to like keep track of the kids that were like going out for groceries and shit.
Hiroki, for instance, is only 2 3/4, but he walks 1 kilometer on his own to do the shopping. Netflix tweeted this out. Old Enough is the most wholesome show you've ever seen. In this unscripted series, Japanese toddlers ages 2 to 5, again, it's called Old Enough, are sent on simple errands to help their parents, and the results are just so pure. 20 episodes are now on Netflix. In Japan, the show airs twice a year as a 3-hour program, but for Netflix, it's been cut up into 20 episodes, each around 10 minutes long, except for the final episode, which runs for 21 minutes. Since it began streaming with subtitles on Netflix on the 31st of March, the show has been winning fans from across the globe who've been leaving comments like, quote, "Please, need more episodes. Just finished watching them, and 20 isn't enough. Genuinely cried every single episode." Jeez. "We'll gladly watch 20 seasons of this. I just started watching it yesterday, and it's so good. I need more episodes now." While the majority of responses have been filled with heartfelt praise for the show and its little stars, the program also sparked overseas debate about the safety of children and the differences between Japan and Western countries like the U.S. Naturally, the busybodies in the West have something to say. How is abandoning a tiny child to cross a busy road wholesome? Because Japanese people trust Japanese drivers to be cautious. Unfortunately, in other places like the U.S., we can't trust each other to this extent. Japan is so different from America, though. I wouldn't trust to do this in America. Maybe the U.S. should consider designing places so that we don't have to treat children up to the age of 16 like literal toddlers. Plus, the long-term negative effects of the child, it's all fun and interesting for us to watch, but a child at that age shouldn't be made to do this. Okay. Absolutely incredible that people in these comments cannot even begin to imagine what a safe, high-trust society looks like. Conditioned to believe violent crime and constant danger is normal. It isn't. Yeah, it's almost like a homogenous society is safer. Though some overseas viewers expressed concern about the safety of the young participants on the show, every precaution was taken to ensure their safety during filming. Months of preparation go into each child's solo journey, with routes inspected by staff and parents to make sure it's safe in regards to road traffic, and no Fushinsha, suspicious person reports, having been made in the area. So I love the idea that literally they're filming these kids, right? Like if anything happens, surely the crew is going to step in. Residents are notified in advance so they don't go out of their way to help the child as they normally would. And film crews and production staff disguise themselves as in-store shoppers and normal passers-by along the route during filming. It's like literally no.
It's like that episode in an anime where it's like we're just gonna follow this kid and just watch him.
But it's like
when we have to.
It's like literally they fostered. This is such a popular show that all the pedophiles who would kidnap the kids, like, oh no, any one of these people could be the film crew. You know, like
one of the film crew could be a pedophile, but
In the case of filming in agricultural areas and fishing villages, staff will also disguise themselves as farmers and fishermen so they can blend into the landscape and go undetected by the child as they complete their errand. Other staff sit in cars or on bicycles so they can quickly step in if needed. Rice planter or hidden cameraman? For those who question the ethics of having a child go out on an errand at such a young age, Japanese commenters abroad gave this insight into the mindset behind the style of parenting. Quote, "It's part of our culture to give kids a sense of responsibility and teach them kindness of the people in the community who would help them. I have done it. All kids in Japan know that that's the part of cool recognition, okay, to be able to contribute to the family. It's a big deal for them and they take pride. Japan is much safer and the toddlers have been supervised by the camera crew the whole time. Cities are built for safety." Dear Lord, I wish I hadn't pulled this article up. The role that urban planning plays in contributing to a safe community in Japan also became a hot topic amongst local netizens in their reaction to overseas comments on the safety aspect of the show. Quote, "The show reveals as much about children as it does about urban planning. In some suburbs of the U.S., it would be impossible to walk to a nearby store. Small and medium-sized stores that children can access is a big surprise for people in the U.S., where you drive to a supermarket and buy in bulk. Foreign viewers are amazed at how safe it generally is for children in Japan, but good urban and community structures play a big part in this safety. It seems that everyone in the world is confused by the madness and mystery of Japan, where you can let toddlers go out into the world alone. Foreign viewers are so filled with fear for the child that it makes me think Japan is the only safe country in the world. I want to continue to protect this way of life. It's one of the peculiarities of Japanese society where children can act alone. Old Enough really has opened the floodgates to a discussion on the ins and outs of different ways of living and parenting. Though it might differ to parenting styles in other parts of the world, entrusting children to look after themselves and those around them is a natural part of child rearing in Japan, and urban and community structures help to support this culture. It's all food for thought, generated by the show's new global reach. One thing everyone can agree on, though, is that children venturing out on their own for the first errand is an experience that can pull on the heartstrings of anyone and everyone, no matter where they're from. It's a reminder of the importance of community in helping to keep kids safe, and if you're wondering how a show like this might work in a community abroad, you might want to strap on your seatbelt, because it's just been announced that a UK remake of the show is now in the works. Oh, dear Lord.
That's
okay.
all we need.
Well, I would like to offer my sincere apologies for reading that entire article. I didn't realize the punchline was in the fucking title, and now I feel like a dumbass.
Good job, dumbass.
I honestly want to make my comment, but that entire article made me want to like throw up. So
oh my god.
What? It's not even in the doc?
It's not even in the doc.
You failed us.
I failed
Piece
so
of
hard.
shit.
I
How
literally
dare you.
removed it.
Good job.
Just to
Oh
read
my
it
God.
anyway.
Into the chamber.
I am gonna have to say I'm going to tap out. So,
Well, I'll say.
This is the article that was supposed to open.
I am going to say, when you go over Right Stuff, remember to go over the Crunchyroll July slate, which you skipped over the last podcast.
You think we're gonna get the right stuff?
Crunchyroll and Sentai slate.
Also have to remember.
Okay, cool.
All right.
All right.
Yeah, totally. I won't just push that off till next podcast.
I don't know what's
Okay.
I don't know what's gonna happen. I'm just agreeing
All right.
with you to
night,
satiate and help
everybody.
you sleep better. Bye.
Night.
All right. So what has happened here? As you can see, the title of the thing is this one, but I was replacing this one, and so it retained the link from this one, but changed the title to this one. This was supposed to come right after the Spider-Man thing. That makes way more sense for the segue. VTubers cross the multiverse in official HoloLive X Marvel Studios collab. I had a whole joke planned here.
Well, I see you ruined that one.
I sure did. Because the 8 HoloLive members pictured above.
AC was the one who ruined that, but
Yes, I would like to.
all right, it's bathroom time.
Your audio just went completely silent for me.
Yep, that's how it works. this character, I think this character. Basically, what I was going to say is that the MCU has now had 8 or at least 4 of these VTubers have said the N-word. Wow, I failed so hard at delivering that joke because of this stupid Old Enough article. I will be more careful in the future. It will not happen again.
You delivered
That's
that.
pretty powerful.
All right. Powering through this, Sentai Filmworks is going to launch U.S. screenings, theatrical screenings for Revue Starlight the movie. It is coming to theaters later this summer. Moving on. Here's theatrical placeholder listings for Macross Frontier, The False Songstress for June 16th, and Macross Frontier, The Wings of Farewell
I
for
think
June
this
30th.
is the first Macross that we haven't had in any form come over here since, them locking out the license for all those years.
The first Macross to come over here since they locked up the license is what you mean? Yes.
Basically.
The Quintessential Quintuplets manga scores 1 more chapter for theater goers in Japan.
Son of a bitch.
In late May, the Quintessential Quintuplets return in the first anime film, aptly titled The Quintessential Quintuplets the Movie. But for those, quote, in the know about the series, they would know that the film story couldn't come close to ending the anime series the anime series that first originated in the now finished manga series by Negi Haruba. That changes with the announcement of the first theatrical gift for the film, an epilogue chapter for the manga. So you're telling me that he's gonna pick one of these bitches for this
Yeah, he
epilogue?
does. Literally, the first episode, the premise is
they're getting married.
That's my babe or whatever. He doesn't say it like that, but it's like he's about to get married, and then it goes to him in high school.
Yeah, the whole premise of the show is the biggest fun part to me of the show is grammar is the fact that you
Which
start
one of
off
the 5
with
is he gonna pick?
Yes, you're figuring this out.
This is How I Met Your Mother?
Yeah.
In a way,
Oh,
but better.
God.
A million times better.
How I Met Your Waifu.
How I Met My Waifu.
Which, believe it or not, from what I understand, I already know who the wife is, but I will not say it.
All right. Well,
Because
can I
think that's
guess?
already been spoiled.
It's gotta be
I would love to hear your guess.
He made his guess.
It's either
Don't
this
react.
girl or this girl. These ones are bland.
Top middle.
Which one?
Top middle.
In that okay.
I'm thinking it's going to be one of these two because the other ones are bland.
Hey, Funham, could you tell me which AZ pointed at?
The first two, which is Itsuki or what's her name? Yotsuba, the
Oh,
4chan one.
Okay.
Yep. All right. Cool.
Fair enough.
Moving on.
Next thing.
Powering through as much of this as humanly possible due to the fact that I do not want to delay these yet again.
Power.
Oh, fuck. Squidward one. Damn it. Gotta cover that. Powering gaming news, I might have to skip some of these because, oh shit, there's just too much. All right. Peter.
I like titling. Go.
Peter Grill in The Philosopher's Time Season 2 reveals title, visual, and more cast. So it's there. That's it. Okay. Moving on. Oh, also, these are feet with hideous 3 toes. That's the literal entire reason I shared this. Moving on. The Legendary Hero is Dead anime adaptation announced for 2023. So Leiden Films is going to be producing this. And I don't know. It's kind of weird. I don't know why there's like a radish with like some girl stalking on it. The Legendary
You don't know what it
Hero
does in his
is
personal
dead.
life?
It's weird. Anyway, moving on. The Legend of Mana TV animes has revealed the visual teaser promo and staff and all that stuff. So Legend of Mana the anime, God, that looks weird with the abs like that. Weird. Okay. Legend of Mana gets an anime, and it's come farther than the first time we talked about it. Also, Shaman King reboot anime gets a sequel about Yo and Anna's son. So these two characters here have a kid that I don't think is that character. It's this character.
No, yeah.
Yeah, so basically
it was like called like the manga was called like Shaman King Flower or something like that. I forget the exact name of it, but
I had it a second ago. Shaman King Flowers, yeah.
Oh.
So it's a sequel manga that's being adapted. Also, Rhys and I determined that this reboot show is fewer episodes than the original Shaman King anime.
The original Shaman King anime was what, 40 to 50? If I'm not wrong.
Was it? I thought it was like 63 or something.
It might have been, but I remember it being very long, and I remember loving every minute of it.
Well, this one, the reboot one, is 52 episodes.
I hope you're covered up. God, the retard lines.
All right, so Crunchyroll had this article here. Onimai, I'm Now Your Sister. Slice of life manga gets a TV anime adaptation. Here's how Sankaku Complex chose to report it. Male otaku transforms into a girl in upcoming Oni-chan wa Oshimai anime.
Well, they do a way better job at advertising it. Jesus, now I want to watch it.
A male otaku is in for quite a life-changing experience as an anime for Oni-chan wa Oshimai was announced. The series revolving around a male one day waking up in the body of a woman and desperately searching for a way to change back, and bound to be rife with lewd moments. The premise involves eroge lover Mahiro being turned into a girl by his mad scientist little sister. That's what Emoto means. Mahiro Oyama was just a normal erotic game-loving dude until he woke up one morning as a woman. Turns out his mad scientist little sister, Mihari, tried out one of her new experiments on him, hormone treatments, with a disastrous outcome as far as Mahiro is concerned. But Mihari is as determined to study him as he is determined to go back to his shut-in game-playing life. And one thing's for sure, life is going to get a whole lot weirder from here on out. So the anime announcement was made by the Twitter account of the mangaka, who also released a short comic to celebrate.
Are they making fun of transgenderism? How dare they?
No, don't taint this glory, this glorious anime
This
with
random
trans
glory
anything.
hole. Wait.
So a cute visual for the anime was also uploaded, but I like the one on Crunchyroll, where they're wearing a shirt, which will soon be coming to Stealth Weave, that literally says Nito. I am a neat. Anyway, so that'll be
beautiful.
Right. Anyway,
That right there is my favorite part of the podcast.
All right. So also, How Heavy Are the Dumbbells You Lift has removed the scene with the Putin-like character.
What? Wait, when? Where? Huh?
So an individual watching sexy fitness anime, How Heavy Are the Dumbbells You Lift, on Japanese TV noticed that a certain scene involving a Putin-like character was removed. Bound to have some assuming the censorship was due to the current ongoing conflict between Russia and Ukraine and Japan. The West seems more focused on than border invasions and inflation. The Twitter user explained that they were watching and recording the broadcast marathon for the anime on TV when they realized the scene where the silver-haired character appears was skipped over and wondered if it was due to the character resembling Russian leader Putin. The scene in question from the anime where Russian girl Gina provides an explanation before a shot of a character that resembles Putin, who Gina calls Pechin instead of Puchin, appears on screen. Puchin would be the Japanese pronunciation of Putin, right? Anyway, that's him. Additionally, the manga version of the scene also calls the person Pechin and not Puchin, which would be Putin. But obviously it's a joke. Such censorship will surely have some wondering if all forms of Russian culture or people will be banned from TV just because of the war, which Japan has no active hand in. You don't know that. Anyway. Also, on behalf of Rhys, I'm sure he's crying now because he can't talk about it. Blood Blockade Battlefront Back manga is getting a continuation in the fall.
Nice. Fuck yeah.
Golden Kamui celebrates a manga conclusion with a giant snow comic. That's a thing.
I don't know how to respond to that.
I don't know about you guys.
How do you flip the pages if it's in the snow?
No, literally, it's just they just fucking.
They said it was a snow
crop
comic,
circle in the snow. Look, I'm telling you right now, if it were me, I would have just taken the fucking photo of the flat snow and photoshopped this shit in there. That would take way less man hours. And no, who is this for? Who is gonna fucking see this other than the goddamn drone that took the fucking photo? I just can't fucking believe it.
Dude,
why is there an ad here for season 3? Isn't season 4 coming? I don't get it. I am lost. Show's amazing. Watch it.
Show's beautiful. Continue.
Black Clover manga is going to take a 3-month break to prepare for the final arc.
Is the final arc part 1 is the question?
No. My intention was to continue to draw Black Clover without a break, but after consulting with the editorial department, we have decided to take an extended break so that I can properly prepare the final manuscript for the last arc of the series. I sincerely apologize to all readers who have been reading the series every week, but I will be back with my full energy to make the finale of Black Clover exciting. So please wait for me until then. All right, here it is.
Jesus Christ.
What is it? Tell me.
How do I even describe it?
Bring it on, motherfucker.
It's a manga titled Dick Fight Island.
I heard of this.
Okay, good. I don't have to explain anymore then.
I have
So, a Squidward recommendation helps erotic manga Dick Fight Island trend on Twitter. Reibun Ike's erotic manga Dick Fight Island was trending on Twitter yesterday after a Barnes & Noble recommendation display was shared across the social media platform. The recommendation card, shared by 2 different users, excuse me while I double check that I'm not going to have anything uncensored pop up. You know how people are when they reply to these things. Okay, cool. My local Barnes & Noble really wrote and hung up a recommendation paper for Dick Fight Island.
Man needs a raise, or woman, or whoever.
A little picture here drawn of Squidward says it's Squidward approved. Dick Fight Island, the absolute peak of storytelling. It is a spellbinding tale of warriors battling for supremacy with their girthy sabers. The art is beautiful enough to leave a man screaming in ecstasy. 11 out of 10 would ride the dick fight again.
How, like,
Jesus Christ.
did someone go into the store and just put that in there?
Random 11, are you the enemy of fun?
So the recommendation card, which was shared by 2 different users, declared that the series about male tribal representatives grappling nude was approved by SpongeBob SquarePants' own Squidward.
Dude,
over 100,000.
That is.
What's up?
Have you ever tried to run with a full erection, let alone go into a battle?
I can't say that I have, actually. I'm confused at the scenarios where you would try to run with a full erection.
Look, man. Look, Viagra's done a lot of things to a lot of men throughout the years, and there are stories out there. Continue.
Okay. Over 100,000 tweets about the topic helped launch the manga onto Twitter's trending lists. Ike thanked fans for their support of the series on Tuesday. The resurgence in discussion helped push the manga's first volume back to the top of Amazon's Yaoi manga list. Viz Media's
Yaoi manga list?
Yes, I guess so. Viz Media's Sublime.
This book is Yaoi?
What?
That's a shocker.
It's only released by Viz Media's BL-IME imprint. Released the second volume of Ike's Dick Fight Island manga on March 8th. The first ranked as its #1 romance manga and #1 yaoi and LGBTQ plus manga on Amazon's bestseller list. So Amazon
right
US
now,
is
take more than 5 hours to finish it.
So is this I'm afraid to check, but is it Amazon's or Amazon.jp's yaoi manga list? James Furman says this is pretty much The Sopranos, but instead of Italian mobsters, it's anime voice actors. Oh, I don't even know what you're talking about. That would warrant that.
AC, is it a hard? Does it have a hardcover?
That's a good question. Actually, I'm afraid to click on it. Actually, let me just. It doesn't have. They're a little behind on the release.
Oh my god, I don't even have to fully type in Dick Fight Island. It auto corrects. You type in Dick Fight on Amazon, you instantly get Dick Fight Island. Oh, in Dick Fight Island.
How much of Dick Fight did you have to type in before?
DICK fight space.
Okay, come on. You practically. What else is it gonna be at that point? Come on. I'm just checking out Dick Fight Island on their website. Now it looks. Oh dear God.
Hey, look, you can get it for Prime.
I'm back, so you know what that means.
All right, it's fapping time.
All right, yeah. So I'm just gonna say, no, there is no hardcover, sadly.
Damn.
And now, in Random 11 tells me what this was about news.
Oh boy,
that's my favorite news.
Sega is delisting Sonic the Hedgehog 1, 2, Sonic 3, and Sonic and Knuckles, and Sonic CD on May 20th. So the stuff that they put into Sonic Origins, they are now delisting to force you to get Sonic Origins.
Delisting where?
Sonic,
almost everywhere.
Sega announced today that the company will delist the digital versions of the standalone titles that will be featured on the upcoming game Sonic Origins on May 20th, 2022. This will include Sonic the Hedgehog 1, 2, Sonic 3, and Sonic and Knuckles, and Sonic CD. There are a couple of exceptions. Sonic the Hedgehog 1 and 2 will remain available via Sega Ages on the Nintendo Switch, and Sonic the Hedgehog 2 will still be playable via Sega Genesis on the Nintendo Switch Online.
So the Nintendo Switch Online Plus is the thing where you have to subscribe, and it's like you can play games on it. And you need the expansion pass to play Sega games.
So how come Amy is being featured in this? Is she in any of the games that are Sonic CD, maybe?
I believe she's in Sonic CD.
Okay. My daughter loves Amy.
And I have to correct something. Oh, yeah. I have to correct something from last week. Apparently, Sega or Sonic CD will not have Knuckles as a playable character, from my understanding.
Why? Because he'd be hacks?
I guess. I don't know.
Try to put
And
Mario in the games. He runs faster. Continue.
the mobile ports are still going to stay on the phones. So they're not taking those down.
Yeah.
But otherwise, if you want the individual games, like if you only want one or two, get them now. Because obviously, if you buy them now,
you have
they'll
all
be
the way until
available.
May 20th, so you still got a good hot 20 days to pick them up. But yes, get them now. All right. Type Moon launches Mahotsukai no Yoru, or Mahotsukai no Yoru, game on PS4, Switch in December with English text. I'm pretty sure Rhys would have had something to say, but the new version will be fully voiced and will have HD graphics. That was the thing that I felt was necessary to share, I guess. I forgot I had highlighted it. Cool. Moving on. Old interview reveals Skies of Arcadia dialogue was completely rewritten. This is a very weird image that they included here. I'm not sure. So an old interview has resurfaced on social media as it involves a translator for classic title Skies of Arcadia, Eternal Arcadia, admitting they merely did a rough translation of the game before throwing out the rest of the Japanese text and ad-libbing as they saw fit. A pure example of why many hate localizers and demonstrating that the problem has existed for decades. So I'm just going to throw this out there. I like this to a degree. I like the idea that you are going to take the story beats and make sure that they are there, but then change the dialogue to, it creates more character and charisma between the group to, make them speak in ways that somebody is breathing new life into them with the dialogue. Personally, I can think of a couple scenarios where I feel like they've done a good job and made it less stale, right? That's how I see it. It can easily go the wrong way with the progressive injections and all that shit, for sure. The 2015 interview was with translator Clayton Vorlick, who worked on Skies of Arcadia, and he shared, "Back again, are ye? Nice nap?" Okay.
Whoa.
I'm on my phone.
Language.
Sorry. I had to turn up my volume on my phone.
Do you have something to say for yourself?
I trust you're not popping in to ruin my timestamps, right?
What?
Oh, I had mentioned you. I thought you were jumping in because I had said Rhys probably had something to say about this, but
I just came in because I'm just laying in bed.
Awesome. Yeah. I hope you don't fall asleep and snore. We'll have to kick you off the stream.
Oh,
All right. Anyway, he shared information on a translation process for the game, such as how many scenes in the game were roughly translated, and that a lot of the dialogue was rewritten completely, which is sadly comparable to the shoddy translation work of the current era. Part of the interview in question, which was seemingly done through an online chat of some sort, going by the formatting. So I'll just say real quick, this is a beloved game. I never played it, but this is a beloved game. I assume people had no problem with it, right? Like the translation at the time, they probably enjoyed it in spite of or because of the localization.
Yeah, I mean, well, I hate to bring this up as an example because it's kind of an outlier, but Ghost Stories, I'd never fucking watch Ghost Stories if it wasn't for the fucking out there
right.
fucking dub.
Samurai Pizza Cats.
Yeah,
you know, it's the same deal. Yeah. Tony Wynn.
Rhys, can you mute your mic while you're not talking? You're making a lot of noise. Thanks.
Stop breathing, Rhys. So Tony Wynn said, I played the game in Japanese too, and it's interesting what you guys changed, but it was the meaning that was more important than what's being translated sometimes after all. Although there were some interesting changes, like how Ramirez's obsession with Galcian was downtoned near the end. I mean, he's still obsessed, but he was like saying Galcian's name like every other sentence in the Japanese version. Vorlik said, yeah, we basically sat down, I did a rough translation of the text, and then we threw away the Japanese text. We mapped out the effort. We mapped out the big story beats in each scene, and then we just watched the cutscenes and ad-libbed what we imagined each character would say, and then rewrote a lot of the dialogue completely. Tony Wynn went on to say, nice! Okay. Vorlik said, haha, yeah. We thought it might be a little creepy for U.S. audiences. I don't know. This is probably a reference to the game I don't even get. Tony Wynn said, that definitely makes it sound more natural. The amount of times Fina said, Mina-san, that's everyone? Yeah.
Yeah, like, Mina.
Like everyone. Mina. That's outwardly saying everyone, whereas Watashi Tachi would be like we. Mina is like addressing everybody else. Anyway, so the amount of times Fina said Mina-san wouldn't translate very well, LOL. Or at least it wouldn't sound it would sound super unnatural. Yeah. I'm the webmaster of soarcadia.org. I know the game like the back of my hand. So talking to you right now is like talking to a celebrity. Wow. I'm so glad you included that. That seems so important. This is just the same thing, right? Yeah. Vorlik also talked about a co-writer who told him they should name things in the game after themselves. Oh, this is where things are going to start to get less cool. Skies of Arcadia is my favorite game of all time. I know the Vorlik blade is named after you after all, and you don't have a particularly common name. Haha, there's a story behind that. I had a co-writer named Chris Lusick. He did the English version of Panzer Dragoon Saga. He said we should name stuff after ourselves. He recommended Vorlik blade, and he wanted a creature named after him, Lusick Slimes. And then he went around telling everyone I chose the most powerful weapon and gave him the weak monster, haha, as a joke, of course. A lot of the characters were named after various Q&A people, or QA, quality assurance, etc. Mabel the Raider was assistant lead Mabel Chung. I wondered why their names were changed when they already had very Western names. Timus the Gunner was named after my friend Tim, who was the guy who got me my first job in the industry. Haha, yeah. We asked the team and they said go for it. That was just a little bonus for us. I have no issue with any of these things that are being said here.
I have an issue with Timus, because Timus is a weird name.
Timus the Gunner. Yeah, it is a little weird. The Vorlik blade in the Japanese version of the game was called the Ryukan Kizanken. Oh man, I can't believe they didn't keep that in there. Roughly translating to Ryukan's demon killing blade.
But it's a legacy term.
That sounds so cringe. And the Lusick was actually called Puranina. Okay. I like the names they chose, actually. This disingenuous approach and self-desire to want to claim parts of other people's work will seem familiar to the localization of modern games, as often biased and irrelevant politics are shoehorned into scenes, much like the Ghostwire Tokyo and Neo: The World Ends With You. Other potentially pivotal bits from the interview. Pardon. So Vorlich said, removing cigarettes/cigars, changing beer to Locua, and adjusting some of the female characters' costumes was to reduce ESRB disclaimers and keep the rating low. So I have no problems with any of I only don't have a problem with changing the beer to Locua. That sounds like a cool world building thing. But removing the cigarettes and cigars and female costumes is not cool. Ramirez's Blood was 2 was censored near the end. Yeah, 2000 was a bit of a transitional year for the industry. People were still hesitant to let things get too mature. Oh, I had forgotten about that one. Yeah, when I played the Japanese version, I recorded everything that was different. Like, I'm sure there were a ton of various references we threw in the text as well, but I've forgotten them all. Gilder's quote about women being like sunsets. Originally, it was about doing the things that have never been done before, but I like the sunset change. Okay. I'd like to know what the full context of that quote is. That was Chris. I shook my head when he came up with that line. It's pretty funny, and I think it suits Gilder. Yeah, it totally fits the character. I think my favorite line that he wrote was, God, I don't know how to fucking pronounce that. Vice's father in the beginning after he shoots the soldier and says something like, I only see 3 of you. Okay. In case you couldn't tell, he's a huge fan of Joss Whedon's work and tries to emulate his style of nonchalant sarcasm. Well, he deserves to die then. Also, the sarcasm that was sprinkled into the translation when it was played totally straight in the original Japanese, like De Loco mocking Alfonso about what gave away that they were intruders. Was it the sirens or the loud noises? What gave it away? It does it quite well. Oh, okay. That was me. Okay. Anyway, the entire interview can be read online if you would like, but I'm going to move on from this unless you guys have something to say. Okay, cool. All right. Triangle Strategy English translation butchered the word woman. God damn it. Triangle Strategy English translation butchered. Quote, the word woman is offensive. That's how I should have read that.
What the fuck?
Yeah, I guess.
How can it be offensive if they don't even know the definition of the word?
Well, they're not biologists. So the English release of Triangle Strategy has succumbed to the same fate as many other Japanese titles, as the dialogue was found to have been localized, changing the tone or attitude of certain lines whilst rewriting others to boost the female characters up. The word woman was often swapped out for neutral words, and according to one Twitter user, translators are allegedly instructed to not use the word as it could be deemed offensive to Western audiences. Right? I like the idea that the translation has been changed, so now it says front hole havers or something like.
I came back at a time.
Front hole havers and children first, right? Like,
oh God!
You return on your summon sign. Front hole haver.
I've been instructed before never to use the word woman. Hold on. I've been instructed before never to use the word woman in direct address because it might be offensive to Western audiences. Well, Western audiences were a mistake. It appears your impudence is contagious, Laura. Your charge knows not how powerless she is. Okay. Meanwhile, I've been instructed before never to use. Oh, this is the. Okay. Away, woman. Oh, you used it. God damn it. So offensive. On that note, it's interesting that Final Fantasy XIV has an alehouse called the Drowning Wench. Client that prohibits me from using the word woman is in indirect address would have some serious words with me using wench in any context whatsoever. Man, women are so weak if they can't hear these words.
I think that's making an assumption. I think you need to double check that one.
I feel like wench. It's more offensive to assume that people are so weak that they'd be offended by something.
Right. And I would argue that we are making them even more weak by shielding them from words.
Basically.
Thank you, Daddy Elon, for buying Twitter to make free speech a thing again. A curious individual versed in Japanese, sifted through both versions of the game and provided screenshots comparing the dialogue, with the differences ranging from minor severity to more significant levels that might have some wondering if the localizers were attempting to write fan fiction as opposed to actually putting out an accurate translation.
All fan fiction is cringe.
We need a blue MAGA hat, but it's a MAGA. It's like make Twitter great again.
No. Make it
How
a
did
Mara.
you turn that into
Mara
Mara?
hat and
Like
it...
a MAGA style hat, but have it be make Twitter great again.
MATGA.
So MTGA.
No, have it be a Mara hat and have the giant penis creature from Persona on it.
Make giant penises again. I don't. Anyway, make penises giant again.
You could put a bed. You could put a badminton cock and a bunch of basketballs
penises big
around
again.
it. No one ever gets
the
that.
The localization team, perhaps at the behest of the so-called ethics department, changed much in the game, altering themes, tones, and characterizations, and removing what the actual developers intended for the players. So, fast friends from the day we met. You two are quite the pair, aren't you? JP Serenoa just asks Roland to introduce her. English sounds like a line written by a Fujo localizer. Fast friends to the day we met, and you are okay.
Are they okay?
Oh, here. So you both really trust each other. Oh, okay, whatever. You wouldn't like her when she's angry. Take care of Frederica, son. I won't forgive you if you make her cry, you hear? A word of advice, you do well not to anger her. I don't even know what the fuck Hulk? Right. What am I even looking at here? How we got the English and the Japanese on the same? I don't even know I don't know how to interpret this. I'm gonna just say, if you want to read the rest of these, here they are. God damn it! I hear stars.
Bless you.
Okay, don't you force that onto him. Curse you. See, now you have options.
Oh my god, I'm definitely not reading any more of this. All right. Fun is no longer allowed in Final Fantasy XIV as bans are now possible for toxic behavior. What is that toxic behavior, you might ask? Well, guess what? Naoki Yoshida has seemingly sought to cater to the sensitive snowflakes in the West by promising suspensions and bans for players exhibiting toxic behavior in PvP, such as spamming taunts / quick chat phrases, using slanderous language, and repeatedly using an emote on top of a downed opponent.
Whatever they do not play Elden Ring.
This is like the insidiousness of like the woke culture shit that we're going into.
It's like
Are they
never
banning
played a video
teabagging?
game.
That's
what I'm saying. Like they've never played a video game.
Floss on an enemy anymore.
You never played Halo or Call of Duty?
But that's not even the worst part. Like, it's idiotic for them to care about this to the point of you're banning people for fucking playing the game. You are in charge of the fucking game. If you want to ban people from teabagging people, make it so that the fucking crouch button doesn't work when you're on top of someone.
Step away, I can hear you.
If you don't want them to
make the crouches limited per second.
Yeah. If you don't want them to spam taunts, limit the amount of taunts or time them out.
Make there be a lot of recovery frames for the action. The thing is that like the more that this is that whole thing of they're catering this shit, and the more they cater to it, the less people are going to be able to take it. Man, if they played any fucking high-end fighting game, Tekken or any of that shit, oh boy, someone good styling and profiling on your ass, they're going to taunt you. Psychology is a big part of PvP. And if you can piss someone off, you can catch them off guard. Am I still in this stream?
Yes.
Okay, good. Because
I'm
all
just
mic
eating
audio
and muted.
everyone else.
And Brad is out.
You're consuming a sacrifice. I can tell.
Yes.
But no, I think this is so stupid. They're going to Final Fantasy 14 stop people from being able to, provoke at the other player. I mean, when did the world start going from, hey, we're literally beating the shit out of each other in a game, to some form of psychology being thrown in? Now that's a problem.
Yeah. So sorry, I stepped out to stick some bread in the toaster because I'm fucking starving right now. But what this is to me is, I feel like we need something. Hold on.
I feel like
were you?
It's been 7 hours too long.
Been too long.
Were you spending too much time being unbreaded?
Yep, untoasted. I feel as though what we're experiencing here is the culture, the logical conclusion of participation trophy, right? What's happening is that the human race, at least in the West, is forcibly being domesticated, right? There's no more competition. There's no more drive and that striving for victory. We are being conditioned to settle for mediocrity and not rising above challenges and challenging each other and having rivalries that result in us getting better just out of the sheer will of being humiliated or humiliating your opponent, or the domination aspect of competition is being forcibly removed from the culture. I think that's what we're seeing here.
I
agree with you.
They're trying to manipulate things in that direction, and it ain't gonna end well for all of us.
I agree. Mommy should step on you harder.
But Final Fantasy 14 is a PV or is a MMO, right?
Yes. It's probably the biggest MMO.
And so I'm assuming it's a free-to-play game.
Fuck no. You have to literally pay for the game, as far as on PlayStation, and then you have to pay a monthly fee to access the fucking game.
So that's even
high
worse.
end.
So you're
but they have their own servers and everything, and the game works beautifully. Not to mention the game is beautiful.
Yeah,
it's worth it.
So you're going to be paying for your game, paying for the subscription. You're paying customer, and they're going to let you do something that they're going to ban you for.
Yep.
Like that's the evil part. Like, dude, we're gonna purposely put this dollar here, and if you grab it, you're gonna get shot. It's that kind of like bullshit. Like, just make it so that you can't do the things that you are going to ban these people for. They're paying for your fucking game.
Yeah,
let them play
that thing right there. Right before Elden Ring released, a hacker got into Dark Souls 3 and put an item in the game instead of removing the item from a player's inventory. If this person, unbeknownst to you, dropped the item for you, you think it's just someone giving you something. You instantly got banned for picking up this item because all it did was turn your character red. Yeah. But to no fault of your own, you don't know what's on the ground.
That's some pretty hard stuff.
You. And it's like, how is that your fault? It's this action that you can do. You don't know what it is. And they're going to ban people. Oh, hey, what if your button's broken on your remote like mine is, and you just get the random roll? Like,
you got off work early.
I teabagged more than once.
Woohoo! So I have to address Random 11. You pay for the game. You pay for all this stuff. You're paying to get cucked, right? Like, you're just
WoW 2.0.
Anyway, any more thoughts before I read about this one?
Not really. We've kind of got it.
No more thoughts on anything.
I'm glad you're continue.
By the way,
got his dick in his mouth.
Welcome to WrestleMania.
Going along. Sorry, I really need to put something in my stomach. Okay. Now switching out the AirPod.
You need to be like Hassan and just, what do I do? Just die?
I've never watched Hassan.
No, the joke is like he played some people's videos and just left the room. And they're like, why'd you do that? And he's like, what am I supposed to do? Not eat and just die on stream? I do it for like 20 hours a day? Or whatever.
Oh. So, Grand Theft Auto 5 PS5 Remaster censored to save trans lives.
Oh, I remember this now.
Which of these characters is trans?
No, they took away the drag queens or whatever it is.
Mm-hmm. That was the joke, yes. So I'm just trying to quickly
It's
swallow.
hard to tell with the... the inflection doesn't come off too well.
All right. I'm sorry. I'm trying as hard as I can.
I'm as hard as I can. What?
Your deep throat skills are out of touch, it seems.
Yes. That's a good thing.
You don't practice?
But what about the shallow throat technique?
All right.
This is getting too spicy for me. I'm going to bed.
Okay.
Well, I'm actually going to sleep.
All right. Grand Theft Auto 5. Yeah, I'm going to bed. Oh, I'm already here. Grand Theft Auto 5 PS5 Remaster censored to save trans lives. So despite all the times Rockstar fought against government criticism and their condemnation of Grand Theft Auto's extreme violence and distasteful content over the years, it has been confirmed the developer is now caving to the controversy, as is the norm for this current era in gaming, as the upcoming Grand Theft Auto 5 Remaster for the PlayStation 5 has been censored, abiding by illicit demands from an LGBTU, or up, down, left, right, BA start organization based in the UK. The Rockstar Games community admin explained the list of changes to the game in a tweet, such as preventing drag queens from spawning out of a nightclub and completely remodeling an action figure in a store. So, I'm sorry, they don't want the representation? They only spawn in nightclubs? That seems kind of profile-y. They also confirmed that Outmaking Games, the LGBT organization based in the UK who previously demanded Rockstar censor the GTA 5 remaster to, quote, save trans lives, was most likely behind the unnecessary changes. In the new GTA/GTO, Grand Theft Auto Online, I'm assuming, Rockstar appeared to have disabled the trans caricatures or drag queens from spawning outside cockatoos. Dear Lord. This could be following a plea from Outmaking Games last year. I hope this provides comfort to anyone who felt these NPCs depicted harmful stereotypes. Right. They only appear at cockatoos now. Right. Of course.
What's wrong with them? The fact that they exist? Is that a problem? That's the non-binary host logic.
Yeah, I think the fact that they're ugly is sin. These models look terrible, just in general. Is this how bad they look in the base game? Oh my
what game are you talking about?
It was originally a 360 PS3 game, right? So,
oh, PS3?
It was a cross gen. It came out like the year on both.
It's like, I don't know about you guys, but when I look at this terrain and stuff, like this looks okay. The character model sticks out like a Daz 3D Studio model shoved into some, hot next gen game kind of looking terrain. Anyway, so the models still exist in director mode at the moment, but their dialogue options have been removed. Presumably, this means protagonist dialogue lines to these NPCs about using hormones, etc., are therefore unused now too. PC versus PlayStation 5. Thanks, Spider-Vice, for the PC screens. I'm not sure why that. Why? How do I know which one is which? That doesn't help me at all.
One's in the nightclub, one's out of the nightclub? Question mark?
Well, I know this one's the PC one because there's a fucking mouse on the screen. Anyway, also found at by Jay Prospero on Reddit, a texture slap prop in the arcade has been removed concerning a Captain Space Toy figure that had interchangeable genitalia. Not sure if there's anything else yet, as data miners are unable to compare files until it's out on PC. So they're saying, oh, hold on, there's probably a...
Who looked that closely to see the difference?
Don't think for 1 second that I've never looked this closely in these games. So it used to say interchangeable genitalia. Now it says posable vomit direction. Oh.
Well,
is this just the same? Is this character? Oh, they just removed it. Like this character previously was here, so they moved them all over and respaced them so that this one doesn't exist now. It looks like, rather than create a new asset.
Cheese people out of a brilliantly created action figure.
Yeah. After the admin explained the changes, that now trans players can't shoot guns at it.
What's ironic is they'd probably want to actually sell the progressives would probably want to sell a figure that actually does function like that.
Maybe. After the admin explained the changes, they attempted to defend Rockstar from accusations of censorship, despite providing evidence that such accusations would be justified. Just to clear things up, to clarify, I specified drag queen as that's the name of the model in the game, and the PC files, they're labeled as transvestite.
I'm not trying to make a trans slur. I swear. I'm just saying what the game said. I didn't say it. That's what
You're not allowed to use that term. Get canceled.
That is our term.
this
we NFT'd
drag queen
that term.
rights matter. Or wait, drag queen rights are human rights? Is that the correct phrasing?
Something like that. This small thread from community member Yangi on why this change makes sense in today's GTA 5 versus 2013's GTA 5. 2013, really? Jeez, I'm behind. Is worth a read if you're worried about censorship or Rockstar going woke, etc., etc. As a non-binary person, these models never really caused any upset with me, as I just saw them as drag queens, rather than representation of trans women. I mean, that's literally what their model is named as. I think it was transphobic people themselves who... Oh, I guess I can't read the rest of it. Fucking useless. You're useless. They also shared tweets from Outmaking Games who admired Rockstar for giving up everything they've been fighting for to willingly censor the game. Last year, we wrote an open letter to Rockstar calling on them to remove transphobic content from GTA 5's next-gen release. We're thrilled to say that they have. Thank you to everyone at Rockstar who prioritized this issue. Massive kudos for the article that prompted us to write the letter, and to all the individuals and outlets who covered the issue. Y'all might be worse than PETA. This is pathetic as all fuck. Rockstar has sucked shit for a while now. No reason to support them at all anymore. Oh, so I know who to blame then. Thanks, pussies. Anyway. More and more of this. Any thoughts on GTA 5? I haven't played it.
Just stick with the Steam PC version, question mark?
Yeah, pretty much.
It was a good game.
I wanted to play it. I never
it's not my style.
I never got around to it.
I mean, I assume they're going to update the PC version too. So,
well, you can always mod it out.
Yep.
Yeah.
I'm sure.
Or stick to the 360. They're probably not going to patch the 360 now.
All right. Report: future Xbox games might have ads. Text being developed.
Ew.
So, a new report claims that Microsoft is building an advertising program to give, quote, select brands the ability to buy ads that will appear in free-to-play Xbox games. So, I would just like to say, I literally pitched this idea in 3D class when I was in college. because it seemed absurd to me that they hadn't yet implemented it, because it seems like such an obvious thing for the client or for the server side texture files in an online game, like an open world game, to be able to just swap out the billboard or, you know, like advertising in different areas.
I mean, if it's something like that, I guess it's not as bad because, like, I don't know, you don't need it to function in the game or whatever, or be as immersed. I mean, technically, it adds immersion in a way because it's real ads.
Yeah,
they've added.
But if it's,
they've done it before.
I've got an article in order to showcase places where it's been done before. But let me read the highlight.
Say, as long as it's not the NBA situation where the loading screen is a giant ad and it's artificially lengthened because it loaded faster than the ad, so they just want you to watch the whole ad.
Raid Shadow Legends. That'd be
you
so
pay
fucking
for that
great.
game,
that'd be even funnier than what I was talking about before. Literally, you're playing a video game like, you know, Metal Gear Solid. Like every 10 steps, you enter a cutscene. Just triggers the Raid Shadow Legend ad where he starts playing it.
In NBA, it was literally at halftime, like in the middle of your fucking game, you'd sit there and watch a 30-second Gatorade
We need
ad.
to load the second half of the gameplay. I mean, it's the exact same as the first half.
Yeah, no
but,
new levels are loading or anything, but all right, so the ads could appear as digitally rendered billboards in a racing game or an open world adventure. However, it's currently unknown what other forms these free-to-play ads could manifest as, or if they will if they will include videos or audio. Business Insider was also unable to confirm if Microsoft and Xbox have started pitching advertisers and brands on the new ad system. Regardless, it's expected to launch around the third quarter this year. This new program is Microsoft and Xbox's attempt to expand to more brands that are looking for ways to advertise to the growing gaming audience, many of whom are younger, don't watch cable TV, and have become harder and harder to reach. Because consoles are walled-off gardens, unable to access mods or hacks easily, it means you can't just you can't just install an ad blocker to hide these ads like you do when you visit Kotaku. Salty, aren't you?
Well, the PC version's gonna have a mod that's ad blocker.
Well, here's in other news, Sony reportedly plans to put ads in PlayStation games. So literally like a week later, Sony's reportedly working to bring advertisements to free-to-play PlayStation games. The ads would appear in games and are meant to give game developers a way to monetize their work and encourage them to continue building free-to-play games. The in-game ads are expected to launch by the end of the year and would appear in inconspicuous places within the game, like billboards. Sound familiar, any of this? Players could also get rewards for watching advertisements. Sony hasn't yet decided if it would take a portion of ad revenue, but is considering having developers and publishers pay for consumer data. Yeah. Sony's plans follow news last week that Microsoft is reportedly planning on doing something similar with free-to-play Xbox games. Ads in free-to-play Xbox games are expected to roll out later this year, and Microsoft doesn't plan to take a cut of the revenue. Also, I've got this rumor: Sony looking to introduce in-game ads into free-to-play PlayStation games. It's basically the same thing. I'm not going to read it, but it's got some examples here of product placement and whatnot. Oh, I do have this. Sony may also be experimenting with presenting players with full-blown commercials in exchange for in-game items such as skins. The company is also entertaining the idea of selling user activity data to video game developers and publishers.
Yep. That's how they make all their money. They sell some they don't have to work to make.
See, like that.
That's your personal information.
I don't have an issue with that. If they want to put,
I have a big issue with it.
No.
You're blind. You can't see. He's talking about something specific here.
A billboard ad in a game.
Yeah.
I don't have an issue with.
It literally just builds up the immersion.
Yeah, it's not going to interrupt your gameplay. You can literally
because
not
it's
look at it.
because it's something you see in real life all the time. If I saw this, it's literally going to distract me less. Whereas if it's a fake thing made for the game, I'm going to analyze the whole thing
Like
and kind of
Sonic Adventures 2 did that also. How even being blind as fuck, how was I supposed to assume he was talking about something else considering he followed a conversation? Continue.
Because as I scrolled down and revealed the image, he was addressing the image that you probably couldn't see when he said, "I don't have an issue with this."
That is not a lie. Continue.
The one I always remember is Need for Speed Underground 2 had Blockbuster. Not Blockbuster. Best Buy. Best Buy is in the game. You could drive around and visit Best Buy.
So they said here, if Sony is truly looking to develop such an ad system, they will likely be facing an uphill battle with users, as previous attempts at implementing in-game advertising systems outside of mobile or browser games have usually ended with developers facing extremely negative feedback. In 2021, Facebook tested the use of in-game adverts in the Oculus VR release of Blast On before ultimately removing them less than a week after they were implemented. That same year, EA similarly disabled in-game adverts in EA Sports UFC 4, in this case 2 weeks after launch, after receiving a deluge of, quote, abundantly clear negative feedback regarding their decision. 2K Games was also met with disgust when they began adding adverts to their NBA 2K franchise, ranging from literal commercials to egregious, even for the series, instances of product placement, beginning with NBA 2K19 and continuing on through the recent NBA 2K22. And remember, like a good neighbor, State Farm is there.
Yeah. Product placements, as long as they're subtle, are fine. If they're like, if they want to say, okay, well, we're gonna make a game and we're gonna have the character hold a pop can, and maybe we want to have this pop can dynamically generated to different brands, maybe
Dr. Pepper and Steins Gate, dude.
Yeah, this one's going to be Dr. Pepper. This one's going to be Coke.
Spider-Man.
This one's going to be Pepsi, whatever, right? And whoever wants to pay us to advertise to whatever. Fine.
I think the dynamic idea is cool in a way.
But if so that I get, and that'd be fine. But if they have like a scene where they start holding up the pop can and like the pop can has to be in the scene.
Damn, this Dr. Pepper is so great.
Then no, like fuck off.
Raid Shadow Legends. I still think that would be hilarious. It's such a parody of itself by now that it just.
I can't remember.
Like, wait, what are you doing? Don't look up the data for this clue we just came up with. Use your NordVPN.
I can't remember the exact commercial, or it wasn't a commercial, it was a TV show, but they were like, it was like Law and Order or something, and they're like eating Subway, and they're like, wow, that's Subway? Yeah, I got Subway. It's so good, isn't it?
It's only $5 for that whole foot
TV show. Like, and even the latest,
that one anime.
The Sonic movie, right? The first Sonic movie with the fucking Olive Garden.
Yeah.
And
when you're there, you're family.
Yeah, like just no. Keep it subtle.
Yeah. I forgot how cringe that involvement was. Like in the second movie, the guy, the like CIA Pentagon guy says you shouldn't have snubbed me on my offer to take you to Olive Garden or whatever, the Olive Garden gift card. And it's like when I rewatched, because I took my son to see it for his birthday, the second one. So then we found out that the first one was on Amazon Prime. And so we watched it on his actual birthday. So we saw 2 and then 1, and I had forgotten how much they had shoehorned in the Olive Garden stuff.
Yep. It's pretty in your face.
So Luigi the Metal 64 says, I can predict that Sony and Microsoft will interrupt the gameplay with ads, similar to how the Five Nights at Freddy's games are known for in-your-face scenes that stop the game run.
Yikes! I
haven't played it, but
hopefully not. Hopefully there's at least pushback on that kind of shit.
Again, they're talking in this. They're mostly talking about free-to-play games. And they talked about how they are trying to set up ways for studios that make free-to-play games fund themselves through the ads, right?
For now.
And yeah, I mean, I think it could be an interesting strategy.
Generally,
well,
I
just
mean,
mean like,
if you're saying for now, as in, the way I'm looking at this is more I guess sadistic, I guess, is it's a means to an end that they will abuse eventually.
Well, I mean, we're already seeing games like NBA, which is a full-blown like $80 game.
Fantasy,
yeah,
with the cup noodle.
I mean,
I don't remember that part in 15.
So these are paid games that are gonna have egregious ads like NBA.
Gladio mentioned it in 50 different times. It felt like in Final Fantasy.
You did? So, I must have completely blocked that out.
Yeah.
So I don't see it being limited to free-to-play games for very long if they implement it. I see them expanding quickly.
Anyway, in other game news, California Governor Gavin Newsom is accused of interfering in the Activision lawsuit. So a new report following news that Activision Blizzard is settling one of their numerous lawsuits said that, God damn it, I'll just try it again. California Governor Gavin Newsom is accused of interfering in Activision lawsuit. A new report following news that Activision, that doesn't make sense regardless. Just going to skip past it. So the new report via Bloomberg that California Governor Gavin Newsom is accused of interfering in Activision's lawsuit suggests California's Department of Fair Employment and Housing lost their two main lawyers due to Newsom. So this is the department that was suing Activision. They lost their two main lawyers due to Newsom interfering in the lawsuit. The report suggests that Newsom used the power as state governor to fire the chief counsel from the Department of Fair Employment and Housing, and its assistant chief counsel resigned in protest. The assistant claims the governor has been actively interfering in the lawsuit. Specifically, Chief Counsel Jeanette Whipper and Assistant Chief Counsel Melanie Proctor both stepped down from the hotly contested lawsuit on April 5th. Whipper was fired afterwards, to which Proctor resigned in protest amidst the new allegations. The sexual harassment lawsuit was filed back in July of last year. It alleges Activision Blizzard hosted a, quote, frat boy culture, and there was rampant sexual harassment, discrimination, and even allegations of abuse from male to female workers. Proctor sent an email to the Department of Fair Employment and Housing employees alleging Newsom, quote, began to interfere with the lawsuit, quote, repeatedly demanding advance notice of litigation strategy and next steps in the litigation. The demand reportedly became more common as the Department of Fair Employment and Housing began to win in the state court, to which Proctor alleges, quote, mimicked the interest of Activision's counsel. Whipper purportedly tried to, quote, protect the agency's independence before being fired. After this, Proctor resigned in protest. I wonder how many times they can tell us that. Whipper's spokesperson said the former chief counsel is seeking legal recourse, including a new claim under the California Whistleblower Protection Act. Since the report was published, Newsom's office issued a statement dismissing the allegations as categorically false. Department of Fair Employment and Housing Director Kevin Kish, I hope his middle name isn't also something that starts with a K, sent a statement following that saying that they have, quote, the full support of the administration and that they, quote, move forward based on the facts, the law, and our commitment to our mission to protect the civil rights of all Californians. While the latest Activision Blizzard sexual harassment / discrimination lawsuit was settled for $18 million, this pales in comparison to the Riot Games gender discrimination. Okay. Oh, yeah. Okay. So while it was settled for $18 million, it pales in comparison to the Riot Games gender discrimination lawsuit. Riot Games gender discrimination lawsuit was also overseen by the Department of Fair Employment and Housing and was originally set to settle for $10 million. Only the Department of Fair Employment and Housing pushed settlement to whopping $100 million. Holy shit. As the legal battle continues, we'll keep you posted. Okay. Wow. Any thoughts? I read that whole thing and couldn't quite put my finger on exactly what Gavin Newsom is doing.
He seems to be interfering with the law firm that is trying to sue Activision.
Yeah, so the most I got out of it was he was pestering them for their legal strategy and perhaps leaking it. I don't know what exactly there.
Yeah.
I guess we'll just have to vote him out, fellow Californians.
I'm not too sure about it. Like, obviously, he's liberal and would be, in theory, in favor of any lawsuit against a company for sexual harassment cases. However,
hold up real quick. Luigi the Metal 64 is talking about ads in Lucky Star. Haruhi Suzumiya, Initial D, and Dragon Ball those aren't
the comments. That's what I was getting at in the comments.
That's parody.
I said, is it ads or is it product placement? Because I only saw a few episodes of Lucky Star, but I didn't remember any ads. And yeah, I'm pretty sure it's all just references.
I wouldn't call it an ad. Would you call Goku using the Rasengan, the Broly movie? It's basically the Rasengan, a Naruto ad. Like,
well, no, it's a reference, and this guy's
it's called an homage.
He's saying that would make the licensing more expensive, but because it's not an ad, no, I don't see why that would make
that's not how it works in Japan. In order to do parody in Japan, you just have to get permission from the original creator, but you have to get it. That's why Mr. Osamatsu, or whatever that show is called, first episode got banned.
Yeah, but it's not going to crank up the price of the license. Otherwise, Funimation probably wants to relicense Funny Star? Lucky Star.
Yeah. Anyway, go ahead, Random Level, what were you saying?
So normally you would expect him to be in the side of being against Activision. However, he is also like an elite, right? So the owner of Activision, Bobby Chapek, or whatever the fuck his name is, is like multi-millionaire, billionaire, whatever the fuck. I don't know. He's super rich. So I'm sure he's pulling lots of strings over there, and I'm sure he could fuck with the
friends in high places too.
Yeah, I'm sure he could fuck with the legal team if he wanted to. And then also you have to remember that Microsoft is now planning on buying Activision. So you have Microsoft money involved.
Yeah.
So I mean, I didn't bring it up earlier, but when we were talking about Twitter, but there's talk about like Twitter technically is breaking the terms of service of like Apple Store because they allow porn on their website. And it's just
Reddit.
Reddit
has an app.
Yeah, and I think.
How do you know there's porn on Twitter?
I think the exception applies to Reddit as well. But because you're not allowed porn on the App Store. So
could you go?
I bring to the table
public square and just strip naked, like.
Yeah, I bring to the table the argument of the eye of the beholder. So
yeah.
What's porn to one person might not be to the other, just like how you get all googly eyes when you see a pair of feet. Also, as much as I'd love to, yeah, I know. I'm trying here. I am doing my best to be as big of an asshole to you guys as I possibly can. No, but either way, I am about to go. I've got a lot of shit to take care of today. It has been a blast. Thank y'all for having me. Lance out.
Thank you. Take it easy.
All right, later.
See ya.
Okay, so Luigi the Metal 64 says the references can be product placement. Product placement is paid for by the product. Like, I don't think that using a Kamehameha or something, or going Super Saiyan in some anime that isn't Dragon Ball is like, oh yeah, Dragon Ball creator Akira Toriyama is paying me to put Super Saiyan jokes in my anime. I don't think that's the thing.
As you said, it's homage. It's like, I'm a fan of Dragon Ball. Wouldn't it be funny if this character did Kamehameha?
Yeah, wouldn't it be funny if Bobobo went Super Saiyan 3 with his afro or something, you know?
So
like they're not saying this anime Lucky Star is the best one. I mean, at best, Bakugan literally was like, "What's your favorite manga?" Dragon Ball,
One Piece. Yeah. Anyway, go ahead.
What I was trying to get at with the Twitter thing is, now that Elon is buying them and they don't want like people are against Elon, they're trying every which way to get them to get fucked, right? So one way is, oh, okay, Elon's bought Twitter now. Now we're going to enforce all of these changes, not changes, all of these terms of service that we have at Apple, and kick your app off the App Store unless you make sure there's no porn, make sure there's no hate speech. You got to follow our hate speech rules, even if you have your own freedom of speech rules.
Section 230. Now we're gonna look it over and all this
Yeah,
stuff.
and like, oh, now we're gonna like, yeah, that exactly the same thing. So like, I mean, it's somewhat super cynical here, but like, there's always like the people in power are looking out for themselves, and they're gonna always fuck you over if they think it's in their best interest. So if you, as much as some of those, I didn't see them all, but some of those accusations against Activision were BS. Like, if you think that you can fuck with a company that big, yeah, good luck.
Yep. So, totally agree. But in the interest of moving on, G Kids announced a Bell 4K Collector's Edition.
It's almost like I called it. Footnam was right again.
Anyway, there's also the Target exclusive, which I don't know which one I'm going to prefer to have, but I guess I'll get both because my wife pee big when this came on. Also, Mother of the Goddess Dormitory, for some reason, is listed as adult on.
And you're showing it.
Yeah, because there's nothing wrong with the show.
Oh, but that Yu-Gi-Oh card was too much.
Yeah, so I looked at the cover and was like, "Oh, this looks like an interesting anime." And then I remembered, oh, it's
I love how it's
okay.
like they have this perfect. You may also like Miss Caretaker of Sunohara. Like, yes, absolutely.
You might have a type or a fetish.
All right, so that's the thing. Moving on. More importantly, Vinland Saga Limited Edition Blu-ray.
It's a regular size and it has an end label. So,
I have no monies, but I
cannot afford.
Yeah,
Holy
I love
shit,
how it was.
Oh my! I didn't realize how much it was.
Yeah. I love how you guys were talking about how it's 150, this and that, and it's like, okay, but
that's how they all are. Yes.
Yeah.
No, but Aniplex stuff, it's just like, it's Aniplex, and they buy it anyway, and I'm like, okay, I see how it is.
Well, I think Rhys was more upset about the fact that it's got the Sentai dub instead of the Netflix dub because he liked Patrick Seitz as Thorkin.
I don't remember him bringing that up at all, but he said something about the lack of extras.
I have been talking to him. Thorkin? Did I screw it up? I was talking to him about it because I was talking about watching it because it was on Amazon Prime, but I have since learned it's only subbed on Amazon Prime.
Ew.
Wow, sub.
Ew.
Anyway, moving on. Castlevania Season 4. It's also got a Blu-ray, but the DVD has a bigger picture.
Hey, a Netflix original on DVD.
Whoa, how about that? I can watch him get
anal again.
Anal per month. Razafon on Blu-ray. Whoa, is it an upscale though? Probably.
That's a big egg.
Okay. I hate to break this to you, but there's been a steelbook out for like months now.
Yeah,
this is just the standard.
I'm just trying to act like it's impressive. God,
I'm trying to cope.
Non-Biori non-stop on Blu-ray.
Non-stop.
Non-stop. Amnesia on Blu-ray. The Duke of. Did we already do this one? The Duke of Death and His Maid. The World Ends with You.
I know we missed like a slate or something.
Yes, I'm correcting our issue.
Otherwise, Rhys will get up from his sleep.
Taisho Otome Fairy Tale Blu-ray. Every person on here has the same open mouth. Okay. That is opened, at least. Okay. Scar Praetor. Scar on the Praetor. Okay. Scar on the Praetor. Project Scarred.
That's a name and
That's
a half.
a name. There are no women on this cover. Is this dick fight? Scar on the dick fight? Okay, anyway.
Yeah, way.
Do we cover One Piece Season 11, Voyage 9, what is that, 733 to 746?
Yeah.
That's what it says.
All right, cool.
I was saying yes to the text.
Oh, no!
No! It came true. It's canon.
It's been there for a while.
If we get what is it?
Age restricted.
Age restricted. We'll know it just because of the fat fetish art instead of the Mar and Jiggle. Even though I already showed the Mar and Jiggle. All right. Kingdom Season 3 Part 1.
Yes.
Ooh,
I'm looking forward to that, but I hope they
Quintuplets
re-release seasons 1 and 2.
2? Did we cover this?
I don't think so. This is the slate we missed.
I'm thinking this is girl. It's this girl again. I think it's her. She's best girl. Calling it now. She's always
well,
in
you
front.
need to watch the show and find out. But yeah, there's no limited edition, so I have AIDS.
It's the one on the right.
Crunchyroll.
Oh, but I did learn.
Miss out on anything cool.
Or sorry, I didn't learn. There is only one. There's only one chance that they might salvage this by making a limited edition for the movie box.
Good luck with that.
Yeah, so they'll make the movie have an art box that says Season 2. Yeah, I doubt that's gonna happen.
Season 2 plus movie.
I doubt they're gonna do
The movie
that.
box will also be bigger just because.
Yeah,
just because. Yeah. It's a movie. Also, Love Live Nijigasaki High School Idol Club Season 1 Blu-ray. I'm pretty sure we're caught up. Rhys can rape us over it later. Anyway. Turning off the banner ticker. Bye, physical bitch. All right. Okay, so in random merch news, I would like to remind you of a little website called stealthweeb.com where you can buy apparel of all sorts. I have some apparel from the Parasite manga that will be coming up in the near future that I've been working on because there's some great shit such as the shirt I'm working on is titled Arrest Embarrassed. I don't know why that's included on his shirt, but you will be able to buy it soon. And
amazing.
There's a color version of Parasite's manga, and I'll get the official color version too. It's blue instead of white. And you can also search for many different products. You can search for 4 products. Damn it! It's still I have to change all the pages to wide format again. Can we yeet the other ones in the code? I only want ultra wide to exist. Anyway, so you can buy all sorts of wonderful mugs, which look fucking great, and come in different colors and shit. That is a great, well-designed website right there. Come on. There we go. Yes. All right. Anyway, moving on from here. A $12,000 US Final Fantasy figure is so amazingly beautiful that it might just be worth the price.
I don't think so.
Keyword might.
The full height of the figure is 30.7 inches. Here's Yoshitaka Amano. It's produced by Tokyo-based high-end figure / statutory maker Prime One Studio, and it weighs 75.4 pounds.
That's a small child.
That's a big child. Are you kidding me? 34.2 kilos. Huge. The statue's Tina retains the blonde hair she has in Amano's original concept illustrations as opposed to the green hair that she had in-game. But height and weight aren't the only shocking numbers here, as the figure is priced at 1,485,000 yen, which is roughly $12,000 US.
I love
so
how
easy to be a millionaire in Japan.
I know it's tempting to say, that's crazy. You could almost buy a car with that much money. Such a statement wouldn't be true, though. The almost part is incorrect. You really could buy a real-world car for the price of this Final Fantasy riding machine statue. Suzuki lists the starting price of its Jimmy Compact SUV as 1,485,000 yen, the exact same price as the 1/6 scale Tina and Magitek armor set. And the Jimny, holy shit. The Jimny isn't even the cheapest new car that Suzuki sells.
No one wants the base model of a car. They're all shit. No air conditioning, manual transmission. No one they're gonna add in some
another $30,000.
Yeah, increase money on top of that.
But the point is that you could theoretically buy for the base price. You could choose between this figure that's going to sit on your mantle and collect dust, or an actual vehicle that could take you to work.
Yep.
Anyway, that's crazy. Moving on from here.
Yeah, I love how they have these high fidelity model figures for a game that was like pixels.
Yeah.
Well, the art, it's based off of the art, right?
You know what amazes me is how far we've actually gotten in the podcast so far. Like, legitimately, we were floundering for a bit. I'm kind of amazed. No Game No Life celebrates 10th anniversary with key visual and new goods. You know what they aren't celebrating it with? Season 2.
I like the art.
Damn it!
I like the visual, but the like lots of colors. Although, is that I guess spoilers? I don't know.
What?
I don't know what's going on in that picture.
She is a gigantic. Why
does she have wings?
I don't know. We're just gonna have to interpret it. Is she a goddess?
I don't know. I'm not a fan of
it's just art
statue though.
Okay.
But yeah, season 2 when? Anytime now. Thanks.
Also,
put this in the doc.
Also, a new book anytime now. That could also be good.
Custom Gunpla. Gundam
Crocs. Nice. Oh my god.
I just saw that scrolling through Twitter, and I'm like, oh my god.
So you can download it here
for free
and 3D print it for your Gunpla.
You're welcome.
Nice.
You're welcome.
Everyone's gonna need it.
Also, Naruto and Jordan Brand collaboration officially announced. So I just love the fact that Naruto is doing the Space Jam dunk with the Rasengan.
No, he's doing a dick-mounted Rasengan.
Oh boy, unbelievable. Anyway, that's it. That's all I got. Okay, just Walk with Giants, or let me rephrase that. Cover your disgusting feet with fancy Attack on Titan inspired shoes. There you go. I can't think of a single occasion in which you could actually wear these out as a woman, but they're beautiful.
But as a man,
you're using them to get off.
Oh god.
They're like fucking wood high heels and everything. They're fucking incredible. Also, Movic reveals a made-to-order Bas-relief Egyptian god Yu-Gi-Oh cards.
What? $2,000.
Actually, they're only 150 each.
Each? Aww.
Each card in the set is 89 millimeters, about 3.5 inches wide, and about 5 inches long, and 3 millimeters thick. The set retails
That's what she said.
Oh, actually, the whole set, it looks like only $150.
Okay, now we're talking.
Including tax. Pre-orders are currently available on the Kaiba Corporation store website until May 20th, 2022, with additional venues, anime mail ordering, Movic, blah, 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 blah. All these are available. So if you want these metal cards, you can get Obelisk the Tormentor, Slifer the Sky Dragon, and the Winged Dragon of Ra.
Ooh.
Definitely your favorite ones. No Pot of Greed, Skip.
Are they playable?
Are they street legal? All right. An electric chopstick has been invented that make low salt foods taste salty.
Okay.
Experimental utensils make food shockingly delicious. One of the big drags of getting older is not being able to eat with abandon anymore. Nowadays, just looking at the amount of salt my kids pour on their food is enough to give me heart palpitations. I mean, are heart palpitations bad though? Because I just get them anyway. I just go ahead and throw the whole salt shaker on my food. But it sure would be nice to indulge in these strong flavors without risking a lifestyle disease. Food producer Kieran and Meiji University seem to agree, and through extensive research have developed a pair of chopsticks that can stimulate the taste of salt in foods with low salt content. This still unnamed device does this simply by sending a weak electric current right into your food. The trick was finding just the right electrical waveform that affects the ions such as sodium chloride, salt, that are responsible for salty taste. Yes, salt. so that the saltiness they produce is enhanced. As an added bonus, this current also affects the ions in monosodium glutamate, MSG, which is responsible for the umami flavors of food like miso soup. I love how I just happened to know. Like, I didn't even have to look these up. I learned this one from Jimmy Neutron and this one because they put MSG vaccines and I had to know about it for my kids. Then they conducted tests by feeding subjects a gel with a particular salt content and asking them to rate how salty it tasted in order to set a benchmark. They then fed them a gel with salt reduced by 30%. Interestingly, the test subject scores also reported a surprisingly accurate drop of about 30% in perceived saltiness. In the final test, subjects were served the same reduced salt gel, but ate it with the electrified chopsticks. As a result, the perceived saltiness scores rose by 50%, making the reduced salt gel taste saltier than the original salty gel.
Oh my god.
Oh shit. But it tastes salty, but does it taste good? It's like I just imagine like you're tasting like the irony blood taste. Like,
look, why do you need to get this when you can just buy a taser and put it on your tongue? Like,
it turns out this is why Dr. Robotnik keeps licking that quill in the Sonic movie.
Yeah, it tastes good. Tastes
It's a
super
salt
salty.
lick. In this graph, the y-axis represents perceived saltiness, and the 3 bars along the x-axis represent the regular salty gel with normal chopsticks, reduced salt gel with normal chopsticks, and reduced salt gel with electrified chopsticks, respectively. Yep, that's them. Encouraging results were also found in tests using a low-salt miso soup. Yeah, stick it in water. There's conducts electricity. With reports that not only saltiness was enhanced, but umami and all-around flavor as well. Readers of the news were also impressed, but some expressed concern over what is essentially shocking themselves. Yeah, like I like the idea that that this gets brought over to the West, but they just electrify the fork, right? Like, cool.
Well, that's the next step, basically.
Yeah, but
just plug it into the outlet.
Stuck a fork in the outlet. We've been doing this in the States for years. Cool. If they could do the same thing with sweetness, wouldn't it make dieting a lot easier? Yes. To dream of electric sheep. I don't know why that needed to be said. The idea is amazing, but do you have to eat it a certain way to work? I wish they could just implant it in my stomach or in my mouth somehow. Yes, electrified fillings in your teeth, of course. Is this really better for our bodies, though? It's hard to say with certainty, but the researchers behind the device say the current used is too weak to have any effect on the human body. It's probably fine. And speaking as someone who licked countless 9-volt batteries as a child and then shocked myself several times as an adult doing electrical repairs that I had no business doing. Sorry, I lost my train of thought there. Anyway, this does appear to be just the tip of the salt lick for this technology. As the just imagine it walking around with like this thing on your wrist to charge your meal. The possibility of other tastes to be enhanced through electricity does seem to exist, and electrical currents can be applied to pretty much any form of tableware from bowls to spoons. A sportier version of the chopsticks with a wrist-mounted power source has already been designed. Who knows, maybe someday even sumo wrestlers will throw around mild electric currents to purify the rings before matches. Wow, that was a reach for another article. All right. Razor company Schick Japan to promote body positivity by discarding the phrase, quote, unwanted hair.
Now it's just unneeded.
No, just for real now. I sell a product that you use to remove hair. Oh, shit. I wanted that hair. I just don't get this at all. How is this? I don't get it. Of course, you're not going to sell the product if the hair is wanted. That doesn't make any sense at all.
Maybe this is one of those cases where they're literally just doing it for the article. Like, yeah, make some crazy decision so they write an article about it.
Just so that people, first of all, people in Japan aren't that hairy to begin with, right? But, well, at least not on the hair, on the legs. Schick doesn't want you thinking about body hair as a bad thing. If you've been to Japan or lived there for any amount of time, you might have seen the great many laser hair removal ads that are plastered all throughout trains and stations. Where? Really? Is it a facade? Are they just waxing and lasering up the wazoo to convince foreigners they don't have any hair? The ads target both men and women, sometimes advertising full body hair removal for ridiculously cheap prices for first-time customers, of course. They're evidence that, in terms of Japanese beauty standards, body hair is thought of as unappealing, regardless of gender. Those expectations can be heavy burdens for a lot of people, so razor maker Schick wants to help change them. The Japanese branch of the company, which is Japan's leading provider of wet shaving products, is hoping to promote body and body hair positivity by eliminating the phrase unwanted hair, or mudage, from its marketing. We're going to stop using the phrase unwanted hair. The move is based on the idea of encouraging customers to express themselves in the way they want, including deciding whether they want to remove their body hair or not. That's why they're going to start incorporating the slogan, "It's in your hands," into the marketing. They want everyone to know that they have a choice of whether to shave, groom, or leave their body hair as it is. Since the phrase, quote, unwanted hair didn't seem appropriate for that line of thinking, the company decided to do away with the phrase altogether. Let's talk about hair.
I don't know why they're drawing attention to the fact that they used to do that to begin with. But
that is such a weird photo. Hashtag body hair positive. Hashtag don't use our product.
Like I don't disagree with the message or anything, but I find it kind of weird that they're just like putting it out there. It's as I don't know, to gain virtue points or something. But I do agree that's like I think the ads that are like, what is it, the Manscaped and all that, it's like, shave your balls, you're disgusting. It is definitely not the right approach.
No woman could ever love you with your hair.
Because that will just push these quote societal standards further, whereas this leaves it open or whatever to the reader's interpretation to the ending.
You're not getting laid anyway in Japan.
Oh,
Don't
God.
bother to shave your balls. Honestly, I feel like this is really, they're just embracing the fact that, well, the only way we're ever going to have a surviving Japan is by crossbreeding with people who are better at getting laid. So, so those people are typically more hairy because they aren't Asian, right? So we're just going to bring in the horny Westerners to crossbreed with the Japanese, and naturally hair is just going to become a thing. So we don't want people to feel self-conscious about it and not continue to get laid and bring our population back up. So in addition to the new marketing materials, which are expected to completely remove the phrase by the end of the year, Chic Japan is also planning to unveil new products and new campaigns that help promote body hair positivity, as well as support customers with whatever level of body hair they prefer. For example, a social media campaign targeting women and using the hashtag body hair positive is already underway to promote the many different forms of female beauty. What body hair are you showcasing right now in this image? I don't see it at all.
Be like these girls. They still have no hair, but be like
But they're
these
positive about it.
They're positive. Now we're just indirectly shaming you about your body.
The goal of this campaign is for women to find a style they're comfortable with and can be themselves in, whether that means keeping their body hair or not. A new line of men's products called Stylin' Partners has also been released this year, which are considered, quote, the first step to supporting a habit of beard and body grooming. Chic is also considering launching a program in May to help both men and women address their concerns about taking care of their delicate zones, known as the VIO or VIO area.
Wow.
Okay. I can't think of a clever initialism for it. Sorry. So whether you're all about removing everything or leaving it au naturel, Chic, then you're not buying a Chic. Chic is there to support you. Honestly, we can't help but love these trends towards body positivity, even if they're just marketing ploys. Every step towards promoting self-love is a step in the right direction, don't you think? I think Japan promotes plenty of self-love with the Tengas.
Oh my God.
Anyway, any thoughts on body positivity with the hashtag body hair love or whatever it was?
Already kind of said everything.
Right. So I would just like to say there are a lot of misc articles because we keep pushing them down the line. So let's just see what we can do here.
Yeah, we're only 8 hours in?
Yep, 8 hours. This will be the longest podcast we have ever. Oh, Facebook already quit on us.
Rip Facebook.
RIP Facebook. I didn't even notice because I was too busy reading about body hair. Luigi the Metal 64 and the 5 viewers. Mirage Leonardo, are you watching right now? Because you are tremendous. The only viewer on Twitch. A bunch of people just left. Anyway, so you guys are the real MVPs. So Miss descends upon Japan's Killing Stone after ceremony to appease the nine-tailed fox spirit. This is only a month old now. Does this mean the priest's purification ritual has placated the beast, or is it an omen of something else to come? Earlier last month, people in Japan were on the edge after it was found that the famous Sessho-seki killing stone in Nasu in Tochigi Prefecture had broken into 2. Yes, it is listed as killing stone in Google Maps. The purported killing stone of legend. The reason why the broken boulder became such a cause for concern was because it has long been believed to house the spirit of a nine-tailed fox. Nine-tailed foxes have appeared in numerous artworks, including anime like Naruto. And this woodblock print by Utagawa Kuniyoshi. Ooh. The stonebound fox at Nasu wasn't considered to be a friendly spirit, as it had originally shapeshifted into a woman in the capital in an attempt to kill Emperor Toba in the 1100s. To escape punishment, the nine-tailed fox fled to Natsu. God damn it. Fled to Nasu, where it shapeshifted into a stone that leaked poison, killing people and animals who passed by it. This is how the Killing Stone got its name. Turns out it was just gas. Okay. For years, the Killing Stone and the vengeful fox spirit bound to it had been pacified with a sacred rope called the Shimenawa, which had been placed around it by a priest. This is literally just retelling the fucking article already. The presence of the fox spirit is ever present at the ceremony. Oh, God damn it, I skipped it. Memorial services are one way to appease the spirits in Japan. So rather than reseal the boulder with rope, physically interfere with whatever natural or unnatural forces that led to the stone breaking in two, prayers were offered by priests to lay the spirit to rest. The presence of the fox spirit was ever present at the ceremony, however, with a couple of costume characters in attendance, along with artwork depicting the mythical beast. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. That's 7, bruh.
He hasn't evolved yet.
Oh, God. There's probably just 2 on the other side. During the ceremony, which took place on the 26th of March, the attendees joined the priest in bowing their heads as he recited the prayers before the altar, where ritual offerings like sake and fresh fruit had been placed. The priest then ascended the rocky steps to stand before the rock, waving a hara egushi, a wand made of paper strips, over the area to purify it. That's how it works. The ceremony also included a performance on a taiko drum by a solo drummer, whose piercing beats echoed eerily around the rocky landscapes. Once the formalities were over, Nasu's local mascot character, QB, of course, a more friendly version of the nine-tailed fox, posed for photos with the other fox in attendance. I like the idea that he's also the one that was the drummer, the taiko drummer. The Nasu Tourist Association, who oversees the famous tourist spot and made arrangements for the ceremony, says that they hope the religious purification will pacify the divine beast and help it to become a lucky omen that brings peace and prosperity to the area. Whether the ritual has worked to pacify the beast is yet to be seen, but a number of locals believe it had some effect, as a mysterious fog descended upon the area shortly after the purification took place. The mist that shrouded the stone after the ceremony certainly adds an extra layer of mystery to the broken boulder and the tale of the nine-tailed fox. Was it a sign that the fox spirit had left the area, or could it be an ominous sign of things to come? Perhaps it's simply the elemental forces of Mother Nature at play, but like many of Japan's ancient mysteries, we'll just have to wait and see the outcome. Wow, I've had a whole month to vet this and didn't. Shame on me.
Mystery fog.
All right, I want to know how long this is. Hey, look, it's Marin.
I also want to know when we're going to get the arc in Naruto or in Boruto where we go back to Kurama dressing in drag, trying to seduce like the Hokages.
That's going to be the next step when the fog cleared.
Yeah.
All right, so Japan is lowering adulthood age from 20 to 18. Didn't we previously, like less than a year ago, talk about them changing the age up to 20? Or something of that effect?
Isn't it the age of consent?
No, I think it was the age of adulthood, but maybe they'll reference it here.
I swear it was the age of consent we covered before, and now this is...
No, there was something about the age of adulthood for women and men is considered a different age or something like that. I don't know. We'll see if they reference it here. So Japan's civil code is being changed in that the legal definition of an adult will be lowered from 20 to 18 come April, allowing new opportunities for youths, whilst causing concerns that these vulnerable individuals may be more easily lured into scams. I wonder if we have already covered this and Sankaku Complex is just now talking about it because the date that we had previously already covered was that it was going to happen in April. And now they're covering it because it's April. This is said to be the first instance of such a change in over 140 years, and while this will allow 18 and 19-year-olds greater freedom, harsher punishments will also be forced on criminals who are of this new lowered age, as the revision will increase the crimes where youths can be referred to prosecutors to be tried as adults. Those below the current adult age of 20 are only able to be prosecuted for murder. But this revision to the civil code will allow youths responsible for crimes such as robbery and rape to be punished with a minimum of 1 year incarceration. Well, only a year for rape sounds like a bargain. Just kidding.
Minimum.
Oh, okay. Alcohol, gambling, and smoking are still forbidden for those under this new legal age. I'm sure this is what we covered before. And laws pertaining to national licenses, jury duty, and passports will also be altered. The minimum required age for women to marry will also be boosted, this is definitely it, from 16 to 18, with the requirement for males already having been 18, though individuals under 20 still need to seek parental consent. Critics believed this lowered age might make youths more vulnerable. Some experts fret that stripped of the protection of the clause that allows a minor's contracts to be canceled by the individual or their guardian, those with minimal experience as adults could be particularly susceptible to scams. While the government has sought to bolster measures that would allow adults to nullify unscrupulous contracts as part of a revised law, some argue it is not enough to counter the increasingly sophisticated tactics used. As far as I'm concerned, the older you are, the more likely you're going to fall for a scam, right? Like the older people are more likely to get scammed, especially with new technology and stuff, right?
Different scams target different
That's
people.
True. Very true. Japan's imperial government set the legal age to 20 back in 1876, and this was enacted by the Civil Code come 1896. Well, that's an article that I thought we should cover just because, and we had pretty much already covered it, so sorry about that. Now, previously, I highlighted these so they'd be less cumbersome. Previously, we talked about Ken Akamatsu opening that political office gallery in Akihabara. Another thing we've been waiting on since April 1st. So the creator of Love Hina is gearing up for a run at Japan's upper parliament house to protect the freedom of expression, right? So, as you might guess, Akamatsu's office, which opened last week, is in Akihabara, Tokyo's otaku district. At first glance, the signage makes it look like the place is a specialty shop selling merch or doujinshi for Love Hina, or one of Akamatsu's other series. But there's a bit of a tip-off in the sign's sole text, in that the sign's sole text says Hon Nin, meaning the person himself. And sure enough, Akamatsu is indeed waiting inside the office for several hours a day to talk with visitors. In addition to being a campaign center, the office is also serving as a manga art archive. Akamatsu says he was inspired to do so by what's happened with ukiyo-e, Japanese woodblock print paintings, which were considered cheap, disposable entertainment media for the masses in their heyday, but are now considered cultural treasures, with many historians lamenting that the once plentiful examples weren't better preserved. Yeah, but see, the thing is that they're only seen that way because they weren't plentiful. They weren't preserved, right? Akamatsu says he hopes to archive other artists' work in the space as well, but currently it's his own illustrations on display, with art from Love Hina and Negima making up the majority. Visitors will also find illustrated panels outlining Akamatsu's intended policies should he get elected, such as protecting freedom of expression by shielding anime and manga from unnecessary content regulations and foreign pressures, and preserving doujinshi culture, as well as fostering economic development and international goodwill through exporting and overseas promotion of manga, anime, and video games. Now,
get elected.
Yes. I would just like to share with you from Brainchild 129, who is a Renaissance josei who loves to cook, read, and play, sidelines as a manga test driver, shameless SJW, she and her. And if I was in the Stealth Weave account, you would see. Followed by Bamboo Dong and Mike Toole. So you know the quality of person. Y'all remember Ken Akamatsu, right? The man who ruined harem anime forever with Love Hina? I think he even created it. Well, nowadays, he's a liberal Democratic Party politician with the platform centered on, quote, freedom of expression for Japanese artists. Recently, he made a propaganda comic. Keep in mind, this isn't any sort of secret. This thing is readily available for purchase on Japanese digital manga sites like Bookwalker.
All right, thank you. Do you have an affiliate link? Go on, we'll get right on that.
This comic is about himself and another liberal Democratic Party politician named Taro Yamada, who also ran on an otaku-friendly platform to stop anti-child porn laws being applied to anime and manga, among other things. The two of them are styled as RPG heroes, defending a magical girl representing anime and manga against an assault from a dark-skinned angel named Libera. That alone is kind of cringy, but it gets worse. As shown in the image in the linked tweet, this angel not only attacks with sword and magic, but also with terms like affirmative action and supererogation.
It sounds like the Digimon Tamers,
right?
What's it called?
Cancel culture?
Yeah.
Whew. So, white veil of ignorance. That's one of the attacks. Keep in mind, this is not editorializing on the part of the commenter. Japanese readers have also noticed and questioned Akamatsu's choice of words. In so many words, he's making the same argument that the most obnoxious chuds in anime fandom have been using for years, that Western morality and politics are being used to oppress poor Japanese artists and their freedom of expression. And by freedom of expression, he and Yamada mean the right to keep drawing lollies and sexualizing teenage girls for profit. Mind you, this is far from the first time Akamatsu has gotten on a soapbox about the subject. We'll be covering this in a second. But let's go back to that panel I posted earlier. What the hell does supererogation even mean? I mean, I like to think about it as super eroticization. Super eroticify it, but that's not it. And what does affirmative action mean in this context? As far as I can determine, with the help of Google and some mutuals who are fluent in Japanese, supererogation is a nationalist buzzword, a synonym for individualism. It's like, why on earth would he be combating individualism? That's the most nationalist thing I can think of. To Akamatsu, anyone who defies cultural norms for any reason is being a selfish egotist and is thus ruining society. That includes anyone who demands more equality on the grounds of gender, sexual orientation, racial and ethnic background, or even just those young people who look at the system and rightfully declare it bullshit. As far as affirmative action, while as far as I know, Japan does not have the same sort of race-based affirmative action laws and policies that we see in the U.S., there has been a push there for more gender-inclusive policies and everything from hiring to medical school applications. After all, the medical school scandal is only 5 years old, and here you can click that. Anyway. So to paraphrase my friend Pachi Portrait's summary of that panel, bad angel. Be considerate of the less fortunate. Brave Liberal Democratic Party reps. So, Too Long Didn't Read. In his attempt to rebrand himself as a politician, Ken Akamatsu has revealed himself to be a Nazi. I mean, has made some really gross friends, embraced a bunch of conservative talking points in the name of artistic freedom, and is making the manga equivalent of a Ben Garrison cartoon.
Elon, I know you just bought it.
But buy Japan.
Maybe consider just ending Twitter. Just do it now.
Apparently so. I don't know what this is. I can't. They probably a protected account. Must be trying to make up for UQ holders' lack of sales. Well, I will just say everything I've ever seen that Ken Akamatsu did was terrible. But I like where his heart is.
UQ Holder is Negima's sequel, right, essentially.
I know. And Negima was trash. All right. UN women accuse ad for Tawawa on Monday manga of promoting, quote, a minor woman as a male sexual target. So I want to address real quick. We were just reading how they were saying like, oh, he's using it as an excuse to draw lollies and sexualizing teenagers. Let me ask you something. They always talk about like, oh, that's a picture of Sailor Moon and her tits are out. She's 15, right? It's like, let me ask you this. When a teen movie gets made, right, but the actors are in college, pretending to be high schoolers.
Yeah, like every fucking movie.
Do you chastise people who are like, damn, such and such actress was so hot in that movie, right?
No.
Alicia Cuthbert was goddamn smoking, and whatever that movie she was in was. God, I can't come up with it. Girl Next Door.
Girl Next Door.
Yeah. I don't know how old she was now. I'm just saying, but you don't go
She's
after
Canadian.
people. Oh, well, good for her. You don't go after people when the person in the movie is playing somebody who's underage.
Yeah.
How is it any different when it is a drawing?
Yeah, no, it's funny too because we talked about this earlier, and I brought up The Simpsons. Like you'd see like fucking Bart naked half the time, anyways, in that show. And even if, let's just say, you jerk off to like cartoons or whatever, back in like the fucking 90s, the fact that you were jerking off to a cartoon and not like a real person would be the chastising part of it. Like that'd be like you're jerking off to a cartoon and not like a real person. Like what the fuck is wrong with you? Like that would be the issue. And now it's like, oh, you're jerking off to this thing this child that doesn't exist.
Hold on a real second. I have not been addressing the chat. AOC loves Elon. That's interesting. Japanese customers will also quit on Japanese companies that support censorship in any form, especially U.S. censorship. It goes to show that the U.S. does affect the Japanese market. Not sure that that's entirely true, but by and large, a lot of Japanese aren't concerned with Western politics. Why is that a risk? Fuck all the Westerners fucking up Japanese fictional material. If anything, that's a positive that might not be steep, but it is on the way up. And the thing is, look no further than Western comics versus manga sales to determine the course you should be taking to continue to be profitable. TLDR of Brainchild's tweet, I'm a fucking retard and I'm super Japanophobic. The communist utopia must go on.
That's a nice ASMR.
I do give artists the right to sexualize Eddie and Vic Rattlehead, since those two are fictional characters too. Fictional humans are never real life humans.
I didn't realize you were reading a comment there. I thought you were about to say, I do give the rights to sexualize myself.
Who are those two? The UN women must be rape fucking kids and adults, ironically. Well, the UN, let me tell you something about this. There can be women masturbating to Eddie and Vic Rattlehead. I don't even want to look this up. They may be stage statues, but they are still fictional. All right, so let's read about Tawawa on Monday, which is, quote, promoting a minor woman as a male sexual target. So, as far as I know, this is a webcomic that is released every Monday, and it's very short, and it involves a high school girl who's befriended a salaryman on a train. So the United Nations Women's Organization has taken issue with an ad for the latest volume of Kiseki Himura's slice of life manga Tawawa on Monday, or Getsuyobi no Tawawa, which they believe is, quote, about a minor woman as a male sexual target. Lewd things are bad. The freaking Bounding into Comics goes above and beyond in finding what they're going to put as images in their stuff. Translated in English as Tawawa on Monday, Getsuyobi no Tawawa centers on Ai, a high school student whose most prominent feature are her intentionally punny eye cup breasts.
Oh my god.
One day, on a train ride to school, Ai encounters a gloomy older salaryman and quickly strikes up a friendship with him. From then on, Ai and the salaryman meet up every Monday, Glasses, Chan, help me out. All right. And quickly strikes up a friendship with him. From then on, I and the salaryman meet up every Monday, keeping each other company and brightening up their morning commutes. Good morning, Oni-san. Blah, 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 blah. Hello. I have big tits. On April 4th, major Japanese newspaper, the Nikkei, ran a full-page advertisement for the series' upcoming 4th volume featuring a simple illustration of I alongside a message as translated by Otaku USA reading, quote, "I hope this will be a wonderful week." This right here is the ad that UN Women canceled. A week later, the United Nations Entity for Gender Equality and the Empowerment of Women, whose website describes the organization as being, quote, dedicated to gender equality and empowerment of women, wrote a strongly worded letter of complaint to the manager of the Nikkei regarding the ad. In their letter,
Strongly
the
worded.
group, what's up?
I said strongly worded.
Yeah.
Did they drop some N-bombs?
At the Nikkei? Yes. In their letter, the group, whose executive board currently hosts such anti-gender equality member countries as Sierra Leone and Afghanistan, demanded that the paper give clarification on why they published an ad promoting, quote, gender stereotypes. How dare you let people be natural women and men? That's awful. But instead, I was physically destroyed by the softest pair of weapons in human history. So, responding to the initial outrage on April 8th, the magazine in which Getsuyobi no Tawawa is serialized, Kodansha's weekly young magazine, explained to Comic Natalie that the advertisement was run because April 4th is the first Monday of the year for new employees. We put up a full-page ad, quote, to get rid of anxiety and get better, which Sankaku Complex translated as to blow away their anxiety and make them feel better. So that was a much more understandable line. Issuing a separate statement, Kodansha themselves told the Japanese branch of the Huffington Post that, quote, this advertisement was posted in conjunction with the release of the new issue in order to develop new readers. We take your opinion seriously and will take them in the future. We would like to give due consideration for the development of advertising, whatever the fuck that means. Yeah, so her boobs are so big that the door won't close. All right, so this woman is Director Kai Ishikawa of UN Women Japan office. Now, I would like to continue with this article. I think it's better phrased. Skipping that because basically I already covered it. The issue will have many drawing comparisons to the previous incident where Japanese feminists whined about the Love Live Sunshine and Uzaki-chan posters complaining that they were, quote, sexualizing schoolgirls. Getsuyobi no Tawawa is a rather erotic manga with plenty of lewd scenarios, but the advertisement itself has no sexualizing whatsoever. This, again, being the advertisement. The tweet for the article has since accumulated over 4,000 quote tweets with various opinions on the matter. First of all, the advertisement itself isn't erotic. However, the manga is erotic. Above all, the reason why this is an issue is because of the intent behind the ad that says, quote, new employees, check out these big high school titties and feel better. Although there are some new female employees too. There are a few negative opinions about the advertisement sexualizing a high school girl, but for the most part, people didn't seem to have much of an issue. The Getsuyobi no Tawawa ad that is making the Twitter feminists cry sexual exploitation. I was wondering where the problem was, but perhaps they're angry about the book covers on the bottom left, referring to these. Still don't see it. People are getting pissed about this, but why? It'll make some people feel better, and it'll make some people feel uncomfortable. That's how it goes. Freedom of expression takes precedence over personal feelings. Fucking men. That's all. Furthermore, this Twitter user conducted a survey through a research company that asked 100 women in their teens and 20s about their opinions on the Tawawa on Monday ad that was published in the Nikkei newspaper on April 4th. So they asked them, and wouldn't you know it, the graph shows that most of both age groups were not offended by the advertisement, including 84% of teens around 15 years of age and 80% of women in their 20s. Kai Ishikawa, the director of UN Women's Japan branch, explained in an interview article, that's the woman I was just showing you here, explained in an article by Huffington Post Japan that Nikkei has violated its agreements as part of the, quote, Unstereotype Alliance, an initiative, the USA, Unstereotype Alliance, an initiative made to promote gender equality in advertisements. Nikkei plays a significant role in the campaign as its founding member, and the UN Women saw it as a violation of their partnership when the newspaper published the ad. Ishikawa, quote, the advertisement only portrays what high school girls should be like in a male-centric view. But for women, it only presents the idea that they must support men with sexual appeal. It failed to meet the requirements of the 3 Ps ad screening process that stands for presence, perspective, and personality. Publishing an advertisement that depicts a clearly underage girl as the sexual object for men is a risk that promotes such harmful stereotypes to women. Once again, this is the ad. This right here, this ad right here that said wishing you a wonderful week or whatever. That ad, that's promoting sexual underage.
Yeah. Oh, just the worst. Just promoting the worst. Oh my gosh, you guys.
Nikkei says
fully clothed too. Just
right. While Nikkei has yet to make a statement on the matter, the Tawawa on Monday controversy still continues in Japan, as another Twitter user pointed out the Huffington Post interview was recently edited. Before the edit, the article described the manga as a work that features, quote, numerous acts of molestation. But the new revision reads that the work contains, quote, sexual abuse against high school girls.
I'm not sure which one's better.
Right? On April 18th, mangaka and politician Ken Akamatsu mentioned on Twitter that the uproar from UN Women was, in fact, not an arbitrary behavior from the Japanese branch. According to the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, the protest comes directly from the institution's main headquarters. Akamatsu also added that the, quote, Unstereotype Alliance is listed under the cabinet's basic plans for gender equality. However, when asked for a comment, the cabinet office replied that it, quote, does not know about the agreement's contents. So how do the Japanese react? Where is it? Japanese customers will also quit on Japanese companies that support censorship in any form. How do the Japanese react? Japanese politicians brag about purchasing Tawawa on Monday manga. Supporting Japanese creators' right to freedom of expression, 2 Japanese politicians bragged on Twitter by sharing a photo of themselves with copies of Tawawa on Monday whilst exclaiming they bought it, demonstrating their stance amidst the absurd controversy regarding the sexist Tawawa on Monday advertisement. Recently, feminists of the United Nations Entity for Gender Equality and Empowerment of Women, UN Women, became unwomen. I like that one better. Became enraged at Japanese newspaper Nikkei over their publishing of an advertisement for Tawawa on Monday, describing it as unacceptable, despite it merely depicting a schoolgirl standing around in a normal fashion. While the manga series itself can be quite erotic, the advertisement was the definition of tame and normal. Voicing support for the right to freedom of expression, House of Councilors politician Fujisue Kenzo shared a photo of himself with 2 volumes of the Tawawa on Monday manga on Twitter, along with the message, purchased.
Because fuck you.
Right. Fujisue released a subsequent tweet in English supporting freedom of expression amongst Japanese creators. The fun of Japanese manga is supported by freedom of expression. As a politician, I protect the freedom of expression of entertainment, including Japanese manga. Satoshi Hamada, who is also a member of Japan's House of Councilors, shared a similar tweet. He went for the tamer copies. Such comical actions might relieve some to know that Japan's freedom might yet be preserved from the encroaching evil of the West. Godspeed. All right. So, the Japanese government says, quote, Stop harassing female politicians. I thought that they could handle anything a man could handle. So Japan's government has released a video with the goal of educating the populace on proper behavior towards politicians, with the video containing short scenes based on 1,324 stories shared by the aforementioned lawmakers that will immediately have some questioning whether or not such instances are as frequent as implied. The stories were provided by lawmakers and their constituents who have experienced some form of harassment, and the video goes over several forms such as gendered harassment. One case is of gendered harassment, with a lawmaker demeaned based on traditional gender roles in which women are expected to only work in a supportive capacity. In the video, a veteran lawmaker asks a younger female colleague to serve tea at assembly meetings. The man also comments that young women get votes for their looks, but suggests they don't have the ability to participate in politics. Some politicians apparently also face harassment from constituents. One example in the video shows a younger female candidate being approached by an elderly man who not only excessively invades the woman's personal space by hugging her and touching her shoulders and back, was Joe Biden coming up on her? But also tries to acquire her phone number. The woman later explains the experience was traumatizing and has affected her work. Another scene shows that younger lawmakers may also be targeted by older female colleagues. In it, a young woman is shown being heckled during a speech advocating childcare support, with those responsible being not only a man, but also a female politician who tells the young woman to go have a child first. While allowing female employees to take maternity leave is becoming the norm in the nation's private sector, in politics, women still face criticism, even for getting pregnant. In recent years, media have reported numerous cases of younger politicians, especially women, facing discriminatory treatment for supporting women. Wow. The entire 30-minute video. Yep. So there you go. You can watch an entire 30-minute video with dramatic reenactments of the horrible treatment, the 1,324 instances or whatever in which the women have been harassed, which I'll just say
in which they're grabbed by their shoulders and their hair is grabbed and they're whispered in their ear.
Right. Which I'll just say, you are public servants. It's time to deal with it. I mean, obviously, this fake scenario where this guy came up and hugged her and started rubbing and caressing her shoulders. I imagine in a real scenario, you have security yank that guy off. I don't know what this is about. All right. I'm saving this one. Now I'm saving that one too. Transgender prisoner identifies as baby and demands diapers and baby food. Oh, God. I am a huge advocate for the death penalty. Oh, God. So a transgender individual in a Scotland prison has, quote, identified as a baby and demanded he be given diapers and fed blended food, with perhaps the most revolting part of this cry for attention being the fact that his demands are being taken seriously. The mentally unwell individual, Sophie Eastwood, formerly known as Daniel, was sentenced to life in prison after ending the life of his cellmate. What? How dare you misgender? Using a pair of shoelaces back in 2004. And now the murderer is falsely claiming to be a baby and has demanded diapers, blended food, and for guards to hold their hand when taken from his cell. It is suggested his outrageous demands are being taken seriously. The 36-year-old was initially imprisoned in 2004 for dangerous driving, but just a month before finishing his sentence, Sophie killed his cellmate, the 22-year-old Paul Algie, and was sentenced to life in prison with a minimum of 15 years at the High Court in Glasgow. Sophie has managed to serve 17 years of his life sentence. A nameless source shared their opinion on Sophie, believing he may just be doing it for attention. Quote, "The prisoner has been difficult and manipulative over the years, which is why she is still behind bars after 17 years. She decided that she would trans from man to woman, which is becoming more common in jails these days. But this is obviously something else entirely, and the Scottish Prison Service has no protocol in place for dealing with prisoners who decide that they are babies. Eastwood is a complex person and intelligent, but she is pretty demanding on the resources of the prison and enjoys being the center of attention. It's difficult to know if she really does feel a natural inclination to be treated like a baby or if it's just some kind of attention seeking. Modern prisons are very tuned in to human rights and the legal implications they throw up, so it's being given proper consideration. This prisoner has already served the entire punishment term of the tariff, but she has not been advanced through the prison estate to a place where she can prepare for release. There is no current intention to put her in any open prison regime. This has nothing to do with the gender issues. She just refuses to play by the rules or show any inclination or readiness to live in normal society. Eastwood, like many deranged individuals in the West, believed he would have been freed by now if he were a man. Quote, in January 2020, I met all the this is a baby talking, by the way. Remember that. In January 2020, I met all the standard criteria to pass to less secure conditions, except being biologically female. Biologically female. I think you're confused. The prison service wanted me to have a psychological assessment, as I hadn't had one since starting to live as a female. After that, I was told by a manager that I would have passed the assessment had I still been living as a man. I felt this was sexist and transphobic. The SPS was implying that as a man, I didn't represent a risk to the public, but as a woman, I did? I don't think there's any evidence to support that. Again, a baby made that statement, remember. Eastwood has been carrying out his sentence in female-only units since 2018. Imagine, this is what happens when the prisoner runs the prison. Fucking hell. So, presuming that I am the only one still awake, I think it might be a good idea to end it here.
I am awake, but barely.
Yeah. So we have cut it down to just 4 articles to catch up on. So I can deal with that. That is far better than we had been for the last month. So, baby, yuck. Don't buy into it. Not even out of a joke. These people are fucking demented. Abso-fucking-lutely. Totally agree.
Yeah, we've just been encouraging these fucking people. They're all fucking nuts.
Enabling.
Yeah, thank you. Enabling.
Oh, God, I know about this bloke. Heard about it on a segment on the Lotus Eaters podcast. That's Sargon's show. Trust me, guys. You don't know how twisted the Scots have become. Yeah. Oh, boy. Well, this is now the longest podcast we've ever done. I am glad that we managed to work through it, although I think the segments could have been funnier if we had been less tired. But it is what it is, and at least we can start fresh for next podcast. So something I did not say, and now I'm going to murder myself over. I had meant to bring up the fact that the next In Touch podcast segment that we're going to be covering, pretty much the whole thing is them shitting on Vic's fan base. And
nice.
They outright disparage the Risen Bowl Rangers in particular. So I wanted to ask my audience, in particular the people in the Discord, if there aren't there's not a 9+ hour one. I don't think so. Oh, I hope not. Actually, I can sort the spreadsheet by time.
Well, I'm glad this person's been here for longer than we give them credit for, if they know of our discography.
Hold on, I can tell you what the longest one was so far.
It was like 8.5.
Yeah, 829 was the podcast 187. That's the longest one so far. So we have exceeded. We have gone further beyond. I lost my train of thought now. Oh, I was going to say, I want to know if we have any fans or Discord members who are Risen Bowl Rangers, because I thought it might be beneficial to have some well-spoken individuals on the topic join us for that coverage. And I also plan on inviting, if we don't have anybody else to join us, Trent and Perception Check and Cress and all of them back on if they would like to join us for
Assemble the Avengers.
Yeah, because the worst thing that could possibly happen is episode 2 of the In Touch podcast gets released before we finish the halftime segment, because I do not want to get behind on that. It will only get worse. Anyway, that's it for me. Thank you guys for joining us. Yeah, you guys have anything else you want to say before I wrap things up?
No.
Okay. Well, with that, I guess I'll play that outro.
Good night, everyone.
I gotta play our sick version of the outro, the one that's like the OG one. Where the fuck is it?
Not the Yee?
Yeah, the Yee. All right, goodbye, everybody.